Hello, guys and gals, and welcome. Oh, I forgot to turn on my lights. They're probably going to be blinding. Let's see. Oh, not bad. Welcome. I got my new Dragon Ball Z jersey today. This is the Goku one. So I've got three now. I have the Goku one, which is black and gold, which is freaking just sexy as all get out. Then I also have the green one, which is of course, the Perfect Cell one, and then I have the purple one, which is Frieza. So I was pretty excited. I got this in the mail today. I was like, I better get this before ladder starts. I want to wear my Dragon Ball Z jersey. My dog, this is my Chinchilla. This is Mr. Nice. Mr. Nice. Mr. Nee, would you like an almond? Would you like an almond? Mr. Yes, he does like almonds. He said, I will take an almond, yes, sir. So, do I look like a squirrel to you? That's a rhetorical question. It's rhetorical, don't answer. Do not answer the question. I am indeed a squirrel. A squirrel of the most impressive manner and mannerisms. Who's letting off the demon farts? I don't know, man. I don't know. Probably all of us after about 18 hours of streaming and eating dried snacks. Ain't none of us gonna get a good meal. Maybe I should order some pizza or something for ladder night. Can you put an order in in advance? Could I put an order in today for tomorrow? At a specific time? Is that a thing? Is that something that I could actually do? I've never delayed ordered food before. Be smart and order ahead. Demon farts. What is the best character for the new season? I mean, if you're looking for the objectively best character, min-maxed out the wing-wang with no alternatives or leeway room, whatever, you have to have the $10 million car, so to speak, that goes point 0.05 miles an hour faster than the other car that's only $1 million. I mean, it's probably going to be the Cold Sorceress, but quite honestly, just about any class can do fairly well early ladder. Just depends on your build. But I definitely will say that that if the Cold Sorceress can get her hands on a Sunder Charm early, she's going to outperform the other classes by a little bit. It's not really going to be by all that much, in my opinion, but it's going to be enough that you'll probably see a lot of Cold Sorceresses early on. But there's also a big downside to that, too, which a lot of people don't consider, is that, well, just because the character is going to be a good character doesn't mean it's a good choice. So this is one that you really need to wrap your brain around, okay? If you are playing the most popular class, if you are playing the class that everybody is playing, gear choices and gear possibilities and trade options for you are going to be extremely limited. I mean, just think about it in a different way. If you went to the store and you wanted to go buy, a can of corn, and nobody liked corn but you. You're the only one in the world that liked corn. There's going to be an infinite supply of corn for you. You literally got all the varieties. You got your choice of corn, right? But then you go to the store and you want to buy, a candy bar, and everybody loves candy bars. And literally all the candy bars are out of stock constantly, and you can't ever even get a candy bar. And when you do, an old lady comes out of the darkness and punches you in the jaw and steals your candy bar, because that's how rare these candy bars are. Like, that's the difference between playing like a character that nobody wants to play and playing a character that everybody wants to play. Like, you're literally going to be fighting people for equipment as a common character. Whereas if you play a relatively unused character, relatively, you know, sort of like off to the side character, you're going to get like gear thrown at you. Sorceresses, for instance, are going to find like druid and necromancer equipment, and they're not going to want it because they can't use it. That doesn't do them any good. They're going to trade it off or give it to other necromancers or druids. Like, it's just a thing. But when a druid or a necromancer finds a sorceress item, they're going to be like, cha-ching, because they're going to trade that thing off for everything in the world that they want. Like, if you find a Tal's armor or a Tal's amulet, like early in ladder, and you're not a sorceress, you can trade that thing for just about anything you want. You can literally go be like, Tal's Ammy full trade. I want your house, your car, and your wife. And they'll be like, sure, sold. I'll even throw in the cat. I have a GTX 1080 right now, Trip. I'm really hoping to get a better card eventually, though, because it's not really keeping up with the editing and other processes. A lot of people look down on Tal set, but early ladder Tal set is like actually like the best thing you can get, because you don't have to have specialized equipment. You don't have to have specialized equipment to actually like play a sorceress. All you need is Tal set. Like, yes, Tal set is not your end game BIS. Okay, you're not going to be using it, you know, like once you've decked out your sorceress fully. But a sorceress in full Tals can do anything in the game. Like, she's good at magic finding. She has a decent amount of magic find from the set itself. The resistances are good. The negative resistances are good. The skills are good. She can kill things relatively quickly. It's defensive enough so that it actually keeps her alive. Like, Tal set is absolutely stupid for an early, like, ladder sorceress. Honestly, that should be your goal. If you're an early ladder sorc, your goal should just be get a full Tal set, and then after you have the full Tal set, you can work toward, you know, your best in slot equipment. And then when you get your best in slot equipment, you can trade off your Tal set to somebody else who wants it. And it's pure profit, honestly, because then when you've got your best in slot and you're trading off your Tal set, you can go get other items. You know, other things that you might need, like Facets. Facets, by the way, are going to be a hot commodity this ladder season. I can almost guarantee you that Facets are going to be worth more this ladder season than they have ever been worth in the previous seasons because of the Sunder Charms. So because of the Sunder Charms, all of the Facets will be worth more. If I were to rate the Facets on like their value, I would definitely say Fire is number one, because the Cold Sorceress does not need Facets, really. She doesn't absolutely need them. She can get her negative res elsewhere. They're kind of like candy, like endgame candy that she can like build up her character. She doesn't need them. The Fire one is probably going to be number one. The Lightning one is probably going to be number two. The Cold is probably going to be number three, and the Poison is probably going to be dead last, as always. Just simply because there's not a lot of Poison builds. And also the popularity of Poison builds is relatively low. I recently ran a poll on my channel. And if you guys have seen the poll, I'll link it in chat for you guys, just in case you haven't seen it and you'd like to put in your 2 bits. But basically, I just asked the community, and I got about 2,200 votes so far on this poll. And basically what the poll is it literally just is, what do you think is going to be the most popular element? Not class, not build. What do you think is going to be the most popular element? And interestingly enough, you know, it was pretty one-sided to Cold Sorceress, but also Fire and Lightning were very close behind with almost a pretty even share. There's the link to the poll if you want to vote. But it was Cold 56%. It was Fire 17%. Lightning 19%, poison 3%, and physical 4%. So if we were to use this as our example for the facets, like popularity of the facets, cold is definitely going to be lower because obviously cold, the 56% cold is referring to the cold sorceress who doesn't necessarily need the facets, whereas fire and lightning are honestly, in my opinion, that's like a percent off. I mean, that's a variable, so they're pretty much tied. But I do think fire is going to be a little bit more popular because a lot of people are going to be trying out fire builds for the first time this season, since they can actually, break the immunities, which they could never do before. Whereas fire, they could always, lightning, they could always break the immunities with infinity and lower resistance and things like that. So it wasn't really like people couldn't test those out before. And physical, I'm surprised was so low. I was actually pretty surprised that physical was so freaking low at 4%. I mean, I knew physical was a less popular build, but wow, 4% is that's terrible. And poison wasn't a surprise to me at all, 3%. Poison tends to be one of the least popular builds in the game, like bar none. Catacombs is terrorized. Honestly, I think Fireclaw Druid is a real sleeper. I think Fireclaw Druid is a real sleeper. I think we're going to see some amazing stuff from Fireclaw Druids. Specifically ones that are utilizing the Earth Shifter. Earth Shifter is an amazing little weapon that you can actually build an entire character around. It's slow. I mean, yes, it is slow, but now that you can offset the slowness of the weapon with other effects, it should be rather interesting. Maybe it'd be fun for us to explore the Earth Shifter build together today. That would be interesting, right? Do you guys want to play around with like trying to make an Earth Shifter build? If you guys have never played around with Earth Shifter is a Thunder Maul. It's the like really big, beefy, like ridiculous Thunder Maul, and it has a specific effect on it, which is very important for like a Fireclaw Druid, which is basically the ability to spam an AoE damaging effect. You know what? Let's go to a Druid real quick and let's play around with this. Let me grab this full push real quick. Big mallet thingy. Demon farts. That's what I said. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, 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 beep. Alright, let's go to Mr. Alder set real quick. What do I think the drop rate of the Thunder Charms are? I really don't know. To be honest with you. We have proof now that the guaranteed drop thing that everyone was psyched about is fake. There's the quote on that. Phoenix is, I'm trying to remember which effects Phoenix has. Firestorm, level 22 Firestorm, and we can explore that. Firestorm is not as good as Fissure. Fissure and Firestorm are like two completely different abilities. Let me just go ahead and hop into the respec. I'm going to get my respec going so that I can show you guys this stuff. I got to relaunch the game for the respecs. I did get this new DBZ jersey. This is Goku. So I've got 3 of them so far now. I've got Frieza, Perfect Cell, and Goku. This is Goku's. It actually says Goku on the back, and it has it written in Japanese as well. And of course, I'm pretty sure this is what? This is Turtle Hermit? Isn't this Turtle Hermit symbol? I can't remember. I'm pretty sure that's Turtle Hermit. It's a Kame house symbol. Is this the... No, that is not the Kame house. Or is it? Wait. Yes. Yeah. Well, no, sort of. Why does it look different? It looks the same, but it looks different. Like they messed it up. Like it's not quite the right symbol. Goku Kame house symbol is very similar to this, but it's not quite the same. This is a little bit different. I don't know why this is a little bit different than this than the Kame house symbol. It actually says soup. I'm just, you know what? It's like those people that get those tattoos on the back of their neck or whatever, and they're like a Chinese word, and then come to find out later from like a Chinese person, they don't actually mean what the person said they mean. They mean something silly like butt cheek. When the guy at the tattoo shop told them it meant like, you know, like wisdom or strength. I'm gonna sniff you, sir. Watch this, watch. Oh no. You got bopped. You saw that? Somebody came and get you. All right, so let's look at the difference between Fissure and Firestorm. All right, so I want you guys to see like the massive difference between these two abilities and why one is definitely better than the other. So this is Firestorm right here. He doesn't have any skill points, really. I guess we need to go to a different druid. He has 0 skill points. Literally 0. Like, he literally has none. I just reset him, and it still said 0. That's hilarious. All right, let's go to Mr. Wolfpack here. Mushroom Fantasy. Yes, this is the channel mascot. His name is Mr. Nimoy. Mr. Nimoy likes to sleep in my shirt. He likes to go in there. He goes in there on his own when he wants to take a nap. He's not taking a nap right now. He's awake, but normally he'll just literally go in there and go take a nap. He likes to sleep in my shirt. When he was a little baby, a long time ago, I actually let him sleep in my shirt. And that's the reason why he likes to do it now, because when he was a little baby, I just wanted him to, you know, just take a nap with me. He would just take little naps with me. He was the little napper. What you got for him? Oh, yeah, go ahead. If he wants it, does he want it? Yeah, he does want it. There you go. Look, he's eating a gummy. A fruit snack. He's eating a fruit snack. He is a cutie. Mr. Nimoy is a cutie. Alright, so let's look at the difference between these skills. Hopefully this guy has some freaking skill points. Do you have skill points? You don't have skill points either? Wait. Alright, hold on. Let's double check. Okay, he does have skill points. Alright, I want to show you the difference between Firestorm and Fissure. Alright, this is pretty big. Alright, this is Firestorm. Okay, Firestorm does this. That's Firestorm. It's not really all that great. It's also a firewall type ability. So it doesn't actually like apply damage directly. It applies damage per second, which means that if it passes through the target and it doesn't stay underneath of the target, you know, like firewall stays underneath of the target, and it burns the target, and it will continually burn the target until it disappears. Firestorm doesn't do that. Firestorm does damage per second, and then it just leaves. It's like a passing fart in the wind, and it doesn't really quite do as much damage as you would think. But let's explore how much damage it would do. So we have level 22 Firestorm. And it's going to be fully synergized, obviously. So we're gonna go ahead and beef this up till it's level 22. That'll give us our damage output, and then we are going to grab the synergies for it. So Molten Boulder is the synergy, and Fissure is the synergy. So we're looking at 1,266 to 1,470 per second. However, like I said, per second doesn't really do a whole lot, because per second is literally just as it passes underneath the target. So it might come in contact with the target for maybe like 2 seconds. Let's be generous and say 2 seconds worth of damage. So you're looking at what, 4,200. My quick math is terrible. 3,000. No, doing 3,200 and something, 3,300 and something. It's not even really that much per cast. Now it does have multiple little doodads, so I mean there is that. So we've got. Actually, no, I'm looking at the wrong number. So 1,470 times 2. So we got 2,940. Now let's take a look on Amazon Basin real quick. And what we're going to look at is we're going to look and see if this has a next hit delay. So next hit delay is important when you're considering things like this, because if a skill has next hit delay, it won't hit the target multiple times. And Fissure is a next hit delay of 5. Firestorm does not have a next hit delay. So so we're looking at possibly all 3 can hit the target. Let's actually test this. So let's do a quick test on this, and let's see if all of them can hit a target. I mean, these targets are a little weak, but I mean, honestly, it's not impressive. It's not particularly impressive. And I think what are we in? Are we in Players 1 or Players 8? We're in Players 1. So that's Players 1. It can barely kill, like, Bloodmore monsters with ease. But you would be casting it a lot. So let's also calculate that in, because it is with Phoenix. Phoenix is a 40% chance to cast. And this is something that I go over in my video, by the way, and I'm gonna link my video for you guys if you're interested. This is a video where I went over chance to cast. So chance to cast is a lot more complicated than a lot of people actually understand, and there's a lot to it. If you'd like to go over my video on advanced chance to cast mechanics, that is my video on advanced chance to cast mechanics. I go over everything in there, including how to cause the abilities to go off in the order that you would want them to go off, as well as what happens when they combine, if you have 2 effects of the same type, different levels, all sorts of interesting things. And one of the things we're going to be talking about right now is with Phoenix. Phoenix has a 40% chance to cast level 22 Firestorm. So how does 2 Phoenixes combine? So if you were to use 2 Phoenixes at the same time, a Phoenix weapon and a Phoenix shield, what would the result be? The result would be an 80% chance to cast level 22 Firestorm. If the level of the skill is the same, the percent chances combine. Okay, so 2 40% equals an 80% of 22, not 2 separate 40%. Now, if you have 2 separate levels, so if you were to have like a level 22 Firestorm and then you had like a level 3 Firestorm, the percent chances in the levels do not combine, and they function as separate entities at separate proc chances. So if you were to proc or wear 2 Phoenixes, you would have an 80% chance to cast level 22 Firestorm every single time you strike, which we could pretty reliably say is close enough to 100% that it's going to happen all the time. So you would have a constant, never-ending Firestorm coming out just all the time. This is an offline character specifically for testing, Koi. All right, so let's take a look at our Earth Shifter, and let's see what kind of damage our Earth Shifter would do. So this is the other build. So Earth Shifter D2. So our Earth Shifter is going to be level 14 Fissure with a 25% chance to cast. 25% chance to cast is pretty darn often. It's level 14, so let's reset this real quick. Let's go ahead and put in, well, there's 14 right there. Then we need to beef up Firestorm, and we need to beef up Volcano. And that gives us our full damage on our Fissure. Fissure at level 14 with a 25% chance to cast is 748 to 806. Now, the beautiful thing about Fissure is it's basically like Blizzard, Blizzard and Fissure are essentially the same thing. You cast it underneath of their feet, and it essentially just continues to do damage over and over again on the targets. It's a very nice AoE effect, so you just kind of like cast it and forget it. So if you were to build a Fireclaw Druid with this effect in mind, although it may not do as much single target damage, having this constantly underneath of the, you know, ground of the feet of the monsters that you're attacking is going to be a pretty big AoE damage boom. I feel like Firestorm, the dual Phoenixes, would work really good against a single target. Because it's in their face, and Firestorm has a very kind of like a short, you know, distance. It doesn't really go very far. Like, I mean, the tree over here, it doesn't even make it to the tree. So it's a very small distance. It's not going to hit a lot of monsters. Whereas the Fissure ability, even though it may not do as much damage, it has a rather large like radius here, and it lasts for a pretty long period of time. So it lasts for 1.6 seconds, and during those 1.6 seconds, it does hit multiple times. So according to the next hit delay on this on Fissure, it is a 5-frame delay, which is a 0.2 second next hit delay problem. So to run this in a calculation to figure out exactly how much damage it can do, you have to figure it in 0.2 second variables. So we're doing 806 damage, so 806 times the number of times that we can hit the target. So how many times can we hit the target? It's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. So that's 5, 6, 7, 8. So we can hit the target 8 times within the 1.6 seconds. So we're looking at 8 times of 806 damage. So we're looking at 6,488 damage for each Fissure. Basically on multiple monsters, because we can hit every single monster within that circle. So let's say that we were fighting a group of monsters that was like, I don't know, 30 monsters deep, like you were in the middle of the cows, and the cows just surround you, and you hit your Fissure down. So you're talking about times 30. So you're talking about 193,440 damage with the Fissure in that small little area. And that's assuming, of course, you're not going into the negative resistances. So if you're going to be building a Fireclaw Druid, you're probably going to have, you know, fire facets, negative resistances, and all that stuff. And that is, of course, something that that Phoenix has. So Phoenix has the very nice negative fire resistance, which is something that that Earthshifter does not. But I do feel like, in general, the Earthshifter is going to be better in the AoE category, whereas the dual Phoenixes would be much better in the single target category. I mean, we could build both of them and we could play with it, and I guarantee you we'd find out pretty quickly which one would be the better of the two. I mean, as a melee weapon, Earthshifter has Crushing Blow. It has 33% Crushing Blow. It also has +7 to elemental skills. So not only would you would be using Fissure, you would probably also be using Armageddon. So you would probably have maxed out Armageddon along with everything else. I'm not really sure exactly how that build would work. Like, let's do a quick fun little check here. So let's say we were I don't know, let's say a werewolf. We probably would want Fury along with our Doojank. We need to go down here. We're going to beef up Fire Claws to maximum. We need Firestorm and Molten Boulder, definitely. So Firestorm, Molten Boulder. We don't need Fissure, but we might want it for a synergy for the other abilities. So let's take a look real quick and see what we're looking at. One of the synergies for Fissure is definitely Volcano, so we need Volcano. And then we want Armageddon, which Armageddon has a synergy for like everything. Fissure is duration, so we don't necessarily need Fissure, but we could put points into Fissure if we wanted to. And at that point, you would have level 33 Armageddon as a werewolf running around, basically just being a rotten little crap. And then you would, obviously, you'd have the Armageddon doing pretty good damage in AoE around you. Then you would also have the Fissure doing really good damage in AoE underneath of your feet. So it would be two different forms of AoE at the same time, constantly proccing on the targets, which would probably be pretty killacious. In terms of damage output, especially if you beefed up Fissure, which would give you a little bit more in the duration, but it looks like you would have to max out the entire tree basically to make it work. And let's see here. I mean, you still have 13 points left to play around with stuff. I mean, you could definitely put one in Oak Sage. You could beef up the Werewolf a little bit more, or you could grab more points in Lycanthropy. You could grab some Ravens for the blinding effect, or maybe go for Heart of the Wolverine. Not really sure. I probably wouldn't go for the summons, because they might spread the monsters out too much. I mean, you have all your damage focused around you. It's very interesting in the way that this character builds, because they're literally like, you know, this particular character is all about, you want the monster next to you. Like, you want the monsters to be next to you. You want them to be in your face. You want them to be fighting you. Like, you know, if I was, even if I was an elemental druid, all my damage is like focused around me, basically. Like, especially as a Fireclaw druid that's spamming Fissures or spamming Firestorms. So, like, say you were fighting Eldritch, you would cast, of course, your ability. And then when you get into battle and you start attacking, your Fissure would hit the ground. And literally the Fissure and the Armageddon would be right on top of each other. And everything that enters this death zone would just immediately die from all the damage output that you're dishing out. The Armageddon damage output, which is actually pretty good. It's 5,385 to 6,131 fire damage, 2,206 to 63 to 2,447 physical damage, and then it also has an average fire damage of 1,157 to 1,175. Like, combined with the Fissure that you're going to be putting out on a regular basis underneath of your feet. And, I mean, all of it would add up to some pretty serious damage output. The problem with Earthshifter, though, is that where are you going to get your negative fire res, if not from a Phoenix? So with dual Phoenixes, you could potentially get most of your negative fire res from the Phoenixes themselves, which is definitely a boon. But if you're using Earthshifter, you would have to get your negative fire res from either the helmet, I would assume Flickering Flame, armor, maybe fire facets, so like 4 fire facets and an armor would probably be a good idea. And then, of course, you could also maybe have a mercenary running like a Plague or a Infinity to beef that up even further. I mean, it's... You definitely wouldn't be able to get your negative fire res as high running the Earthshifter as you would with the dual Phoenixes. Dual Phoenixes, you'd be able to get, what is it, negative 23% per Phoenix. So you'd be looking at, what, 46%, and then 15 from the Flickering Flame. So, you know, 50, 61. So like 61%, and then you could have a facet in an armor. So that would be like 66-ish. I'm probably got my math wrong there somewhere, but... negative 66 doesn't sound too bad, and then you could throw on like a Plague Sword on a Mercenary, and you'd have another, I think it's like 14 or something like that. So that would bring you down a little bit further. Most of the monsters that you'd come across would probably die with ease. I mean, let's take a look and see how this does on Players 1, just for lulz. Of course, if you were a Fireclaw Druid, the thing about being a Fireclaw Druid is that not only are you, of course, going to be dishing out this damage, the Armageddon damage, and the Fissure damage, but you're also going to have that massive single target damage as well. So you're going to be dishing out a large amount of single target damage along with everything else. Probably would have been nice if I had grabbed a Fire Sunder Charm. I totally forgot to even grab the Fire Sunder Charm. Plus, look at me dying. And of course, this character is nowhere near like properly set up or built. I mean, I could stack on. Let me go ahead and put some points into strength so I can actually utilize some of my equipment. He's got a death's web, so he's set up for poison, which doesn't really do me any good. I could go ahead and shapeshift, grab my fire claw. My fire claw is doing 14k, by the way, which is kind of insane. And of course, I don't even have anywhere near an optimal setup here. A lot of these monsters are fire immune, by the way. I'm fairly certain the slingers are fire immune. And I'm still able to just burn through them, which is pretty impressive. Well, it's not really about single target damage. As you can see, the Fireclaw Druid doesn't have issues with single target damage. He does just fine. The thing is you're trying to maximize your AoE killing potential. How many hours until ladder? We're not doing hours anymore. I'm doing minutes. Minutes, Rust Madlung. Minutes! Next one, I'm going to do seconds. We're going to calculate out the seconds. To give this a fair shake, we've actually got to build it. Like, that's really all there is to it. Like, we actually have to build the character. I'm trying to think here if I have the equipment just, like, laying around that I could throw on a character, but I don't think I do. But you know what? Let's build the character. I like building characters and having fun with stuff, and we have nothing but time until, you know, ladder starts. So let's go ahead and build this character real quick. I'm actually going to use a pre-existing character, so I don't have to, like, actually spend time like doing his stats properly, because his stats are probably wrong anyway. Let's see. Who do I have on here that I can use for that? Where's my test druid? There he is. Test druid. The druid of testfulness. And make sure he doesn't have the right amount of skill points. I believe it's 104. I don't know what he's set up for, but see this magic button right here? See this beautiful magic button right here that goes bye, and everything's gone. Goodbye, you are the weakest link, my friend. You are the weakest link. Why doesn't grief? Is that even a sentence, sir? Why doesn't grief? Can we form complete sentences? I'll respond once the sentence is a complete sentence. I will respond. What are you giggling over there for? Woogie's giggling at my jokes. She thinks I'm funny. Oh, what is Mr. NiNi doing? What is he doing? The gummy is stuck on his chin? Yeah, that happens. I've actually seen that before. If you give him sticky stuff, it gets stuck in his fur. It does indeed happen. Quit giggling at him. Giggling. He can't help it. Mr. NiNi cannot help the gummy, the little fruit snack got stuck in his fur. They're sticky. Okay. If you want to take Mr. Sir NiNi for a little bit, you can take Mr. Sir NiNi. Oh, he tried to run away from you. I saw that. He said, bye. Alright, runes. We need a Zod rune for this. And let's also grab a Shale rune. Bink, bink. There we go. Zod and a Shale for these two. Let's go ahead and grab dual Phoenixes as well. So we're going to go ahead and throw in some rune words. I should have a Phoenix rune word in here. I can't remember what I put it in, but Phase Blade? I put it in a Phase Blade. I mean, that makes sense. It's probably the best choice for a Fireclaw Druid anyway. Just speed-wise. Oh. I wasn't even paying attention. Alright, there's the Phase Blade. Let's grab the shield. Phoenix Shield Monarch. There you go. Let's grab a Flickering Flame. He would definitely be using a Flickering Flame, right? So let's go ahead and grab him a helmet. Flickering Flame. Let's go with a Demon Head. I think Demon Heads are... Actually, no, what am I doing? It would be a Blood Spirit. And we would need to edit it. So it would probably have plus to skills, right? Because if we're gonna make a Flickering Flame and a Druid Pelt, we're gonna give it plus to skills. So let's see here. I'm gonna bring this up so you guys can actually see what I'm doing. Bink. All right, so here's the extras window. We're gonna go in and we're gonna actually set extras on the item. Bink. So we're gonna choose skills. So if we're gonna have a specific helmet, a Flickering Flame helmet on a Druid, we're most likely gonna have skills. So let's do class skills. No, that's the wrong one. Here's the right one. Skill tab levels, all skills, elemental skills, non-class skills. Skill levels. There it is. Skill levels. All right, so we're going to do Armageddon. Armageddon would probably be the right one. And it's going to be a +3 Armageddon, so we're going to save that. And then the other one would be Fire Claws. Can you even get Fire Claws on a pelt? Can you even get Fire Claws on a pelt? I don't even remember. I don't think I've ever seen it myself. Could somebody confirm to me whether you guys have ever seen Fire Claws on a pelt? If you have, nod yes. What's up, Kyle? Kyle knows the answer. Kyle, does Fire Claws roll on pelts? Flickering Flame is for the negative fire resistance. Okay, so Fire Claws does not go on a pelt. All right, so what else would we want besides Armageddon then? We're not going to be casting. We're not going to be casting any of the other abilities. So probably like some shapeshifter skills or something. Maybe like +3 werewolf. Werewolf sounds good. Let's do +3 werewolf. All right, and then you know what? Let's just pretend we had like the most godly helmet ever, and we also had +3 lycanthropy. Lycanthropy and werewolf. Lycanthrope. Oops, not 4, 3. All right. Dang it. Okay, save it. There you go. All right, so now we have a Flickering Flame, which is +3 Armageddon, +3 werewolf, +3 lycanthropy. All right. Then for the body armor piece, not really sure what we do for the body armor piece, to be honest. Yeah, that's why I was asking Kyle, because Kyle knows he runs Fire Claws Druids a lot. I was pretty sure that it didn't roll. It doesn't. I don't think it actually rolls on pelts. There's certain skills that don't roll on class items, like Holy Shield doesn't roll on class items for paladins, and so forth and so on. It's a weird thing that happens. I mean, he doesn't really need physical damage because he's a Fire Claw Druid. I was actually thinking of one of two options. Either number one, he needs more speed to attack faster. So I was thinking perhaps a treachery, which is an easy choice, but maybe not the best choice. But I'm going to go ahead and give him a treachery for right now. And then the other choice I was thinking was perhaps a cheaper option, which is an option that I've used a couple times before. It's the only +2 armor that you can add a socket to that's actually halfway decent, which is Arcane's Valor. Chains of Honor would be better for resistances, but Arcane's Valor would be better for damage. Not really quite sure what to go for here. We're going to give him a Chains of Honor too, though, just in case. If the damage is okay and he's able to kill the immunes just fine, then there's really no reason to go for the extra 5/5. But if it's not, and we need that extra 5/5, which I'm kind of thinking we probably are. Let's see. Chains of Honor. Well, get in there then if you won't go in there, sir. Go take a nap. Ain't nobody gonna fight you over taking a nap. Go take a nap. So don't tell me what to do. Don't chew on my wires. I mean, of course it's available. Everything's available. I can even add freaking like Bale's attacks in Hero Editor. It doesn't mean anything whether it's available in Hero Editor. That doesn't actually tell us whether it's that doesn't actually tell us whether it's something that you should actually do. Like it's all that does is just we can edit in whatever we want. We just have to use our brain and be like, hey, that's not actually possible. So don't, that's that you don't no. All right, let's do rings. Let's actually do 2 Bull Cathos. I think that'll actually be interesting. And then we're going to top that off with... actually, 2 Bull Cathos might not work, does it? Because we might not have enough mana. Is Fireclaw a mana heavy attack? I didn't even really, think about that. I mean, is this an online item? Because if it's offline, can't really verify that. I mean, if it's a thing, it's a thing, and I'll add it in because I mean we're testing, so. I mean, I don't really need lycanthropy anyway. I'll just put it in there. There you go. Bam. Dragon. Does Dragon have negative fire res? It has no negative fire res. It does have Holy Fire, which isn't really going to be that useful. Hydra, no synergies, so not that useful. Venom when struck, not really that useful. I don't really know. I don't really think that would be good for this build. It doesn't really have anything that it's going to offer an entire lot, and level 14 Holy Fire is like nothing. It's like no damage at all. I don't really think that's really going to help us very much. Another option though that we could go with is a J-mod armor, which let me see if I got a J-mod armor just sitting around here. I mean, even if I don't have a Jmod armor, I could always just add armor. And what is Jmod? Jmod just has one magical effect, which is HP, right? It's of the whale. So I could just go to health. Where is it? Because we're just simulating this. It doesn't actually have to be correct. There we go. Life. What is Jmod is like 90 health, right? So there we go. We've got a Jmod. And then we're going to go ahead and add a bunch of facets real quick. And we'll play around with that as well. Fire facet die. Is it a 5/5? Okay, well, let's just go ahead and add a bunch. We need at least 4 for this armor. Then we need a couple for other pieces of equipment. Should be plenty. What about his necklace? Are we thinking High Lords for the attack speed and the plus to skills, or are we thinking like something else? I mean, we could just give him a High Lords, and then I'm not really 100% sure like what breakpoints he's gonna need to hit for like the Earth Shifter versus the Phase Blade. So I might need to like finagle it around a little bit and try other things. Yeah, I mean, we're going to try and get the attack as fast as possible. I'm going with the Death's Glove set combo, so let me actually give him a cube so that he can upgrade those, because he's going to want to upgrade those so we can actually have some belt slots. Yes, please, upgrade for me to that thing for to do. Yes, I can to do, and yes, do the thing, yes, huh? For we need some runes, and we're going to go. Some runes for me and you. Oops. Is there a help out there to see how fast my build hits? I'm not quite sure what you mean. What do you mean by how fast my build hits? You mean like attack rating calculations or attack speed calculations? Unfortunately, a lot of the attack speed calculators are kind of old and outdated at this point, especially in terms to the druid. I mean, Kyle might know a new attack speed calculator that works, but the old ones are outdated. They don't provide the correct numbers anymore. I wish they did. Ah, well, thank you, trucking gamer. Are you actually a trucker? Are you gonna play Diablo 2 ladder from your truck? Are you actually a trucker? I mean, that'd be pretty cool if you actually were a trucker and you're driving around, play Diablo on your like rest stops. That'd be pretty cool. D2 Planner is the truth. Tomb Reaver is an interesting option for a Fireclaw Druid too, because yeah, you could stack fire facets on it. Yeah, my attack rating's probably going to be garbage, actually, now that I think about it. Yeah, I will throw a metal grid in here, just in case. For that attack rating, the massive attack rating from that. Let me also throw in a mantled heal, just in case I need some mana steel, so I don't have to go somewhere else for that. And then the mercenary, I mean... Let's just go ahead and give him a mercenary real quick. Alive. Just grab him a desert merc. Doesn't really matter which one. I'm probably going to replace him when I get back in. Let's grab him an infinity, because why not? If we're going to build a fire druid, you might as well have an infinity on your merc. Let's give him a giant thresher. Let's give him the rune word fortitude and an F plate. And let's give him a, I guess, just an Andy's Visage. We'll just give him a generic setup. Nothing too special. I'm not really too worried about the mercenaries as long as he doesn't die. And we could have something here for his helmet. Specific jewel for his helmet. What we put in his helmet? Like a 15 IAS. 15 res jewel, just so that we can not worry about him dying. What's up, Chad? The TNT's on? You like my TNT's on? You don't really have to build the TNT's on anymore, because you can. My TNT's on was a dual spec, but you can actually go full TNT's on now. That's totally a thing. All right, so I think he's set up. I think we got everything we need, right? I mean, we've got our gear. We need charms. That's right, we need charms. I wasn't even thinking about that. So let's, what kind of charms would you use on this guy? You would use shapeshifter charms, right? Well, actually, attack rating charms or shapeshifter charms, Kyle? I'm, like, kind of torn there. AR life GCs? Okay. Sounds like fun. I was actually just thinking attack rating might be an issue, so that's probably a good idea. Jammies, grands, sharp of balance, sharp of substance, sharp of life, steel of life, 129 and 32 life. That'll work. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, that's plenty. We need some small charms too. Did chat get wiped? I don't know. Let me check over on live stream. Sometimes it'll hold messages if they don't look right, but no. Honestly, the most interesting thing. No, I've seen everything you post. Doom, Phoenix, Armageddon, Hurricane, Cold, Fire, Physical. Interesting. Alright, let's grab some small charms. Burr, 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 burr. Burr, 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 burr. I'm not really quite sure which small charms to use. Resistances, maybe? Just get, like, shimmering small charms of strength. Alright, so this character's finished. Let's go just play with it real quick. It's really just a test of his damage, not really so much his survivability, which I do expect he'll survive just fine, by the way. I don't really see his survivability being an issue. Let me copy him in, and then we'll be good to go. Test druid. Bink, bink. Copy and paste. Don't copy, paste, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste. Yeah, I mean, I have no intention of building blocks, so. It's actually 2 different builds, Trucker. We're going to be testing out 2 different builds. Why is he holding it like that? Alright, let's get this show on the road. Alright, there's our Archon plate. There's our Flickering Flame. There's our High Lord's Wrath. Alright, so we got everything. We need to upgrade these real quick. Pull these out. Bink. What? Oh. Ha! I'm an idiot. I'm not the smartest in the world. I'm not the smartest in the world. Totally forgot. Totally forgot. Put the wrong gems in. I'm an idiot. An idiot. Beak. Beak. Alright, so the first build we're going to test is not the Phoenix build. We're going to do that one next. So we're going to test out the Thunder Maul between the ridiculous ones. We're going to play around with it. The physical damage should be pretty darn high with 1,080 on the top end. And then the fire damage also, and then the crushing blow, and all the other beautiful things. We're definitely going to play with that and have some fun. You know what I forgot to give him? I forgot to give him an Annie and a torch. I do believe I have a torch in here, though. There we go. And I can Bogart an Annie from one of the other characters. Let's go grab that real quick. Wonder if he has a proper torch instead of one of the broken ones. Yeah, but 400% ED of what? Like, a Phase Blade has relatively no damage whatsoever, Samael. That's the thing about Phoenix, is that, yes, off-weapon ED is great, but what is it actually modifying? It's modifying 180, which is next to nothing. Like, damage-wise, as far as physical damage is concerned, your Phoenix is never going to even come close to the damage that the Earth Shifter is outputting. We're definitely going to test out the Phoenixes, though. Honestly, I'm thinking that the Phase Blade is the better choice because it's faster. Alright, let's get this set up here. Annie. Definitely need our Fire Sunder Charm in the mix. We got a couple different choices for weapons and things. Let me go ahead and take the Treachery with us, just in case I need it for attack speed testing. Just put the Facet in there. Merc can't actually use any of the equipment because he's the wrong level, so we're going to have to actually go hire a new one. What's up, Castra? Castraphinius 13. How's it going, buddy?
I bet you won.
Alright, let me take off all his equipment. Hire a new mercenary. Which one should I get? I'm trying to, like, even think. I mean, might isn't really going to do me that much good because my physical damage isn't really that high anyway. Fireclaw druids are mainly elemental. Defiance, maybe? I mean, Holy Freeze also could be useful. Holy Freeze, I guess. That's what I'm thinking in my head. Either Holy Freeze or I could do Blessed Aim to make sure that I'm landing my hits. I mean, that is going to be an issue, is attack rating. So maybe Blessed Aim might be the better choice. Let's do Blessed Aim.
I'll put that to good use. I'll put that to good use.
That way he won't be missing either. Well, we'll see. And then I'll swap back if I need the Holy Freeze. Let's figure out what my attack rating is going to be. So let's go ahead and drop these points in. Alright, maxed out Fireclaw, 620% attack rating. That's actually a lot. Need to transform to actually see it. I'm looking at 20,856 attack rating. I don't think I need more attack rating. I think I'm good. I don't know where all that attack rating is coming from, but I think I am fine. 20,000 attack rating is enough. So let's go ahead and resummon him. And let's go for the Holy Freeze then.
I can't carry anymore. I'll put that to good use. I'll put that to good use.
Well, I put attack rating charms in. Each one of those attack rating charms is giving me a literally like 1,000. If I take off all the attack rating charms, I go down to frickin' 14,000. And then I'm assuming there's attack rating coming from other sources as well. I don't know what. Yeah, Annie is giving me a pretty large. Oh, okay. This is a bugged Annie. Hold on. Hold the show real quick. I gotta get a regular Annie. This is my broken Annie that I put on the character specifically for some testing purposes. That is not the correct Annie. That is not the correct Annie at all. Let me go steal an Annie that doesn't have +7 skills on it, okay? Which could potentially have been beefing up my attack rating a little bit more than it should have been beefed up. But it's still pretty high though, so I was thinking shapeshifter skillers too, and if it turns out that my attack rating is, you know, like okay with these builds, then yeah, I could go back to shapeshifter skillers. Shapeshifter skillers also would give me more fire claws, in my opinion, which I thought would be the better choice, but let's see here. There we go. Correct Annie. Correct Annie, not broken Annie. Alright, now let's transform. Still 17k. It's still pretty darn high. Honestly, I think we should go grab some shapeshifter skillers. I think I've got shapeshifter skillers on Rabid Wolf. No, not Rabid Wolf Pack. God bless it. What was his name? One of my druids has a full set of shapeshifter skillers already on, so I don't have to go and get different ones. Money Foo Foo. I think it's him, maybe? I think. Plague. Nope. What do you want, Mr. Ni? You want to fight? I'll fight you. You ready? That's right. Get beat up. Get beat down. Get beat down. Get beat down. Get beat down, down, down. All the way down. You got beat down. All the way down. You got beat down. I think I'm looking in vain because I think the person that actually had those charms was the one that I edited. Like, literally is the one that I edited. So I think I need to, I just think I need to just add them in real quick. I'll add in like 8 of them. Do I have at least 1 point in Shockwave? I'm doing werewolf, not bear. Sir. I'm doing werewolf, not burr. That's the werewolf, not the burr. You want me to do a burr? Why you want me to do a burr? He really wants me to do a burr. A burr, burr. Burr, 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 burr. Burr, 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 burr. Burr, 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 burr. Gotta miss the knee. Miss the NiNi. Gotta miss the knee. Miss the NiNi. Mr. Knee, got the Mr. Knee, knee, got the Mr. Knee. Shockwave is pretty impressive, I'm not gonna lie. It is a good skill. Very powerful indeed. Very, very powerful, yes indeed. Where is my mouse? Mr. Nee, what are you doing today? Are you on some crack cocaine today? Because if you're up on the crack cocaine, I'm going to have to put you back in your cage. Every now and then when I take him out of his cage, he just like hopped up on crack cocaine. I don't know what the hell is wrong with him. Like literally to the point where he's just all over the damn place. It's crack cocaine chinchilla. No, I don't really watch a lot of other YouTubers' videos. I mean, I'm busy. It's not really that I don't like want to go watch other people's stuff, although there is also that. It also comes down to just I don't have time. I barely have time to do my own stuff. If they tag me, specifically and be like, "Hey, Ginger, check this out," I'll go over and say hi. Would you like another nut? I'll let you pick one. Ready? You can pick which one you want. You want to pick one? Get a cashew. Get a peanuts in there. You want peanut? Get some macadamias. There's a couple macadamias. You want a macadamia? These are good. These are real good. The deluxe. How about a pecan? Would you like a pecan? Would you like a cashew? Fine then. Don't do nothing then. Don't take it. Oh Lord. Mr. NiNi got snatched. I mean, it would be kind of interesting to do this build as a bear, and there's a specific reason why I was thinking it would be interesting to do this build as a bear, because you do have a lot of abilities that you're doing damage over time, and so you could kind of like go into a group of monsters, Shockwave, they would just be stunned, right? So they're just sitting there stunned, You've got the Fissure going off. You got the Armageddon going off, right? Or the Firestorm and the Armageddon. And so, like, they're just standing there in the fire, burning to death, and they can't, and they literally can't do anything about it, right? So it could be interesting. All right, so let's transform again. Let's see what our attack rating is. It's still 17k, so we could probably take a bunch of these away. So let's go ahead and take like let's take these and let's add shapeshifter charms instead. How much attack rating has gone down? It's to 12k. 12k is still a pretty healthy amount of attack rating. That's honestly fine. So I think we're golden there. That's fine. We don't really need to pump Werewolf or Lycanthropy. Fire Claws is maxed. We're definitely going to have to max like all of these though. So we might as well just go ahead and just max every single one of these. Let's see here. Trying to think here. We need Fissure. Fissure is the duration, so that's the one we can skimp on. We can't skimp on Volcano because that's the damage. Alright. So let's go ahead and do like F1 for Armageddon on here.
Not in town, not here.
Actually, you know what? Let's do F1 for the wolf, and let's put Armageddon on the right click. Alright, so the first thing we're going to test is we're going to test with the Zodded Earthshifter Thundermaul, which is pretty decent damage, but we might not have the attack speed to actually, like, pull this off. Uh-oh, now I have a hat. I got 2 diamonds. Let me go ahead and upgrade these. I was actually planning on this, and I didn't get around to it because they weren't, I didn't have the diamonds at the moment. We're going to upgrade the Bramble Mitts and the Demon Hide to their elite forms so we get a little bit more defense out of both of them. Alright, so we are on players 8. Are we in players 8? Let's verify. We are in players 8. That's honestly very fast clear speed for players 8. I don't have any. I don't think I have any mana steal at all. I need to go put that mantled on. Did I put any points in HP? I didn't put any points in HP at all. Why are my stats so high? Did I forget to reset this guy's stats? I think I did forget to reset this guy's stats. Oof. I think if I reset him, I can just, yeah. I'll just reset him. Not a big deal. He only has one. Mr. NiNi, get out of the way of the stat points. Mr. Get out of the way of the stat points, sir. He only has 1,140 stat points, which is way too many. How many stat points is he actually supposed to have? That's the question. What is it? 93 or 92 times 5 plus 15? 92, I can't even remember. 92 times 5 plus 15. 475. So let's spend 400 and, well, I guess let's spend 475 of these points so we can get this correct. So first off, of course, let's go ahead and get his strength that he needs, which is pretty insane. Alright, he doesn't really need dex. I think that was where my attack rating was coming from, by the way, because my freaking dex was like way too high. By vitality. How many points have I spent so far? What's the... let me just subtract it real quick. So it was 1,140 minus 475. So 665 is my limit. Alright, let me go and put my points back in. Oh, somehow I messed that up. Oh well. Should be still alright. Fireclaw attack rating 2,646. I think I do need those attack rating charms after all, don't I? What was the number? I think I just passed the number of stat points that I'm available. So like that's pretty much it. I don't know, the amount of damage he outputs is kind of insane. He doesn't even really need Fissure for this build, because Fissure is just the duration of Armageddon, and the Armageddon duration works just fine. The mana cost on Fireclaws is, like, absolutely tiny. Like, it's not even really, like, important at all. Like, I'm noticing this. Doesn't even really have like a big deal. Let's test out the Phoenix and the Phoenix next. We'll play around with that. And I don't think really much changes between this build. You're pretty much still just keeping everything pretty much the same. I would like to throw that Mantled Heal in there so that I can have a little bit of mana steal. Let's go to River of Flame this time. Certainly doesn't have any problem killing anything, that's for sure. And this is Player's 8, which is pretty impressive for Player's 8, Dual Phoenix. Of course, to make Phoenixes, you need Vex, Vex, Low, Jaw. It's not exactly a cheap rune word. And for Dual Phoenix, you need Vex, Vex, Low, Jaw, Vex, Vex, Low, Jaw. You know. You need quite a bit there. That's a lot of Vexes, too. You need 2 Vexes per Phoenix, and you also need another Vex for your Flickering Flame, which is a grand total of 5 Vexes, 2 Jaw runes, 2 Low runes. Not cheap for sure, that's right. We also have, of course, double Phoenix. Double Redemption Aura. So we're running level 30 Redemption Aura at the moment, which is kind of insane. I don't really foresee too much of an issue with mana cost, actually, now that I think about it. Like, I probably could go back to the Stone of Jordan, because, I mean, why even worry about mana cost when I have dual redemption? As long as I'm killing targets, the dual redemption is going to keep my mana full, like, constantly. I shouldn't have any issue at all with mana or even HP, like lifesteal, because the dual redemptions is literally just going to freaking be insane. I mean, damage output on Player's 8 is very good. He's a little slow because he's a single target character, This isn't necessarily representative of that he's not a good character. Vengeance Paladins do the same kind of damage that Fireclaw Druids can do, and they have the same exact kind of a thing going on. It's like one-hit bops. You're running around bopping everything. You're literally just going bop, bop, bop. You know, bop, 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 bop. You're just bopping everything. That's your whole job in life. I mean, he could definitely be faster if I threw Treachery on real quick. Give myself a nice little 45% IAS. Let's see how that rolls. See if I manage to hit a new breakpoint. It definitely does look like I hit a new breakpoint. Hey, an Umrune. Too bad this is offline, where the points don't matter. So those were fire immunes. That's why I came here, because I wanted to test out fire immunities. Ooh, wow. That hurt. They got conviction or something? Where's all that damage coming from? Oh yeah, I mean, I've definitely, of course, you want to attack as fast as possible. That's one of the reasons why I made it in a phase blade in the first place. I don't even normally like phase blades, but they're negative 30%. So, and Druid does get better attack speed though with two-handed weapons. So you might be able to hit a higher breakpoint with a very nice two-handed weapon that he has bonuses to. I can't remember exactly all the weapons that that wolf and bears have faster breakpoints with. The bear is faster with Fireclaw than the wolf. Well, let's give it a try then, shall we? BPs? I need BPSs? What's a BPS? I don't know all these hip lingos, Kyle. I just like to play the game. I think that's why a lot of people come to my channel as well, because all the other channels are using all these crazy acronyms that nobody knows what the hell they are. I'm just over here actually saying the words. The BPs, the breakpoints. Yeah, I know. I haven't set up the character specifically for any like specific breakpoint. It's certainly uninterruptible though, which is nice. I don't know, damage output, I think the Earth Shifter was better. Like, I would definitely want to say the Earth Shifter was better DPS output than the Phoenix set. It certainly feels like I was killing a lot faster with the Earth Shifter. I didn't try the Shaled Earth Shifter, which probably would have been a hell of a lot better. I set him up super not tanky too. Like he said, this is the lowest HP werewolf I think I've ever played. I don't know. Both the builds do just fine. I don't really think there's even any more purpose in testing them out. I mean, they definitely have some fine tuning that could be done to make them a hell of a lot better. You could shoot for those specific breakpoints. I feel like, which is important with Fireclaw Druid because you can really spam out the attacks as quick as possible. But there's also other issues in play here. The whole goal with the Sunder Charms is obviously to break the immunities. And if you can't break the immunities, it doesn't matter if you're hitting those breakpoints, because then you have a whole bunch of monsters in the game that you're basically unable to kill because you're not breaking the immunities, right? I mean, you need a certain amount of negative enemy fire resistance, and without that negative enemy fire resistance, it's not going to work. The Phoenixes give you the negative enemy fire resistance, but there's no physical damage, whereas you could have physical damage with other weapons. The lack of physical damage does seem to be a little bit of a detriment, because I was killing things a hell of a lot faster with the Earth Shifter than I was with the dual Phoenixes, despite the fact that they have way more negative resistances. Yeah, I synergized the Firestorm on the Phoenixes. That was the goal. Well, the Reaper Wolf with a physical Sunder Charm will do even better now, which is pretty cool. I mean, grief is physical damage. At that point, you're splitting hairs. Like, the thing about the Sunder Charms is you're focusing on a specific element. So if you're a physical damage character, you're going to use the physical damage Sunder Charm. If you're a fire damage character, you can use the fire Sunder Charm. If you're a multi-element character, you're probably not going to have issues killing things anyway. Like, grief is a high physical damage weapon, and it doesn't really do anything for the Fireclaw Druid other than give you speed. Whereas other weapons like Earth Shifters and Phoenixes and things like that actually tie into the fire aspect of your character. And that's a choice in how you build your character. If you want to build your character multi-spec'd and multi-elemented, then that's perfectly fine. But if you're going to build your character as a fire damage character, like a Fireclaw Druid with Fire Armageddon, and you've got all these other like fire abilities, then you're going to want like negative fire resistance and all that to beef up those specific elements. I mean, I could totally see in the future maybe like some dual spec characters using two different Sunder Charms. But the problem is that to get the most out of a Sunder Charm, you have to build the negative fire resistance along with it. Otherwise, there's no use, and there's no point in even putting the Sunder Charm in your inventory if you're not going to build the negative fire res to go with it. Somebody said they were curious about my TNTs on. I don't even know if she still has equipment. Let me double check her real quick. I may have stripped her of all her equipment, unfortunately. She's missing her armor. She's missing a ring. And she still has some of her equipment. She has no torch. She has no Annie. I mean, maybe I can make this work. Be interesting to see how she performs now, though, that with a Sunder Charm. Like, obviously I don't have Sunder Charms online, so I can't test it. But my original intention was to make her a full Fires On. And never really did it, because obviously full Fires On before Sunder Charms was probably like the dumbest thing that you could have done. Because not only would you have not been able to kill everything, but you would have, gotten stuck in quite a few places in the game. But now, with this Sunder Charm, you actually could make a full TNTs on with Immolation Arrow. Build full into that tree. How would you get the negative enemy fire resistance, though? I mean, there's not a lot. Like, when you put a bow on, the problem with bows is that they consume both your shield and weapon slot. So if you're a fire boson, you're already in a situation where you can't put on a sword or a shield that has negative enemy fire resistance. So a J-mod shield is out of the question. Things like Hand of Justice or Phoenix weapons are out of the question. So you can't add negative enemy fire resistance on the character in the weapon or the shield slot, really. You could obviously use a Flickering Flame, which is going to be like the go-to for fire builds, which leaves the body armor slot. Like, that's all that's left. So it would have to be like a J-mod 4 fire faceted armor. Like, that's all you could do there. Because there's really like not a lot of other good options as far as negative enemy fire resistance. Can Hand of Justice actually be made in a bow? That's a good question. Hand of Justice does have negative enemy fire resistance, from what I remember, and the fire damage from the Holy Fire would add it to the explosion. It just says 4 weapons. It doesn't say whether or not it can be made in a bow. Usually it'll specify missile weapons or melee weapons, but I guess you could put it in a bow. Huh. So yeah, I guess an Exploding Arrows would be shooting for a Hand of Justice bow. That would be the ultimate weapon that she would use. Ignores target's defense, lifesteal, negative 20% enemy fire resistance, deadly strike. I mean, between Flickering Flame helmet for negative 15 and the Hand of Justice at negative 20, you're looking at a total of negative 35. With the Sunder Charm, you got 5% off as well because it brings it down to 95. So that's negative 40% from 100. And then you could potentially use a fire-faceted armor of some type. So you're looking at maximum either the J-mod armor, which is going to be, what, 20%? So 5, 10, 15, 20. So 20 plus 40. So maximum you're looking at negative 60%. If you could put a Hand of Justice bow, a 15% Flickering Flame, and a 4-socketed J-mod faceted armor, you're looking at negative 60% with the Sunder Charm. And then, of course, you're going to have to... you wouldn't have to worry about your resistances because Flickering Flame is going to shore up your fire res. You're just going to have to worry about all your resistances in general, like on a flat curve. I don't know. It could actually work, and it could work pretty well, to be honest. Negative 60% is enough that any monster that you break is definitely going to be a lot easier to kill. You're talking about, 40% fire resistant? So the maximum resistance that any monster will have versus you, if they're immune, is 40% fire. So you'll get even more than that versus monsters that are not 95% resistant. So if you come across a monster that's 0, they'll be down to negative 60. Or if they're at 20, it'll be at negative 40, and so forth and so on. So it actually would work out pretty nice. Very nice, actually. I've never actually put Hand of Justice in a bow before. I've never wanted to before, but now I do. Now I do actually want to put Hand of Justice in a bow and see what the hell it does. It has 280 to 330% enhanced, which if we look at like Wind Force is 250. So it's a lot higher than Wind Force's enhanced, but of course it doesn't also have the max damage increase. So the physical damage will be decent, but it won't be anywhere near as good as Wind Force's. We could of course make it in a +3 bow, so probably a Grand Matron bow. So we'd be looking at Suracham Am Low in a Grand Matron 4-socket with 15% IAS. And I think it could be fun to see how it rolls. I think it'd be very fun to see how it rolls. So let's do it real quick. Why not? Let us have some fun. This is my online TNT's on, and unfortunately, she's just not up for the challenge right now. She doesn't have the Sunder Charm, and there's no way I'm getting my hands on a dragon bow, like within a short period of time. So let's just open up a character and let's just build her real quick. I don't even think it's going to take that long. Let me actually grab a skilled fire boson. Copy. That way I can just use an already existing template. This is a character that already exists within the files. She's level 99. She already has her stat points put in. She has equipment already too, which we don't really need. She's using a +2 bow gloves. She's got a decent ring. She's got a Raven Frost. I mean, a lot of this is pretty common equipment. I probably wouldn't put Sandstorm tracks on her, so I'll take those off. She's got a High Lords, which, I mean, maybe that would be okay. She definitely doesn't need a Wind Force or an Eagle Horn. She doesn't need a G-Face. Fortitude is the wrong armor for her. For Dungo's Hardy Cord, I don't really know if that's a good choice. Let's go with unique items. Let's just grab her the +1 belt so she gets more plus to skills. Dang, you alright? You died? Don't die. Let's just grab Gore Riders. Honestly, Gore Riders fits in just about every build. Let's go ahead and grab the Flickering Flame helmet. I'm gonna have to make the Rune Word. I don't even think I have that in the I don't even think I have that in the set. So we'll just give her a Flickering Flame Demon Head. And she's got so much weird stuff in her inventory. I don't even know. Alright, we're going to have to import a base, because I don't even think I have the right base, so, or the right item. So let's just go ahead and grab Amazon class weapons, bows, elite, grand matron. It needs to be a 4-socket. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's go ahead and adjust the sockets real quick. Save clues. Let's grab a couple fire facets and put them in here. We're going to need at least 5 fire facets. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. She already has +2 bow skill gloves. That's good. What's up, Mob? How's it going, man? She might not necessarily need High Lords, but High Lords is an interesting amulet. I mean, let's just give her a, let's give her a Mara's. Just for safety reasons. I really don't like the fact that she has so many of these stupid max damage charms in here. I don't know who did this. This is silly. Get her some bow skillers. Alright, bow skillers it is. Miscellaneous bow skiller. Amazon bow skiller. Bink, 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 bink. I think there's these junk charms in here too. I mean, they're okay for certain builds, but not this particular character. Let's just grab her some life res charms. I don't even care. And then let's also grab her some fire charms. The highest fire damage charm that we can get. I think I have those in here. Fire damage small charm. There it is. Yep, that's it. Fire damage has a huge effect on exploding arrow, so we're going to put a couple of those in there too. I'm not really too interested in the mercenary. Like, I kind of want to see how the character performs. I don't want to see how the mercenary performs. Every time I put a really good mercenary in, the mercenary just ends up running around killing everything on his own. I don't really even understand. So it's just like, okay. 115 is not... it's 110. She's level 99. Okay, I think she's finished. We have the Hand of Justice bow. We need the Hand of Justice runes. That's right. We're just gonna go ahead and roll it. I'm not really too worried about like the exact stats on the item, because we wouldn't be able to roll this multiple times online. So we're not gonna be able to roll this multiple times offline and in the testing realm either. So whatever we get is whatever we get. I don't really have a second computer to dual box with Mob. Plus, there's absolutely no way in hell I would have the attention span to talk to you guys, play the game over here, monitor chat, check Discord, and do a second account at the same time. I don't know. I'd need like a little lackey to like mess around with the second account. And I'm not going to be playing around with bot programs, so that's outright. Alright. Let's copy this character in and let's see how she rolls. Boson, bo 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 boson, bee 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 bo, bee 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 bo boson, ba ba boo bee boo. It's a dangle bobo-zon, it's a bobo-zon. That's right, TNT. Dynamite, TNT. Gonna win the fight. Mr. NiNi is in control of the stream, Envy. You guys are unaware of this, but I'm actually just a mechanical puppet that Mr. NiNi has constructed. And Mr. NiNi is actually in charge of everything. Like, I'm just the puppet. He's actually controlling me and telling me to do this right now. And I'm not actually eating this Rice Krispie treat. It just goes into my mouth, and then it comes out the other end, and he eats it. If I'm a robot, how is it a human centipede, Psychonaut? Think about it more like a factory. Like my teeth chew it up, but it's not actually like digested or anything. There's no saliva. And then it just kind of goes on like a little conveyor belt, comes out the other end, and it's just kind of like mangled a little bit, but the chinchilla like, eats it just fine. Alright, let's roll this dragon bow, shall we? Sir. Boom, boom, cham. Boom, boom, am. Boom, boom, loop. Boom. Well, there we go. I rolled 286%, which is bottom tier. So I got a crappy roll. Why do I have no stat points? Oh, that's right, because all my stat points are dumped into vitality. What am I doing? I don't even know what I'm doing. There we go. Holy Fire has been obtained. Let's go ahead and get these skill points in. Boom. 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 And I think that's pretty much it. We can cap out our Pierce, or we can throw a couple more points into whatever we want. We'll figure it out as we go along here. Fire Thunder Charm. Let's go steal the Fire Thunder Charm and the steal the Fire Thunder Charm and the other thing from the peoples. It's muted. What are you talking about? You guys want to listen to me eat a Rice Krispie treat? Is that what's going on? Like, I literally, like, picked up a Rice Krispie treat, like, ate the Rice Krispie treat. You guys want to hear me eat the Rice Krispie treat? You're like, oh my god, he's muted. We can't hear him chew. Why can't we hear him chew? It's the highlight of the video. We want to see. Oh, Lord. ASMR junkies? Did I give her? I gave her a torch, right? She got a torch in it, Annie. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. How about this? How about that? You ready for this? How about that? That sound good? You like that? That's what you get. That's what you get for having weirdy weirdos. That's what you get.
Not here.
Alright, we need to put the Thunder Charm in here. I need my Fire Facet for my skin. I probably want to beef up Pierce a little bit. And my attack rating... Oh Lord, it's a lot of Firestorm. So loud all of a sudden. Hacker man's torch. Yeah, I got the 25% torch because all the old torches are still like littered throughout the files. What's up, hacker man? The freaking fire archers are legit evil. I don't know, it seemed like a bit much. It covers the entire screen and just starts murdering your frame rate. It does seem a bit much. Freaking multi-shot fire arrow dude down there. Showing me who's boss. He's like, oh, you got fire arrows? He goes, let me show you my fire arrows, buddy. He goes, let me show you mine. He goes, because mine are way better than yours. He goes, come look. Come look at these. You're an hour late, Ryan? Oh, no. You missed this fly Dragon Ball Z Goku jersey. That's right, gold and black. Looks really good. I like it. Oh, I didn't actually put any points into vitality. Probably would have been a nice idea to keep this girl alive. Let's go to River Flame. Oh yeah, let's also grab the, I'm kind of interested to see how this plays out with the art, with the J-mod plate instead of the arcanes. I mean, for P8, it's definitely not doing bad at all. Like especially when it hits multiple targets. Well, they're all spreading out. I'm sitting here trying to shoot them, and they're all like, everybody spread. She's got exploding arrows. Nobody stand next to each other. I was playing around with some Fireclaw druids, Earth Shifter druid, and like a dual Phoenix druid. We did like a little bit of theory crafting. Man, freaking Amazon has so much mana issues. Her whole life is mana issues.
I can't.
She got like the smallest mana pool, and she got like skills that just cost like ridiculously large amounts of mana. It's her whole life.
Hail to you, champion.
Hail to you, champion. What's up, Jamela? Jamela, you smell what's coming to you. Hello, oh Jamela, you smell I was pretty sure she has 6% mana steal on her ring, and she's using some ridiculously broken ring that was in the file. 6% mana steal, 10% life steal, 15 strength, 20 dex, 65 life, 15 lightning resistance, fire resistance, 10%, poison resistance, 25%. If you found that ring, you would cream your pants. I'm pretty sure that ring doesn't exist, by the way. Let's go somewhere with tons of fire immunes. Let's go to Stony Field. It's got tons of fire immunes. Fire immunes everywhere. Carver demons are all fire immune, right? Rockanishu's fire immune. Let's go. Come on, Rock. What's up, Rockapaka? Rockin' like a pocket, rockin' the issue. Got the rockin' issue coming at you hot. Rockin' issue everywhere, rockin' issue what? I'm kind of interested to see how Immolation Arrow does on a stationary target. Like Griswold. I mean, these are all fire immune monsters, and I'm actually killing them pretty quick. Spine Flame over here is definitely fire immune. He's super dead. Mind Venom the Grim, he's fire immune. That was a pretty quick kill for a fire immune monster. We got another one right here. Spirit Horn. Really weird name. Alright, here we go. Here's Grizzy. Let's try Grizzy with some Immolation Arrow. I'm kind of curious to see how this works on him. I need him to stay still, though. That's half the battle. Will you get out my frickin' grill? Honestly, it killed Griswold pretty fast. That was actually impressive. P8 Griswold has a lot of HP. He's not that easy to kill. Yes, I did envy, and that was and it was as I suspected. The numbers are placeholders. It was confirmed via this tweet from Pez Radar. We talked about it literally on the day that that patch came out, and we were talking about how they looked like they were guaranteed drops. But we also had speculated that that was not what the drops actually were, and that they were most likely just placeholders. And most of us pretty much assumed that they were placeholders, and it was pretty much determined that yes, they're placeholders. Those are not the real drop values. That's why I didn't make a video on it. I was 100% sure that those were not the real drop values. If I even suspected that those were the real drop values, you could be sure I would have had a video up in like 10 seconds. I mean, we did talk about it quite a bit on live stream on the patch day, so. Oh, well, let's go see how she does in the cow level, shall we? I always blow people's mind when I leave the game with items in my hand. So many people, I don't know why, so many people don't know that you can leave the game with an item in your hand. It's like I literally like tell somebody who's been playing Diablo for a really long time about it that doesn't know, and you blow their mind. Like, you can leave the game with an item.
Yes.
Y'all think I'm joking. You'd be surprised how many people don't know you can leave the game with an item in your hand. It's totally a thing. Alright, we actually, well, I don't know. Let's just play around with it, see how it goes. I mean, my kill speed in P8 cows is a little slow. It's not exactly as fast as I would like. I mean, I feel like this character would do just fine in P1 cows, P3 cows, but she definitely is doing a little bit of hack and struggle with the P8. A little bit of hack and struggle with the P8. She does have the nice exponential damage bonus or boost that the Freezing Arrowzon has. It's very similar to the Freezing Arrowzon, but there's issues. Like, she's not really dishing out the same kind of damage output that the Freezing Arrowzon is for some reason. It's lower. And on top of that, I'm noticing like an issue with the Immolation Arrow. Like, it doesn't really... Is it just me, or is it like not piercing as often or something? I mean, crowd control-wise, you can definitely tell that the Exploding Arrowzon has, like, absolutely none of the crowd control capability that the Freezing Arrowzon has. So in similar situations, the Freezing Arrowzon literally just, like, is the crowd control king. Like, can do whatever she wants, runs around, has complete domination over the battlefield, like, to the point of absurdity where she could just, you know, lock down targets almost completely. Whereas the Fire one, not so much, and I think the Fire one would probably have to rely on that Valkyrie a hell of a lot more than the Ice one. So if you were going to make a TNT-Zon, I think you're going to need to beef up your Valkyrie by quite a bit. You may have to sacrifice a couple skill points here and there to get her tanky enough so that she's not dying on a regular basis, which the Valkyrie can totally be, like, ridiculously tanky. Level 17 is the bare minimum that you want your Valkyrie to be for like her tankiness. Level 17 is when she gets her last piece of equipment, and that's that beefs up her tankiness by quite a bit. Here we go. We got another elite Warp Cloud. Let's try our Immolation Arrow on Warp Cloud. See if we can stack the damage up underneath his feet, you know, really roast our steak nice and juicy. We want well done steaks. That's what we're looking for. We don't care. Just well done, black, charred, just completely charcoal. We're looking for charcoal steaks, all right? What's up, Blackwell? I mean, don't get me wrong, this is P8. P8 is going to be slow for most characters. There are not a lot of builds in the game that can clear P8 with extreme effectiveness. She's doing fine. Like, she can clear P8 fine. It's not amazing clear speed, but she can clear P8 fine. If I were to swap this to, like, P3 or P1, she would just blow through everything, and it wouldn't even be an issue. Like, let me go, let me change this to P1 just for dramatic effect. And then we're going to go somewhere we haven't been before, because obviously we've already kind of activated this area at P8. Let me grab some arrows while I'm at it.
Oh, hi there.
And where should we go? Let's try somewhere new. Let's go to Crystalline Passage. Why not? So P1 Crystalline Passage. As you can see, like, she pretty much like one and two shots most monsters. Doesn't even really take very much, and if they're in a nice little cluster, she can literally one and two shot entire clusters. So, I mean, like, let's see if I can get a good cluster together. And they all died in one arrow. 2 arrows, 1 arrow, just everything dying off the screen, no big deal.
I can't carry anymore.
I mean, as you can see in P1, she does just fine. And honestly, I could bump this up probably as high as P5, and she would still demolish. It's really P8, I think, where she starts to struggle a little bit. Like, let's go up to P5 real quick. And I guess let's swap over to Ancient's Way, I guess. Ancient's Way probably is a better choice. Now that we changed the player count, we want to spawn a new zone. If you don't go to a new zone when you change the player counts, you kind of get like mixed results. Like you'll have some monsters at player 8 and some monsters at player 1 and some monsters at player 3. And like if you're swapping back and forth a lot, like they spawn in at the player count, and that's it. I mean, as you can see, even in players 5, she still does pretty well. What's up? Cold enchanted, stone skin, fire enchanted. The sound they make when they burn is like absolutely insane. That sound irks me. Does the sound that they make when they burn like irk anyone else? Like it happens with Bale too. I don't know if you guys have used like a firewall sorceress on like Bale before, but like when you burn Bale, like he literally just makes this insanely annoying sound effect as he burns to death, and each individual burn triggers the sound effect, and it's like and it just literally never stops until he dies. He literally just makes that noise forever until he dies. And these frozen creepers are making the same really annoying noise as they burn. And I don't even know why they need to do that. Like, why do they need to make that noise? Look, watch. You ready? Why? Why? Demon farts. That's the question. Demon farts. What do demon farts smell like? Probably terrible. I would imagine terrible. I would imagine very terrible. Like something crawled up in you and died. Like that's probably what it smelled like. Something crawled up in there, died. Sweet music. Oh, Keeper of the Chinchilla, can I have Mr. Nimoy back? I'm pretty sure he's gone tinkle. Or at least I hope he went tinkle. If not, he's going to go tinkle on my nice new Goku jersey. No, I don't want him to tinkle on my Goku jersey. I do not want him to tinkle on my Goku jersey. Oh yeah, speaking of ladder tomorrow. So ladder is tomorrow, obviously. If you're interested in joining our ladder group, you still have time. Bringer of the Chinchilla. Bringer of the Chinchilla. Why, hello, Mr. Knees. Did you go do the heckin' tinkles in your house, sir? Are you ready for some more streaming? We're going to be streaming a lot. Ladder Season 2, you got to go to work. We got works to do. We got works to do, Mr. Knee. Speaking of Ladder Season 2, if you want to sign up for our ladder team, you still have time. You need to agree to our kinship rules, though, so that's the whole thing. But if you want to join, you're going to have to join the Discord first, read the kinship rules, and the information on how to join our kinship is in there. And then once you join the kinship, we have a doc that you can sign up on. Basically, put your name down, what class you're going to build, etc. And we're going to arrange groups tomorrow. I'm gonna probably hop on maybe 2 to 3 hours before ladder starts, and we're going to be forming teams. The teams are going to be based on classes. So, like, we have a lot of paladins and sorceresses, so there's going to be a lot of paladins and sorceresses on each team, unfortunately, just because that's like one of the most popular classes. The more rare classes, like for instance, if we don't have a lot of barbarians, the barbarians are going to get spread through all the groups, you know, like butter over bread. So like 1 per group or 2 per groups, whatever number we have. Necromancers usually get 1 per group as well. There's probably not going to be a necromancer in my group because I'm going to be an ice zon and I don't want to have to like hear you cry that I'm killing all your corpses that you're going to be using, which which is totally going to be a thing. I'm going to be destroying all of your corpses, and yeah. We also have several kinship captains. So the kinship captains are probably going to be in charge of each in charge of a group themselves. So if you guys have never met our kinship captains before, we have quite a few, and when you join the kinship captain group, you will meet them. Why is my... There we go. The current kinship captains that we have are Deviant Brute, Elemnist, who is a brand new kinship captain this season. We have Jack. Jack is a reluctant kinship captain who doesn't really take his role seriously, but he is a captain nonetheless. We have Soundwave, who is our console kinship captain. So if you are on a console and you want to join our kinship and you want to like try and get a group running, Soundwave is in charge of our console faction. We also have Squiddy, and then Onyx, who's been with us like literally since the beginning. And we also have a moderator on Discord. He's not one of our kinship captains, but he's a moderator. His name's Bruno. So you know you can get in touch with a lot of us, depending on whether you want to join the kinship or not. If I'm not online, a lot of us can help you out. And even if you don't want to join our ladder groups, and even if you don't want to join our kinship, we still have a lot of people in Discord. So, you know, you might want to hop into the Discord anyway, and, you know, so that you can communicate and maybe form groups with the people who don't want to be in the kinship. We also do giveaways a lot, like swap games. So what we do is, like, during our, you know, ladder session, we're going to be swapping items in between groups. So we're going to have a lot of groups. There's actually, I think right now there's 6 groups or 7 groups total that we're going to be forming, because we literally have enough people to form at least 6 groups. And so, you know, every now and then, as we're leveling up, we're going to stop. We're going to make a swap game, and everybody's going to hop into the swap game. We're going to drop items on the ground that we don't need. We're going to pick up items that we do need, and then when we're finished, after we've gone through all the, you know, the stuff, we're going to open the swap game up to people in the Discord who are, you know, not part of the kinship, and you guys can come in and pick through the leftovers. And a lot of the times, there's actually pretty good leftovers, believe it or not. But early ladder, I wouldn't count on good leftovers early ladder, because everybody needs everything early ladder. But as the ladder progresses, we'll definitely have more and more valuable items left over in the swap games as time goes on. Stone to field. I mean, a little bit of diversity never hurts, Envy. I mean, unless that's just your favorite character, and, you know, you just want to play that character because it's your favorite character. I mean, that's a thing. It's totally a thing. Let me go drop these 35k items off at the bank. 35k in the bank. 35k in the tank. 35k in the bank. 35k in the tank. Don't even have to identify. Look, it's already 35k. 35k in the bank. 35k in the tank. I'm not sure about the vortex shield. I think it's 35k. Aha, my instincts are correct. Yes. 35k in the bank. 35k in the bank. 35k in the bank. 35k in the bank. Do. What kind of assassin did you play, Envy? Because you could always play a different assassin. You don't have to play that specific one. Maybe you know, if you played a trap assassin, maybe you could do a martial arts assassin or you know, something of that nature. I don't know. Doesn't always have to be like the same assassin. I actually played around with the Dragonflight assassin. An assassin that used Dragonflight as her main ability. It was actually really fun. You're literally just teleporting around all over the place. Ever since they fixed that ability, it definitely works a hell of a lot better. Trap assassins are awesome, but if trap assassin is what you made last time, maybe try something else. Try a kicker. Try a phoenix. Try a blade. Blade Fury assassins are very fun. Now, I wouldn't necessarily recommend doing a Blade Fury assassin as a ladder starter because it's a very gear dependent character, and you may find yourself lacking. If you can get your hands on a Cleglaws set, so Cleglaws is only a 3-piece set, and it's actually really good for the Blade Fury Assassin early ladder. Like, if you can get your hands on a Cleglaws early ladder, then you're set. But if you can't, you're going to have a really hard time on a Blade Fury Assassin otherwise. Oh, Superior Mage Blade. 296 with 15% enhanced. It's not a bad Enigma base. Anybody need an Enigma base? You have to Larzik it, by the way. It will Larzik to 3 sockets. Mage Plate's max sockets is 3. You know what? Let's do something fun. You guys want to do something fun? You guys are gonna get a sneak peek at my video that's coming out tomorrow. All right, I gotta go to the restroom, so I am gonna put my video on that's coming out tomorrow. So this video is for tomorrow at 7 a.m. in the morning. All right, so you won't see this video until tomorrow at 7 a.m. in the morning. But I think it would be funny if I put the video on right now, just for you guys, for a laugh. Exclusive premiere. Yes, I like that. That sounds good. Exclusive premiere. If I even have it. Do I even have it? Oh, I never made a thumbnail for this either. I need to make a thumbnail for this video. I totally forgot about that. Maybe I'll do that while you guys are watching it. That's right, you guys are VIPs. Alright, here we go. Bink. Bink. Let me get this set up right, okay? Let me get this set up real snazzy so it looks all beautiful. We need it to look beautiful. This is a premiere. That's right, a double premiere. Hello guys and gals, and welcome. Today is ladder launch day, or at least it should be, because that's when I scheduled this video for release. Should be around 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning EST. And the reason why I released this video so early is because I wanted you all to get a kind of like a reminder, a little checklist of what you need to be prepared for ladder season 2. And some of them are silly, and some of them are actually quite serious, and you might need to take them to heart. But let's start with number 1 on the list, which is, have you decided what class you want to play? Now, this is a pretty big decision, and it's going to greatly affect the gear opportunities for your character. A lot of people don't consider this. They're just like, I want to play a paladin, or I want to play a sorceress. But then they get into the game and they realize, well, everybody's playing a paladin and a sorceress, and getting a hold of paladin and sorceress equipment is next to impossible. And trying to get a paladin torch or a sorceress torch or anything like that can sometimes take you a very long time to actually obtain. Whereas, if you were playing a less popular class, like for instance a druid, you would be able to get a torch for relatively nothing, and most druid equipment would literally just be tossed at you because it is one of the least popular classes. And so choosing a less than the maximum popular class character can actually be quite an advantage in ladder because it gives you the ability to obviously build a character stronger than the others are. If a sorceress is struggling to get her hands on an Oculus and struggling to get her hands on, you know, a Tal Rasha's equipment or struggling to get her hands on a sorceress torch and so forth and so on, that doesn't affect you. And when you find a Tal Rasha's amulet as a druid, you can trade that for literally like all the equipment in the world that might necessarily deck out your character way better than that sorceress is ever going to be able to early ladder. And that's one of the beautiful things about picking a character that is not necessarily the most popular as far as ladder is concerned, because you end up getting pretty much all of the equipment that goes for that character. Necromancers tend to be among that list as well. So druids, necromancers, sometimes like bow Amazons mainly, especially bow Amazons because you get lots and lots of bows. Nobody wants to use the bows unless they're a bow Amazon, so every single bow goes to you. So you get your pick of like any bow that you want. Especially if you're in ladder groups. This is also important for ladder groups because obviously in ladder groups there's going to be a lot of paladins, there's going to be a lot of sorceresses. Now if you pick a paladin or sorceress, you need to know what you're getting into. You're getting into a build, a character that is going to stress you out as far as gear is concerned. You're not going to be able to find a paladin or a sorc torch like immediately unless you happen to luck into it and you find it yourself on your first Uber run. But trading for it is going to be excessively expensive, especially early ladder, where everything is excessively expensive. But, you know, when you're talking about characters that are lesser used, like the necromancer, the druid, or the assassin, a lot of that equipment ends up being far less valuable, and you can usually end up trading some of those choicer paladin or sorceress pieces that you find, like I said, for just about anything you want. Number 2 on the list, have you decided what build you want to play? Now, this might not seem like it's extraordinarily important, but the truth is it kind of is. What character, what class, what build you start as can have a very strong effect on, like, how you end up performing in the ladder overall. How long it takes you to get to hell difficulty, how long it takes you to level up your character, how long it takes you to actually, you know, deck out your character in good equipment. And all of this usually comes down to, you know, have you chosen the right build for your character? Now, I have quite a few videos going over each individual character and talking about the builds that are best for those. And if you'd like to check those out, there's still time. But if you choose the wrong build, you can struggle. You'll really struggle. Generally, the rule that I like to use is there's 2 different kinds of builds in the game. Okay? There are skill-based builds and there are equipment-based builds. All right? Equipment-based builds are builds that require specific pieces of equipment or many specific pieces of equipment to work properly. And equipment-based builds are usually the worst to choose for a ladder starter character. Skill-based builds are generally builds that focus more on the skills themselves and less on the equipment that you're using. A really good example of this is a Summon Necromancer. Summon Necromancers can be practically naked. In fact, they can be naked, and they can still make it all the way to Hell difficulty with relative ease. And it has to do with the fact that they are mainly skill-based characters. Whereas a character like a Barbarian, who is running, say, Frenzy or Double Throw or something along those lines, is more of an equipment-based character. And if he doesn't have good weapons, if he doesn't have good equipment, he can do actually really poorly. And so picking a specific build for a character can be a huge detriment or a boon, depending on what you've chosen. Take, for instance, a Paladin. A Zeal Paladin early on is actually a very poor choice because Zeal Paladins tend to be very equipment-based. However, if you were to pick a Holy Fire Paladin early on, Holy Fire is a very skill-based effect, a very skill-based, damage type. And so you can utilize that with something like Zeal and to greater effect early on in the game to get, to get yourself moving up the ladder. Now, eventually, you will find equipment. Eventually, you will be able to deck out your characters. But the thing is at the very beginning, it's not easy. And a lot of this, especially if you're solo, can be next to impossible in solo self-found because you just don't have the equipment you need to make the equipment builds work. But the skill-based builds, those are the kings of early ladder. Everything that has to do with skill-based damage is usually the most important. Very few classes don't have any skill-based damage types. Most of them have at least one or two different builds that they can use that are highly skill-based. The Paladin, for instance, has Holy Fire, Holy Shock, Holy Freeze. The Sorceress, of course, is entirely skill-based, just about. The Amazon has things like Freezing Arrow, has Exploding Arrow, and Lightning Fury, which are all very skill-based, as well as Charge Strike. We would want to generally avoid things like a pure Zeal build or a pure Impale build or a pure Fend build. Those things are going to be more equipment-based, and you could do those later on, but not quite as easy in the early term. So definitely, number 2, make sure you've picked a particular build that you want to play. Find something that will actually work early ladder. And if you do find the equipment to change into an equipment-based build, then by all means do it. But early ladder, you're best off playing a build that is skill-based. Number 3, this is a very important one, extremely important, so pay attention. Do you have snacks and drinks ready? You guys might not even think of this one. Some of you might not, but it's still only 8 o'clock in the morning EST, and you can totally still go get these. So you might want to do it. Head over to the store, pick up some snacks that you can eat. Don't get like super junk food snacks, but maybe get some like beef jerky. Beef jerky is actually pretty healthy for you. It's very dry, very protein based, not a lot of sugar. There's actually some sugar-free varieties too, although they're kind of disgusting. Get some drinks, water, get some maybe some juices or something that's gonna be healthy. Eat a little bit of vitamin C and various other things. You can obviously get some energy drinks too, but I wouldn't advise chugging those too much. You'll feel like crap after a couple hours. But definitely have some snacks ready. Maybe some things like some mixed nuts or. My favorites, I got some Old Trapper peppered beef jerky. This kind of stuff is going to keep you going, and it's going to help you, continue after those many hours go by. Our first ladder day that we were doing ladder, I think we were like 18 hours into ladder, and we still hadn't slept. And I think I took like a little nap. It was like a 4-hour nap. Went right back at it again. Number 4, have you told all your loved ones you will be unavailable for the foreseeable future? This is kind of a joke, but it's also kind of serious too. You're going to be playing ladder for a while, and you might want to actually let them know. Hey, this is like my Super Bowl. Explain it like that. Like, this is my Super Bowl. This is my Super Bowl weekend. We're gonna be playing games all weekend. We're gonna be having a blast. We're gonna be chatting. We're gonna be talking. We're gonna be busting ass. And if you explain it that way, most people will understand. Because even if they don't understand what Diablo 2 Resurrected is, they will at least understand what the Super Bowl is usually, and they understand that it's a big deal, right? And so equating it to the Super Bowl for your loved ones will at least explain to them that this is something exciting for you. This is something that you would like to do. This is time well spent for you because this is your entertainment. And of course, when the Super Bowl is over, normal life will resume for the most part. And give your family kisses and hugs goodbye because you won't see them for a little while. Number 5, have you studied up on easy ladder starter tips, like quick ways to make early gold, or best builds for starter characters with no gear? As we talked about earlier, picking a build for your class is definitely important because that build can, of course, drastically affect how well that character is going to be able to do early on, because you're very skill-based versus equipment-based. And I have videos on literally all of this, by the way. If you check out my channel, I have a video on every single class with literally a Pokeball. I'm not even joking. They're literally just called, like character, blank character, I choose you. And they have a big old Pokeball on the front. And the whole entire purpose of these videos is to go over each class and essentially allow you guys to figure out how to, you know, like which build that you would particularly want to play. So these are the videos that I currently have right here, and I have Druid I choose you, Paladin I choose you, Assassin I choose you, Barbarian I choose you, Sorceress I choose you, and of course also Necromancer I choose you. And if you check out these videos, you will find that I have tons of information in there about specific class builds that you can choose for, you know, your particular class that you've chosen. Things that are very effective in their own ways. Now, there are also some easy ladder starter tips that I can give you on how to make gold. This is actually a pretty easy one, and I'm going to show you guys this real quick. So if you are playing a character early ladder and you want to make gold, there are actually two very, very, very effective ways to make gold early ladder. And I need to go to normal difficulty to show you this, actually. Now, the beautiful thing about this trick is that any character can do it. And not only can any character do it, but it is exceedingly amazing in the amount of extra gold that you can make by doing this. And let me go ahead and put these runes back in here. Alright, so the first method requires chipped gems. And this is actually a really easy method. And basically what you need is you need 3 chipped gems of any type. It doesn't matter. And what you're going to do is you're going to go to the shop and you're going to purchase specifically a 0 value magical wand. You could also use staves, you could use several items, but you're going to purchase basically a 0 value item. So let's find the lowest magical, it has to be magical by the way, the lowest magical wand that we can possibly find. And we need one that has like a ridiculously low cost. 2,786 isn't bad, so let's go ahead and choose the Tangerine U wand. And then what we're going to do is we're going to take this Tangerine U wand and we're going to put it in the cube with 3 chipped gems. And when we transmute it, it is going to re-roll the wand and add a socket. And when it re-rolls the wand, it will get different skills. So right now we've got +2 Bone Spear, +1 Life Tap. Now that's actually a pretty good combination. And we're going to take that over to Act 5. Of course, you can do this in any act or any difficulty, by the way, and you can get more gold for it, obviously, in later difficulties. But we're going to only do normal difficulty for right now, just to show you. And if we take this wand that was only worth 2,376, now it is worth 25k. Just like that. 3 chipped gems and a magic wand of any type. And you re-roll it, and granted, sometimes when you re-roll it, you will not get the full value of the item. But 25k in the bank, 25k in a bank, 25k in the tank. Now, you can also have another interesting way to get a pretty large amount of money early on, and gold can actually be extremely useful early on because you can get yourself all sorts of things, gamble items, buy yourself equipment for your mercenary. I mean, there are tons of things that gold can get you. So this is another one that is actually extremely easy, and when you are playing through normal difficulty, Act 1, you're going to collect every single dagger, and you're going to collect every single axe. It doesn't matter what dagger or what axe you collect. It can be a axe, it could be a hand axe, it can be a large axe, it could literally be any of the axes. And any of the daggers, including dirks, also count in this. And what you're going to do is you're going to take those items and you're going to put them into the cube. So I'm going to grab an axe right now. You could even purchase these from the shop, by the way. And just for you know, demonstration purposes, let me actually show you. So the value of that particular dagger, the one that I purchased, was next to nothing, right? So if I can actually sell these back to the shop and show you. Bink, bink, bink. So the total value of this dagger is 43. The total value of this axe is 289. Okay, so 43 plus 289, it's like 350, right? 350 gold. You put these two inside the cube and you transmute them, and it will give you a stack of throwing axes. The throwing axes are worth anywhere between 800 to 1,200 gold a pop. And you can do this for every dagger and every axe that you find, converting them into, obviously, a gold revenue source, which means that you basically make anywhere between 600 to 900 gold. It's because it does vary depending on how much the quantity of the stack gets. So if you end up with one that has a higher quantity, you end up with more gold. If you have a lower quantity like mine, which is 31, you end up with less gold. And you can continue doing this over and over again until you end up with a pretty large amount of gold. And in combination with the chip gem method, which I just showed you, doing this, even buying it from the shop, you can actually make a pretty decent amount of gold by selling these to the shop. And before you know it, you'll have enough gold to gamble with. You'll have enough gold to deck out your mercenary. You'll have enough gold to even share with your friends and repair your equipment and literally buy yourself things that you wouldn't otherwise normally be able to purchase. And these two methods, along with some others that I have in other videos that I have, could definitely net you a large amount of gold early on that would help you on your ladder journey. Having a huge amount of gold early on can be a huge benefit to a character or a group, because you're going to need a large amount of gold to fuel things like purchasing arrows, purchasing potions, purchasing mana potions, which are going to be pretty ridiculous for those sorceresses early on that are just chugging mana potions by the thousands, as well as purchasing bases. So you may need to purchase, for instance, like 2-socket armors to put your stealth in, 2-socket armors for the stealth for your mercenary, and so forth and so on. And so having just these nice little ways that you can create gold, literally just create gold out of thin air, is definitely very useful. Number 6, have you signed up for a ladder team? So this is something that I would recommend for you guys and gals out there. Maybe if you're not like specifically planning on this, maybe you're just going to go into it single player. Ladder teams can be really, really effective. Earlier when we talked about having a skill-based versus an equipment-based build, in a ladder team is less of a big deal. Because when you are in a ladder team, you have the ability to compensate for each other's weaknesses. For instance, one paladin could be running Conviction, which could help out all the sorceresses that are running elemental damage. Or the necromancer could be using an army, which your group can essentially hide behind, which is going to make your group much stronger as a result, because they can focus more on damage and less on trying to defend themselves. And there are hundreds, if not thousands, of ways that groups can effectively, mesh together in an amazing way to make each other stronger. And if you are planning on joining a ladder team, get it done. We have a ladder team also, if you'd like to join our Discord, which is actually number 7. Have you joined a Diablo 2 Resurrected Discord? This is actually very important because, there are a lot of things that you can get done in a Diablo 2 Resurrected Discord. And you don't necessarily have to join mine. There are lots of them out there. I have some linked in my description that go to some of the bigger and more popular ones. And in those, you can trade items, you can find friends, you can join clans. You can of course in my Discord specifically, you can join my kinship, and inside my kinship we actually have a ladder launch team, and all you have to do is agree to the kinship rules and let somebody know, and you're in. And basically, we are going to be pushing this ladder together as a kinship. And right now we probably have like 6, maybe even 7 groups worth of people for this particular ladder, so this is going to be pretty exciting. And having a Discord and a ladder team is definitely going to make this a lot easier, because the thing is that in Diablo, a lot of the times you will find items that are not really necessarily very good for you, and that's sort of the rub, right? Well, if you're in a group, then every time a necromancer item drops, it's going to go to the necromancer. Every time a paladin item drops, it's going to go to the paladin. And every time a sorceress item drops, it's going to go to the sorceress. And so you have this very neat ability inside of a group to be able to share and beef up all members of the group with everything you find, as opposed to the ladder, which is, hey, I found this really cool item, but it's not for me. Let me see if I can trade it. Oh, that guy's trying to rip me off. He's not going to give me what I want. Well, he doesn't have what I need anyway, so I don't even want to trade with him. He's just going to trade me something else that I don't want. And it gets kind of complicated. But when you're in a group, you just share everything with each other. You know, like you're specifically going to give every single item that belongs to those classes to those classes. Now, we do eventually find items that are obviously more universally sought after, like jaw runes and burr runes. And what we usually do with those is we put them in an item, like we make a Chains of Honor or an Enigma or something of that nature, and then we raffle it off to the group so that, you know, it kind of avoid that situation where, you know, where everybody's fighting over one specific item. But hopefully this has been helpful to you guys out there for my 7 tips, a checklist on are you ready for ladder. All of this is definitely very important for your ladder start. And, you know, once you've got it all checked off and you're ready to go, well, you know, I'll join you there at 5 p.m. PDT, which I believe is 8 EST. And I'll probably be streaming before then, getting the teams ready. Because I got a lot of work to do beforehand. I've got to get all the ladder teams set up. I've got to make sure that everything is distributed right within the groups. And we also have some kinship captains, which will probably be taking over a couple of the groups, you know, as far as leadership is concerned. And, you know, even then, like, we're going to be playing all day, probably all night, into the morning. And probably a little bit further past that. So we shall see. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when it's just me ranting for 21 minutes about ladder starter tips. And you still have time. You still have time to catch up and do a little bit of research. Check out the Sunder Zone, the Sunder Charms. Check out the Terror Zones. Check out you know, some ladder starter tip videos and get yourself ready. And as always, thanks for watching and keep watching. Hey. So, yeah. I know that I literally just left you guys for like 20 minutes. But apparently one of the indoor cats got out. One of the indoor cats, which is absolutely useless outdoors. I mean, I might as well tell you guys a funny story before I leave you guys for like the next 20 minutes while I try and chase down a cat. But, literally, this cat goes into, like, these catatonic states. Like, I've never seen a cat actually do this before. I thought it was just a myth that cats go into catatonic states. That literally, like, that was just something that, like, people made up. But no, this cat literally goes into catatonic states. Like, he will get out, and then, like, he'll go underneath the house, and then he just, like, spazzes. And he's just like this. And nothing you do. Snaps, clicks, pops, sounds, smells, nothing you do breaks this cat out of his catatonic state. He's just... So apparently he went underneath the house. So I'm probably going to have to crawl underneath the house. And I'm going to have to get him. But, like, literally, I'll crawl under there and I'll literally pick him up. It's the stupidest thing ever. His name is Bobby Kitten, by the way. If you guys have never seen Bobby Kitten, he's cute as the dickens. You know what? I'm gonna give you guys some homework before I leave. How about that? You guys want some homework? Actually, you know what? Why not have something up on the screen? Yes, you guys. You know what? Have a cute kitty. How about that? I'm gonna give you guys a cute kitty video. How about that? You guys, if you guys have never seen the Bobby Kitten video, this is literally the cat that I have to go under the house to get. This is literally him, okay? You guys can watch the Bobby Kitten video real quick while I go get the Bobby Kitten, okay? I'll be right back. This is literally when he was a little tiny kitten. We had just rescued him. Azurewrath. So on today's unique items, we're going to be covering an interesting one, that's for sure. Now this particular item has, as you can hear, the Sanctuary Aura, which is very, very nice. The Sanctuary Aura is a aura that gives a lot of damage to undead and actually works not quite the way it's supposed to. So if you hold your mouse over Sanctuary, you'll see that it says damage to undead plus 420%, magic damage 44 to 54. Well, it doesn't work just simply as a bonus damage to undead. It actually breaks the immunities of the monsters, which is very interesting. And if an undead monster is immune to physical, it actually reduces their physical resistance, and it's very cool. I thought you wanted to get down. Oh, come on back then. He literally jumped down earlier, and I would, yes, okay, I see you. You're very cute. You are very cute. I don't know what you want, but you're very cute. We rescued him recently from the parking lot. Somebody abandoned him. And he's a very cute kitty. He's very cute. I gave him some cat food. Oh, okay, all right. I see. You're gonna beat me up. All right, lay down and be good. Lay down. Lost my entire train of thought. So let's look at this item from the get-go, shall we? So we have 113 to 128 damage at level 85. Which is relatively low, especially if you consider something like a Breath of the Dying Axe has 162 to 478. The top end of this weapon doesn't even come close to the bottom end of the Breath of the Dying. However, this item does have a massive damage bonus to undead, and this massive damage bonus to undead is very significant. This item can also come in handy in the Uber area because Sanctuary Aura will knock back all the monsters around you that are undead, and the majority of the monsters in that zone are undead, with exception to the Pit Lords. The Pit Lords, I think, are the only ones that are not undead. Be good. And stop jumping on my keyboard. Look, you little kitty. Look, you little kitty. Learn the rules. That's right. Sit down and be good. That is the cutest thing I've ever seen, and I'm going to have to bring the camera down. Oh, no, wait. No. He's not going to stay. He just came and sat on my little board. This entire video has been derailed. I don't know what he's trying to do, but he's breaking everything. What are you doing, little kitty? Get off the keyboard. Get off the keyboard. I'm trying to make a video. Don't be all cute. I'm trying to make a video. You came up here with me. I see your little kneading paws. Here, sit up here on the top of this thing, like a chinchilla. That's right. Be a good chinchilla. Or go down here, sir. He said, don't tell me what to do. He said, don't tell me what to do. That's staying in the video. I don't even care. If you watch this, you came here for an Azurewrath video, you got an Azurewrath video and a kitty. Where was I? Sanctuary Aura. That's right. So Sanctuary Aura will knock back most of the monsters in the Uber areas, as well as it will knock back most monsters in pretty much Chaos Sanctuary, because most of the monsters in Chaos Sanctuary are also undead. Let me go to Canyon of the Magi here real quick, and we'll play around with some of the undead monsters, and I'll show you how the effect works and how useful it can be. Now, granted, it only works against undead. As you can see, none of these monsters are undead, and they are completely unaffected. But when we go into the tomb over here, and the majority of the monsters are in fact undead, you will notice that they are knocked back from us. Damage is dealt to them, and in general, the effect is very beneficial to us because it keeps the monsters away from us. Oh, and in normal difficulty, it will outright kill a lot of the undead monsters. I forgot I was in normal difficulty. Let's remake this in hell difficulty, shall we? He always gets down, and then instantly, as soon as he gets down, he wants to come back up. It reminds me of the chinchilla that goes in my shirt, and then instantly wants to come back up. Can't make up his mind. Now, Azurewrath doesn't do a massive amount of physical damage, but it does do a massive amount of elemental damage. And we're going to cover that in just a second here after I show you the the effect against the non super easy to kill monsters. But as you can see, this is hell difficulty, and it's still doing a pretty significant amount of damage. And you got to ask yourself, well, you know, that's actually not bad, right? So many beetles. Trying to show off the undead killing aspects of this. As you can see, the knockback effect is really quite powerful. It keeps the monsters away from you extremely well, and unless it's a ranged monster like one of these, it's going to do a pretty nice amount of I want to call it crowd control. I think that's the easiest way to call it. Let's just call it crowd control. And crowd control is absolutely amazing for Uber area because, of course, they're constantly and never-endingly spawning these monsters on you on a regular basis. And this is a pretty big deal. So we also have +1 to all skills, which is very, very nice. And that +1 to all skills, of course, is welcome on any weapon. Because when a weapon doesn't have it, you know, you miss it. We have 30% increased attack speed, which is definitely very nice because this is already an extremely fast weapon, being a phase blade. So with 30% IAS on it, it actually attacks surprisingly fast. We have a variable enhanced damage of 230 to 270% ED. As you can see, mine spawned with 267%, so not bad. I'm was that 3 or 4% off from max? 7, 8, 9, 10, yeah, 3%. So pretty decent roll on the Azurewrath there. I also have a adds damage of 250 to 500 magic damage. Now, magic damage is extremely powerful, and it's a lot more than its rated value. Because right below, you see that we have 250 to 500 cold damage added as well. Well, if I had to compare that 500 cold damage and the 500 magic damage to each other, I would definitely say that the 250 to 500 magic damage is probably worth 2 to 3 times as much as the cold, because most monsters do not have any resistance to magic damage. So when you think about cold damage, you have to like reduce the amount of cold damage that's actually being done, because when you go up against a monster that's 50% cold immune or 75% cold immune, you know, this is the kind of thing that really takes that 500 cold damage and brings it down to some really relatively low numbers. But the 500 magic damage doesn't really get those resistance issues. So you're going to apply 250 to 500 magic damage a lot more than you're going to apply 250 to 500 cold, because the 250 to 500 cold is going to be reduced by 75, 50, maybe even 95% resistances in a lot of cases. We also have attributes, which varies from +5 to +10. Mine rolled +6. So not the greatest. One from the bottom, but I'm happy with the ED, though. That was actually kind of nice. And we also have +3 to light radius. Because this is a phase blade, and phase blades are phase blades are indestructible by nature, the phase blade unfortunately cannot spawn as a ethereal. So you're not going to find an ethereal phase blade. Ethereal Azurewrath phase blade at that. So do keep that in mind. And When it comes to this particular item, I feel like the main use of this particular item is to bypass immunities. The really large magic damage, the really large cold damage, and the increased attack speed allows you to apply those elements very quickly. You have to imagine in your mind that when you have an elemental damage attack that is being applied to a weapon, no matter what the speed of the weapon is, whether it's the slowest weapon in the world or the fastest weapon in the world, it's still the same amount of damage. So having an extremely fast weapon like a phase blade with 30% increased attack speed on it is going to allow you to apply that 500 magic and that 500 cold damage with ruthless efficiency. We also have the Sanctuary Aura, which is going to allow you to bypass the resistances, the physical resistances of any monster that is undead, and that is also extremely powerful. So when you go to an area like Chaos Sanctuary also has a large number of undead, and those undead will also be affected by the Sanctuary Aura. There are other items in the game that give Sanctuary Aura, like Lawbringer. Lawbringer is one of them. And as you can see, absolutely no problem here fighting the monsters in hell difficulty with a well-equipped paladin. I'm using Vengeance skill, by the way, not Zeal. If I was using Zeal, I imagine this would work even better. You know what, let's, just for the time being, let's swap over. I said let's swap over. As you can see, extremely fast, even without Fanaticism Aura. So, no Fanaticism Aura, no ridiculously high amounts of increased attack speed on my equipment. I'm not using a High Lords. I'm using 20% gloves. I'm not using a Nosferatu's Coil. I'm not using a Treachery. And as you can see, this phase blade, this Azurewrath phase blade, is an extremely fast weapon, even without any of those modifiers. Now, the only two increased attack speeds that I'm currently running are the gloves, and I have a 15% IAS jewel in my shield. So apart from what's actually on the Azurewrath phase blade, I've got practically nothing else. And the little kitten is back to say hello to me. What do you want, little kitten? I heard that. Now the Azure. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, and keep watching. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Unique Items. Today we're going to be looking at another request, which was requested by one of my fans, and it is the Headstriker Battle Sword. It's a very good sword to request because right now we have a lot of buffs which are going on to the Barbarian Mercenary, involving giving him things like Battle Cry, increasing his damage and HP and things like that, which make him a very powerful ally. And the Headstriker Battle Sword is actually the best weapon that you can put on a Barbarian Mercenary as far as damage is concerned, bar none. There are other choices, obviously, as far as utility, but if you're looking for damage, this sword even beats Grief. And we will go over why it beats Grief together. So right off the bat, when we look at this particular sword, you will notice that it has a relatively okay damage of 40 to 184. And of course, we are level 99, so we do need to keep that in mind as we go further. We also have a dex and strength requirement of 43 and 92, which is not really that high. 43 dex is relatively low, and 92 strength most characters have by the time they hit level 39, which is the level requirement of this sword. It's a fast attack speed sword, and it unfortunately does not have any increase to attack speed, which is a little bit of a downside. It has a 150% enhanced damage, which is static. It does not change. It also has a bonus to maximum damage based on character level of 1 point per level up to 99, which is pretty amazing. We also have a 1.5 per character level deadly strike of 148% at level 99. So what this means is that at a relatively low level, you're going to hit the cap of 100%, which is pretty darn sweet. But at level 30. At level 39, when you can utilize this item, obviously we're going to be looking at, what is that, 39 times 1.5, so you're looking at, what is that, 60% Deadly Strike? About 60% Deadly Strike, which is not bad at all. Deadly Strike is the chance to do double damage, and it does stack with Critical Strike. Not, 2 times plus 2 times equals 4 times, but it does stack in the way that if Critical Strike fails, Deadly Strike will roll and see if it can succeed. So it does actually increase the probability that you will end up with 2 times damage. But here's the interesting thing, is that at a certain level, you don't even need Critical Strike anymore. So the 148% Deadly Strike means you're always dealing double damage, no matter what, which is freaking nuts. And this, combined with other effects, actually make this the best weapon for a Barb Merc, and we'll go over that. Now, for the Barb Merc, you would need the Ethereal version. So as you can see, the Ethereal version is rocking 60 to 226, has a little bit lower strength and dex requirements of 33 dex and 82 strength, which is not bad. And overall just is a higher damage weapon. Unfortunately, it doesn't have any kind of indestructibility or repairs durability mechanic, so the Ethereal version is not too useful for players. Now, this item can be upgraded, and this is where things get interesting. So if we take this item and we throw this into the cube with a Pull Rune, a Lum Rune, and a Perfect Emerald, we will get a much higher damage item. So we've got 40 to 184, 43 dex, 92 strength, level 39. Into a Conquest Sword with 92 to 231 damage, 112 dexterity, and 142 strength, with a level requirement of 65, which isn't even that bad. At level 65, and you put this on a Barb Merc, he's really going to be slapping. Now, this is the non-ethereal version, and we're going to upgrade the ethereal version as well, because we're really going to show off and test out this particular item. So again, we're going to need a Pull Rune, a Lum Rune, and another Perfect Emerald. And this is going to go from 60 to 226, 33 dexterity, 82 strength, level 39, to 137 to 296 damage, 102 dex, 132 strength, and level 65 required.
Operation Kitty Rescue has been completed successfully. We have rescued the kitty. I repeat, we have rescued the kitty. Call off all searches. The kitty has been rescued. Where was the kitty? Up a tree. That's where the kitty was. I crawled all the way under the house, got filthy dirty. No kitty. Spider webs everywhere. Crickets. Spiders. Literally went to Act 6. I literally went to Act 6. I'm not even joking. That was literally Act 6. Act 6 confirmed. No cat under the house. Searched all around, trying to find the cat. Finally found the cat. He's like halfway up a tree. Got a ladder. Rescued the kitty. It's a very cute kitty, by the way. I mean, he is a very cute kitty. I'm not gonna lie. Him's a very cute kitty. He's just kind of borked in the head. I don't know what's wrong with him. He goes catatonic and he spazzes out and he's, I don't know, he's got some sort of anxiety issues or something. I don't know what the hell's wrong with him. He's a very good cat, though. Other than that. he's a very good cat other than that. I was trying to see if I had a picture of him, but do I not have a picture of Bobby Kitten? Of Bobby Kitten? Do I not have a Bobby Kitten picture? What? Fool. You fool. I guess I don't have a picture of Bobby Kitten. Cat-a-tonic. Yes, literally. Man, I'm hot and sweaty now. God bless it. And itchy, too. I'm itchy. Itchy, hot, and sweaty. My girlfriend was like, I know you're streaming, and that's important, but... but... At least I have a story to tell. At least I have a story to tell. The story of the Bobby Kitten. Bobby Kitten. It's a story of a kitten who ran out of the house. He thought he saw a freaking giant mega mouse. But when he got outside, he was scared for his life. Lions and the tigers and the bears did ride. Oh, Bobby Kitten, he hid away up in a tree. He hid today. Bobby Kitten, oh, he hid away. Bobby Kitten climbed up a tree today. You have to say his name like that. It's not Baby Kitten. It's Bobby Kitten. His name is literally Bobby Kitten. Like when you call him, if you say Baby Kitten or Bobby Kitten, he doesn't respond. But if you go Bobby Kitten, then he listens to you. He's like, that's not my name. He's like, what are you doing? That's not my name. But my name is obviously Bobby Kitten. I wonder if I do have a. Let me check here real quick. I mean, he derailed the stream. At least I can do is show a picture of him. Derailed the stream with his Bobby Kittenness. Pretty sure I have a picture of the Bobby Kitten. The Bobby. There's one. That's a good picture. Here you go. Here you go, guys and gals. A picture of the Bobby Kitten. There you go. The derailer of the stream, Bobby Kitten himself. He does not look amused that I'm taking a picture of him. He does not look amused at all. And Cody's like, don't take pictures of us together. Don't do that. We're not friends, okay? We're just sleeping on the couch side by side. We're not friends. We'll eat each other's face later. Alright? I caught them sleeping together on the couch. That's why I took a picture. He's not amused. He's totally not amused. Neither of them look amused. They are not amused with my shenanigans. They're like, we're trying to sleep over here. Quit taking pictures of us. How you expect us to sleep when we just hear shutters going clickety-clackety, click-clack? go kill the Countess, shall we? Hey, a ripsaw. The ripsaw flambers. That saw's kind of ridiculous early on. I don't know if you guys have ever looked at it before, like really looked at it. But it has freaking 80% chance of open wounds, which I know you can't see because I'm in the way. God dang it. Why am I in the way? It literally has 80% chance of open wounds. And 6% mana steel. It's a lot of open wounds. It's also very pretty, too. I don't know if you guys have ever actually looked at it. Like, ever actually looked at the graphic. Like, it's actually a very pretty graphic. Like, it's got this, like, hold on. Let me turn my character a little bit. It's freaking blue serrated blade. I wonder if I can show it to you on the character select menu. Let's give it a try. Man, it doesn't really show it off very well there. I mean, he's freaking one-handing it too. Why is he one-handing the blade? Yeah, I'm just gonna wield this with one hand. That's no big deal. Just one-hand it. No, I didn't lose my shield. My shield's right here. Yes, you can hold an item in your hand when you... We literally... Didn't we literally just cover this earlier? That literally you tell people that you can hold an item while you're logging out because it will blow their mind. And you'd be surprised how many people don't know that you can hold an item while logging out. Like, literally, there's tons of people that don't know that. We literally just talked about that, and here we have somebody who doesn't know. You can hold an item in your hand when you log out. And if you hold the item in your hand and when you rejoin the game, it will still be in your hand. It's called the hand slot. There actually is a slot. It's called the hand slot. And any item that is in your hand slot consumes the hand slot. You can't do anything else with the hand slot while an item is in the hand slot. You can't do anything with the hand slot. It's consumed once it's in your hand slot. It's used for swapping items back and forth. Everybody back in the day knew it. You know why? Because it was an extra inventory slot. Back in the day, you had such small amounts of inventory stash space that literally your mules would always be holding an item. Like, you would fill up the mule completely, you would drop another item on the ground, your mule would pick up the item in his slot, his hand slot, and you would use that as an additional spot for items. The extra hand slot storage space. You can still do it today. It's less effective because the stash space obviously has been increased dramatically since then. But back in the day, that extra slot was huge. It was like magnanimous. You're like, I got an extra slot. Yes. Yes. Also, it is a way you can get drops when your inventory is full. So, say, for instance, you're running along, right? You're kicking barrels or something, and your inventory is full for whatever reason. So, let's say you've got a full inventory, and you're an idiot, okay? So, you're an idiot who has a full inventory, and a freaking Griffin's eye diadem drops on the ground, and you're like, holy crap, a Griffin's eye diadem! And everybody is running toward this item. Everybody sees it. Everybody's running toward it. And you can't pick it up because you open up your inventory in that split second and you realize that your inventory is full. And you don't have time to drop an item. You're like, oh, man, what am I going to do? Oh, no, I can't drop any items. So you're gonna run over. You're going to pick up the item. And then what are you going to do with it? Well, you can't do anything with it because everybody knew that if you picked up the item like this, you couldn't put it in your inventory.
Impossible.
You can't get it in your cube because your cube's full. You can't put it in your inventory because there's nothing to swap with. See, this item is huge, so you can't swap it out with anything. So they would stand around you like vultures, waiting for you to drop the item. And if you didn't drop the item, you know, they would just stand there and they would wait for it. So the only thing else that you can do is save and exit the game so that you would take the item with you. Then you would make a new game with a password, drop the item on the ground, reorganize your inventory, and then pick it back up. Totally legit tactic. Still works even today. I think I swallowed about a pound of dust while I was underneath the house. I think I might die tomorrow just from dust inhalation. And crickets. The weirdest looking crickets were under there. I was literally crawling under there, and I turned to my right, and there was this thing crawling on the wall. And I'm like, what the hell is that? And it makes me want to look it up real quick. Like, there are these, yeah, it's pretty much what I thought. Oh yeah, you guys want to see this monstrosity that was under there? There's a whole bunch of them under there, by the way. Whole bunch. A whole lot. I'm going to show them to you, okay? Because I'm not the only one that's going to suffer. You guys are going to suffer right along with me. All right? This is a community suffering. We are suffering as a community, okay? Here you go. All right? Here's the cricket. That is what was under there. Quite a large number of them, by the way. I don't know anything about this cricket. Apparently, it's called a camel cricket. Or a cave cricket. I don't think I'd ever seen one before, but apparently they live under my house. And they're pretty big. They're not small. I mean, some of them were like this size, but some of them were a lot bigger. It's a little cricket. Now, I immediately recognized that it was a cricket, okay? I immediately recognized that it was a cricket, so I wasn't, like, too scared. I'm like, okay, it's a cricket. It's not a giant spider or anything. Like, at least I know that he's not going to, like, eat my face off or something. Or poison me to death. The common name for these insects is called the cave cricket, cableback cricket, Hogan bugs, or spider crickets. Oh, great, they're called spider crickets. Sometimes shortened to criders, or land shrimp, or sprickets, or sand treaders. The hell? Most are found in forest environments or within caves, burrows, cellars, understones, or wood or similar environments. So obviously underneath my house is the correct condition for whatever this monstrosity is, because it's a cellar, so it's kind of like a cave. So I guess it's similar conditions to a cave. Always wingless, so they can't fly, thank God. Are they poisonous? Do they eat your face? Are they face eaters? Just type it in. Do these crickets eat faces? Does it say days? Oh, the description says days. Okay, I'll fix the description. I probably just forgot to fix it. Minutes. I'm just making fun of you guys because you guys were making fun of me for having the correct number of days the other day. I had the correct number of days, including the hours, and you guys were like, "It's not 4 days, it's 3 days," and I'm like, fine. I was like, it's 2.5 days. And then today I decided to troll you guys even further and just go to the minutes. That way you guys can challenge me on the minutes. The minutes are wrong now, by the way. They were correct when I made the title. Colopatria? What the hell's a Colopatria? Is it a cricket? Oh yeah, those things. I've seen those things before. I don't know what they are. They kind of look like weird centipedes with lots of antennas. Am I playing until tomorrow? No, probably not. This probably will be a nice long stream, though, because I need to condition myself for tomorrow. So if you guys are unaware, the ladder doesn't start till like late in the day. So I might as well just stay up late tonight, sleep in, and start my stream tomorrow sometime, you know. Do I ever play hardcore ladder? Hardcore is just to... I can't play it uninterrupted, which is the problem. I've said this before. You guys were here. You literally saw what just happened, right? Cat goes missing. Everybody's screaming for their lives. The cat's gone. We've lost him forever. He's gonna die. You know, literally that's the kind of stuff that happens like on a regular basis. And you try playing a hardcore character when that stuff is happening, you're gonna die, okay? Dogs are gonna be peeing on the floor. Cats are gonna be like chewing on things. Like, dog sits on the little girl and the little girl screams. Connection issues, yes. I've had so many connection issues. Literally, just like the router is in Woogie's room, so literally she'll go to plug in her her phone charger and unplug the router. Like, I would totally die. It doesn't matter like what it is that causes the death. I've just got too many distractions in this house to play a character that can only die once, because I will die, and I will die over and over again. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. If I was single, I would totally play hardcore. Like, if I was just, you know, by myself in my own house, I could control all the conditions. I didn't have, like, you know, a cat and a dog screwing up everything on a regular basis. I would totally do it, but it's not the case. Project Zomboid. I have never even heard of Project Zomboid. What is that? What is Project Zomboid? Dang, Key of Terror. Nice. I got a Key of Terror in the bank. I got a Key of Terror in the tank. Who doesn't like it when you get a key? Put it in the bank just for me. We got a key of terror. Terror, terror key. We got a key of terror. Oh, Sims zombie style? I used to really love all the old Sim games like Sim Ant and Sim City and Sim City 2000 and stuff like that. I wasn't really too much of a fan of the newer Sim games. No, they're not quite as good as the old ones. They're not quite as good. How do I live with the tome in the cube? I live with it. It's where it lives. It lives there. That's how I live with it. It lives there. That is where my tome lives, my friend. It has its own little special spot in heaven. An 18% Nagel. It's like so bad. How do people live with their cube on the left? You guys are terrible. You guys are like serial killers. Left-handed cube users are like straight up serial killers. It's awful.
Hello.
It's awful. You guys are awful. Make me want to cry. You dang left-handed cube users. Every now and then somebody will send me a character file or something, and I pull it up, and the first thing I see is the cube on the left-hand side, and I'm like, You monster. You monster. If you put the cube in the middle, you're just like an alien. Left-handed cube users are serial killers. Middle cube users are like aliens. And right-handed cube users are you're like average Joes. I'm just an average Joe. An average Joe. All I want is frickin' sharks with frickin' laser beams attached to their frickin' heads. So let's take this 100% seriously real quick for no reason, even though this is totally not serious, and nothing I said before is serious. Why do I choose the right-handed cube over the left-handed cube? The question is really simple, and the answer is really simple. Okay, I like the cube on the right-hand side because I like to have my empty inventory space on the left. So when I'm running around and something falls on the ground, whatever it may be, I want the quickest possible path to take that item and put it in my inventory. Okay? And many, many times, I will have something else in my inventory. Okay? So I don't want to have to take an extra couple seconds to go over here and click on my cube. Especially since my cube usually has crap in it. So I want my empty inventory space on the left so that I can very quickly swap items this way. If it's on the right, it takes me a little bit longer. I don't like that. It bothers me. Also, I have more reasons. Number 2, if you accidentally drop your cube for some reason, everything in your cube falls on the ground. Okay? If your cube is on the right, it is far less likely for you to accidentally drop your cube. If your cube is on the left, you can accidentally drop your cube. It is totally a possibility. You can accidentally go like boom and just drop it on the ground, and it's done. On top of that, also, further accidental droppages. Annihilus Charm and the Torch. I like the Annihilus Charm and the Torch to be on the right-hand side underneath the cube because they're important. I don't want those on the left-hand side for me to accidentally drop either. And if you put the cube on the left-hand side, you also then therefore usually put the Torch and the Annie underneath the cube, which puts them in the dangerous territory of accidentally being dropped. Which also I don't like to happen. And I have accidentally dropped items in the past, literally, and lost them because like I was like in the middle of like a tough fight or something, accidentally opened my inventory and was clicking on something, literally accidentally dropped my gloves before and then died and then couldn't get back to my body, and so my gloves were just lost. Oh yeah, and the control, the automatic dropping now that you can do would totally suck if you accidentally, dropped your Hellfire Torch, especially if you're in a pub game because it's gonna get snatched up. It's gonna get snatched right up. Nobody's gonna think twice in a pub game of snatching your torch away. Okay, like if you're in a kinship game or something and you drop a torch on the ground, that's one thing. But if you are in a pub game and you accidentally drop your torch or your Annie or some valuable item, it's gone. So, those are my literally 100% valid reasons why putting the cube on the right-hand side for me is absolutely the best option. Putting it on the left-hand side is honestly just a terrible option in my bed. The only reason, and this is the only reason I can see to put the cube on the left-hand side, is if the cube then becomes your inventory space. So some people fill their entire inventory with items, okay? They filled everything with all the items that they can, charms or whatever, and they have no inventory space. And they use the cube as their inventory space. In the event that you're using the cube as your inventory space, I can see putting it on the left-hand side. However, you're still wrong. I'm going to tell you why. Because in the latest patch, they came out with a button that you can bind now. It is the Herodric Cube button. And you can bind it to whatever button you want. I have bound it to the H key. And you can literally open your Herodric Cube with one button now. So no longer do you need to have the Herodric Cube on the left-hand side in the dangerous territory, because now you can open up the Herodric Cube with one button push. So left-handed cube users have been completely demolished. Yes, you left-handed cube users, you serial killers, you. You can drop the cube if you use the button, actually. You just press the button, it opens up both inventories, and then you just pick up your cube and drop it. The H button doesn't just open up your inventory, your cube, it opens up your inventory too. So it is literally both. It's not bound, by the way. This is important. When you load a brand new character, it's not bound. So you're going to have to bind it. It's like if I go to one of my random characters that's older than the Herodric Cube button, like say Ironhide here, I guarantee you his button is unbound. What's up, Alchemane? Servers? Yeah, servers are up. So see here, Herodric Cube button, none, none. It's not bound. It's not bound by default. So you're going to have to actually bind it. It was a big update that they made. I think it was like 2.43. They gave us the Herodric Cube button, and everybody was super excited. But it's not bound by default, so you got to actually put it to a button. What if you have an item in your hand? It'll still open up your Herodric Cube. That's the beauty of the Herodric Cube button. Let's go ahead and bind it real quick. Let's drop an item on the ground. Let's pick it up. H. Let's see. Oh no, it doesn't open when you press the H key with an item in your hand. Look at that beautifulness. But I mean, why would you do it that way when you can do it this way? I mean, that way works a lot better in my opinion. I love the Saintly modifier. If you guys have never seen the Saintly modifier, it makes whatever your armor is white. Look at the barbarian in his white duds. Almost looks like he's wearing a barbarian suit. He's got like a white barbarian suit. I just took a minute out of my day to send my beautiful lady a message. Tell her I love her. They like that stuff. It's important. Write her a note. They love notes. Girls love notes. I'm serious. They love notes. Write her a note. Be like, babe, I love you. Signed, Shitface. They'll pin it up on the wall. Draw a little picture, too, of a chinchilla. They like chinchillas. Chinchillas are cute. All right, Hydroflux. Have a good one, man. Hey, it gets to the point. It's straight to the point, all right? Straight to the point. Man, Flare Dungeon sounds scary.
I am really not quite so sure I want to go into Flayer Dungeon. That sounds really quite scary. I mean, Flayer Jungle's alright. Flayer Jungle's okay. But Flayer Dungeon is absolutely filled to the brim with frickin' dolls. Just dolls out the wing-wang. And you know what? Let's go in there and have some fun, though. Why not? Let's go down into the town with all the evil dolls. Nightside, I got this at Box Lunch. Box Lunch is where I got this. Yes. If I had an affiliate link for Box Lunch, I would totally give it to you, but I don't have an affiliate link. But if you want to go check them out, I'm sure they have some jank. Just be careful. I wouldn't actually go to Box Lunch. I'm gonna be honest with you. Because if you go there, you're gonna spend a whole bunch of money that you don't have. All right. Instead, go to ggmentor.com and buy some merch from my shop. Buy some merch from my shop. I got some cool new t-shirts and beanies and hoodies. I got hoodies. Over 9,000. I'm already in Great Marsh. I don't like the jungles. I don't like the jungle terror zones. This is my consensus on the jungle terror zones. I don't like them. Okay. I'm gonna go over my reasons why I don't like the jungle terror zones. All right. Number 1. When the Flayer jungle is a terror zone, or the spider dungeon, or whatever, or one of the jungles is a terror zone, you always end up floating into the other terror zones. The other zones that are not terrorized. Like, they're all interlaced and, like, woven together like some sort of freaking, like, Native American basket. I don't even know. Like, so you end up just, like, constantly moving back and forth out of the terror zone, which sucks. Number 2. The monsters are all spread out. Like, there's a pretty good density here, but the monsters are, like, ridiculously spread out here. Like, half the time, you end up, like, not even seeing anything for, like, 2 minutes, and then all of a sudden you run into, like, big giant packs of monsters like this. The other thing about the terror zones is that sometimes you don't know you've left the terror zone in these jungle zones. Like, there needs to be, like, a little sound effect when you leave a terror zone, so that it's obvious that you've left the terror zone. Because in these jungle scenarios, specifically these jungle scenarios, you don't even know. Like, you literally don't even know you've left the zone. Because all the zones look the same here. They're all the same. It's just trees and evil pygmy demons that are shooting spit wads at you. Nothing changes. It's all the same. Like, there needs to be, like, a little sound effect when you leave the zone so that you know you left the zone. Specifically for the jungle. Because, like, it's obvious, obviously, in some of the zones. Because in some of the zones, you know, when the scenery changes, it's like, oh, okay, I just entered an ice cave. That's obviously not where I was before. And, you know, it's not that bad. But, like, with these jungles, it's all jungle. Like, it's all the same jungle. Like, there's no... You just walk out of it by accident, and you're like, 5 minutes later, you realize you're not even in the terrorized zone anymore. Anyway, that sums up my problems with the jungles. I don't like the jungles. I need a watcher next to you to read the map for you? What? No. No. Nobody gets to read the map for me. I am perfectly capable, Charles, of getting lost on my own, okay? I don't need help getting lost. All right, I am a professional at that. Okay, I have got it. Do you need help getting lost? No. I'm there. I got it. Even now, I've been out of freaking underneath the house for quite some time, and it still feels like there's crap crawling on me. I swear, I don't got like a spider in my hair or something, do I? You guys would tell me. You guys would totally tell me if I had like a spider in my hair or something, right? Like you would, wouldn't you? My hair has been cut, but I've always had this. This has always been here. Have you guys not seen what my hair looks like when it's down? At DBC Ginger Trunks. Kind of did look like Trunks, I'm gonna be honest. You found my next thumbnail? Sure, let's do it. Let's do it. I'm trying to find that dang Flayer dungeon so I can go die to some dolls. Okay, I want to die to a doll. Can you play earlier on Asia servers? You can't play earlier anywhere. It's the same. It's the same time on literally every single continent. It's just adjusted by, you know, time zone. So, but like, you know, if we were to go back in time or something, you know, it doesn't matter. It's the same exact point in time, like, of release. You might want to get on a little bit early because, of course, there's probably going to be a patch. I'm going to assume there's going to be a patch because they still got to activate the files. There we go. Let's go into the Flayer dungeon and die, boys. Where's a bone visage? Where? I see no bone visage. Where? Where's a bone visage? Where? That's just a white bone visage. I don't want a white one. I need a gold one. Unique bone visage. The most powerful types of bone visage. Walkie, walk. What's up, ghosties? Goodbye. Amp damage dolls.
I can't carry anymore.
Amp damage dolls. Let me go. I want to craft something real quick. I found these gloves. I wanted to go ahead and do a quick crafting recipe. Need a Neff. I need a Jewel. 24 to max damage jewel for 1,000,000 Jewel of the Wrath. Is that a I'm trying to remember. I can't remember. Like, does anybody remember what the maximum is for a max damage jewel? Is that the max? That's a double roll. It's a Vermilion of the Wrath. So it's Vermilion is the prefix, which is max damage, and Wrath is a suffix, which is max damage. I can't remember if that's double or not. I think that might be double. Double bubble, toil and trouble. Uh, 2% lifesteal, 9% CB, a little bit strength, a little bit of life. Not really that great. Could have been better. Could have been so much better. But I think it's 35K in the bank. Yep. 35K in the bank. 35K in the bank. 35K in the bank. 35K in the bank. Let's hop into kinship voice chat in case anybody wants to come yak. I forgot to do that earlier because I'm an idiot. At least I know I'm an idiot though. Like you guys, if you're aware, you've already half the problem has been solved if you're aware that you're an idiot. I don't know what I'm gonna do about it, but something. Something. So Halloween's coming up. We're in October, right? What costume are you guys going to be wearing? You guys want to see one of my old costumes? I have one of my old costumes on YouTube, actually. I'm not going to play it on stream, but if you guys are interested, I'm pretty sure it's up here. Yeah, there it is. That's what I wore for 2020. Bink. That's my 2020 Halloween costume. The sword, by the way, is real. That's not a fake sword. That's a real sword. I actually have it. It's literally right behind me. I'm leaning against my my transformer display case. I got lucky with ghosts. That's a pretty good roll. I haven't seen a lot of dolls, so I think I made good progress with the dolls. No dolls, lots of ghosts. This is a good roll, a very good roll for Flare Dungeon. How long till ladder restarts? It's 5 p.m. PDT tomorrow. So if you want to count those hours, depending on what time zone you're in, it's 8 EST for me. So. Time zones aren't country specific. They're region specific. EST is the same across all regions that use EST, whether it's North America, South America, whatever. They're all the same time zone. It's cut up into chunks that go around the planet in lines. Each time zone is a different chunk. Thank you, Dragon Knight. Appreciate it. I just got it today. I literally just got it today. Ooh, Blade Talons. 30% IS. ED's bad. Why is there no monsters here? You guys seeing this? There's like nothing. It's like absolutely dead. Am I lagged out or something? Why is there no monsters in this zone? Okay, there's some monsters over there. I was about to say, like, I hope I didn't end up in, like, the weirdest freaking zone ever with just no monsters anywhere. Damage to demons is off weapon ED, yes. It's always off weapon ED. Even if it's on a weapon. Whereas on weapon ED is calculated differently. Like say for instance you had a weapon with a socket and you put a 40% ruby jewel inside the weapon. It counts as on weapon ED and calculates as on weapon ED. However, if you take that same ruby jewel and put it in an armor, it functions as off-weapon ED, like a might aura. So there is a big difference between on-weapon ED and off-weapon ED. And demon and undead enhancements always count as off-weapon ED, even when they are on a weapon.
Not here.
I'm so itchy from going underneath the house, you guys don't even know. Check out this freaking amazing rare belt that I found earlier. This belt is actually kind of insane. Especially if you were trying to hit a specific breakpoint, like for faster hit recovery. I mean, not only does it have 24% faster hit recovery, which is amazing. It has 20 to strength, which is a really nice amount of strength bonus. It has 18 life, which is a nice little sweetener on top. I mean, the maximum stamina is useless. But it also has 2 resistances. They're a little low, 12 and 18. But, I mean, the combination of all of it together is just super sexy. I mean, 24%, 20 strength, 18 life, 12 cold, and 18 lightning is just a really nice little combination. Probably work really well on a sorceress, honestly. Because sorceresses usually need lots of faster hit recovery to not die. Thank you, Woogie.
And do you have any paper over here?
Paper? For what?
I need you to write down the liquid stuff. I still can't get it.
Okay, here, look. Sorry, I was talking to Woogie.
She brought me a change of pants. I'm not even kidding, because my pants were literally like are covered in under the house dust and spider webs. So I'm gonna go change my pants real quick. I'll be right back. Just so y'all don't think that I'm kidding about the spider webs underneath of there. Let me give you a glimpse into the demon zone here. I want you guys to see the horror. Look at all these freaking spider webs on the back of my shirt. This is just my shirt. That wasn't even my pants. Valentine? What are you talking about? You got an update? I would assume the servers would reboot if there was an update. They did update on October 3rd. October 3rd was when they updated. There was a small patch. That was when we got the little patch notes. Oh, I feel so much better to have a different pair of pants on. You know how, like, you might not necessarily have bugs crawling on you or anything? Like, but when you see bugs, you kind of like, you feel them crawling on you, even if they're not crawling on you. Like, had to change the pants and the shirt. Had to. Like, absolutely 100% had to. It was imperative to my mental health, okay? My mental health was at stake. I would have died. Alright, let's see if we can get some of these kinship janks set up here. I'm going to check out the kinship roster real quick. Ooh, that is ridiculously bright. Let me turn down my my lights a little bit. DBZ gear is sweet. So we currently have 52 people for ladder. 52 people, what? Divided by 8 per ladder group. How many ladder groups is that? My quick math is always terrible. Why is my head so shiny? The shiniest head in the existence of Headland. Calm it down, shiny head. Why is it still shiny? I don't get it. Oh, no, still shiny. We currently have a ladder group full of 52 people. That's how many people have signed up for our ladder group XC. So we have a 52-person ladder group running right now. Why is it still doing that? I don't even understand. It's like my camera's just ignoring everything that I do. It's not following any of my protocols. Oh well. We're doing softcore ladder. I have been bit by a radioactive cricket. I have indeed. That's why I'm shining like the sun. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Like, I literally am glowing. What the hell is going on? I'm just going to turn off the lights. How about that? There. Done. I don't know. It doesn't really look right. Oh, God. Oh, Lord. That's way too bright. Oh, God. The sun. Oh, God. Literally the sun. Stop it. Why would you do that to me? Literally the sun. Way too frickin' bright, my friends. Frickin' sharks with frickin' laser beams attached to their heads. Alright, so 52 divided by 8 is a total number of teams of 6.5. So we've got a 4-man team remainder. We need 4 more people to fill in that last team, boys. We need 4 more people. I am not selling my soul. No, sir. Let's see, we got EU. Looks like we got a full EU team. Diex is in EU. Hyperion. Tommy. Madlung. Dark Scorpion. Interesting. We got a lot of EU users this time around. It's pretty cool. Yes, Xbox players are in a separate realm. PlayStation 4 users are separate. Nintendo Switch users are separate. You can still join our group, but you won't be able to play with us, obviously. But we can still, like, share items with you. We do have people who have, like, both systems, so we can trade things back and forth. It won't be as good as if you get an Xbox group, you know, together. You're too inconsistent. I mean, inconsistency is not really that big of a deal. As long as you can show up for day one, at the very least day one, and you're able to play for, you know, that day. The rest of it's not really too big of a deal because after like a couple days, the groups kind of split apart and we kind of just do our own thing. Some people end up falling off. Some people end up, you know, picking up the pace. Whoever is online at any given moment will usually end up grouping together. And you guys will kind of start forming groups by time zone. So, like, say you're a night shift worker and you'll end up, like, grouping up with other night shift workers. Or say you're a day shift worker, you'll probably end up grouping up with other day shift workers. Like when you have similar time zones, you'll just be online around the same time. And it'll kind of all work out. You'll make friends. There's lots of cool people in the kinship, so I'm sure you'll find some people that you can hang out with. And you'll find some bad apples in there too, I'm sure, but we're going to have to ban those guys, you know. Don't be a bad apple, guys. Don't be a bad apple. Don't do it. A bad apple in this context, someone who's overly greedy. Someone who takes all the items for themselves, doesn't share. Someone who likes to bring things into the chat that don't belong. We're here to play a game. We're not here to discuss religion. We're not here to discuss politics. And we're not here to discuss other ridiculously sensitive topics that have absolutely nothing to do with Diablo. You know, and a lot of the times it's usually those two things that get people into trouble the most. They can't keep religion, politics, and sensitive topics out of the server. They have to talk about religion, politics, and sensitive topics. Or they're just ridiculously overly greedy for no reason. Like taking every single item and giving nothing back. To the point where literally like a white monarch shield becomes the end-all be-all of equipment. I mean, I could tell you stories. You want to hear stories? I will tell you stories. We literally had a guy who dropped a white monarch shield in a public swap game. I've told the story 1,000 times, but for those of you who've never heard it, I'm sure you're going to get a laugh out of it. Like, literally, this guy dropped a white monarch shield in a public swap game, and somebody stole it. And he got so upset. And literally, within about, like, 5 minutes, he was offered, like, 6 or 7 white monarchs from, like, half the kinship. Was trying to give him a white monarch shield. We were literally, like, we literally made a game, and everybody joined the game, and we literally dropped white monarchs on the ground, and we literally had, like, 10 or 12 white monarchs just sitting on the ground. And we're like, come get one. There's some superior ones in here. There's some that are already socketed. I'm like, you know, it's not that big of a deal that your white monarch got stolen. But no. This guy, it was the end of the freaking world that his white monarch got stolen. Like, I swear, it was like the episode of Friends where freaking, his turkey sandwich gets stolen, and he's like, my sandwich! My sandwich! And they literally, like, suspend him from work for, like, anger management reasons because he can't control his anger that his sandwich got stolen. Now, granted, it was a pretty delicious sandwich, but... and that's just one. That's just one of them. We also had another guy who literally decided that he wanted to mooch off of everyone. That was his goal in life, was to mooch. It's actually on, the entire conversation is on live stream, and it's absolutely one of the worst conversations I've ever held with anybody. This guy literally admitted to mooching essentially off everyone in the kinship. He literally picked up every single item because this dude wanted to make like 15 ladder characters. He G-rushed those ladder characters up to like level 60, 70. Then he proceeded to take that level 60, 70 character, not gear out the character at all, not put skill points in, didn't go complete any of his resistance quests, stat point quests, skill point quests, nothing. Proceeded to mooch off of everyone until around level 90, 91, at which point he would finally put equipment on the character and put his stat points in and go get his stuff done. And from the level of 90 to 91 to 93, he would actually play the character. And then as soon as he hit level 93, he never played the character again, and then proceeded on to the next character to mooch again until level 90. And he was playing with us, and he kept dying over and over again, and we were trying to figure out why the hell he was dying, because he's on an Amazon. And Amazons have the dodge, avoid, and evade, which literally all you got to do is put 1 point in those, and half the time, literally, it saves your life, like from almost the majority of deadly encounters. He didn't even have 1 point in dodge, avoid, invade, and he was a level 83 Amazon. And he's just dying left and right. I mean, just over and over again. This boy died to Grand Visor of Chaos. In your time playing Diablo 2, how many people have you seen, properly geared, mind you, die to Grand Visor of Chaos? How many people have you actually seen die to that weak nothing of a monster?
Grand Visor of Chaos is literally one of the weakest bosses or elite monsters or super uniques, like, literally in the game. Like, most people literally go up to him, and even sorceresses will just kind of, like, stand there and literally just let Grand Visor of Chaos wail on them, and they still don't die. But this guy died to Grand Visor of Chaos, and I literally lost it. Like, and it was during the live stream, I was like, who dies to Grand Visor of Chaos? Like, literally, who dies to this guy? Who? And that was when the investigation started, because my curiosity was piqued. My curiosity was ridiculously piqued at that point, because I'm like, there is no way that any character that's properly equipped, that actually has his skill points in, that is using anything remotely resembling decent equipment, could die to Grand Visor of Chaos. And
Good afternoon.
so we started investigating. We started, like, kind of just asking questions. We're like, well, do you have any points into your evades? And he's like, oh, no, I don't put points in until I hit level 90. And I'm like, well, did you at least go to normal difficulty and do your resistance quests and get your skill points? And he's like, oh, no, I don't do that until I hit level 90.
Well, I feel like farming normal terrorized zones is not going to be the way to get Stones of Jordan.
Well, it'd be too high level, right? It kind of counteracts itself.
Well, it can drop in World Stone, and it's real close to the same level, just from normal mobs there.
No, I live in Virginia, Smith. But anyway, I think Jack missed this entire thing, by the way. He was gone when this happened. So this guy was literally mooching off of, like, the entire kinship until he was level 90. And then, and so I confronted him about it. And after I confronted him about it, like, he literally, like, explained in full detail how he was basically mooching off the entire kinship. That he literally didn't put any points into his character until level 90. He didn't do any of his resistance quests until level 90. He didn't get any of his stat points until level 90. That he would literally join kinship runs, like EXP runs, and he would literally just, like, run along behind us and, like, pick up equipment and gear and would do absolutely nothing until level 90. And then it wasn't until level 90 that he actually, like, put his points in and went and did his quests. And I was like, and I literally told him, I was like, that's so freaking stupid. And he's like, well, you may think it's stupid, but it works for me. And I'm like, but you're doing absolutely nothing. Like,
Dude, we'll give you a token.
Like, he was doing absolutely nothing to even, like save himself. Like, Jack, how easy is it to do normal difficulty skill quests and resistance quests? Like, when you're level 83 as an Amazon, even if you're crappily geared, you can, like, just walk there, right? Like, you can literally just walk to the normal difficulty resistance quest on you. You can literally just walk to Iswal.
I don't understand, like, if you're that worried about you're going to screw it up or whatever, that you want to have all your respecs, like, dude, we'll give you a token when you get to 90, and then you can follow your little guide to the T.
So after I tried to explain to him so many times that, like, what he was doing was so weird that it just didn't make any sense. Like, I finally equated it to literally your house burning down. I'm like, look, dude, like, imagine your house is literally on fire, okay? And you have a fire extinguisher in your hands. And all you have to do is use this fire extinguisher and you can save your house, okay? You are basically telling me that you are deliberately not saving your house and that you're just going to let it burn until it gets to 90%, and then you'll try and put it out. He did not like that. He got really upset.
Well, I mean, why you just didn't go all the way, man? Why didn't you just go to 99, call it a day?
Yeah, just mooch all the way to 99. But then he said this, which really got me, like really made me mad. He said, well, at least I have 15 characters leveled up to level 93. He goes, can many people say that? And I said, but did you actually play them? I'm like, because from everything that you're telling me, basically, you like from level 1 to level 90, you basically just mooched. All the way from level 1 to 90, you just mooched. And then finally you put your points in for 3 levels. And what? You just did EXP runs for 3 levels and then the character just never gets played again?
Wow. That's commitment. Like, that's just commitment.
For 15 characters, too. Not just one character, but 15 characters he mooched with. The only one I think he didn't mooch with was the one he started with, which was the ladder group character, like the one he actually started with us with.
And I'm literally just gonna walk for 90 levels and do nothing else.
Yeah, XE, you can join the Discord group. There's bot commands. All you gotta do is type in !Discord. Pops right up.
I hope at least is the when he did his barbarian, that one had find item, and he wasn't just walking behind everybody. He was actually popping shit.
So that was crazy guy number 2. Okay, I'm gonna tell you about crazy guy number 3 now. You guys are gonna love this one. So we had this guy in here, and I'm not gonna name any names because I don't really feel like it's even necessary at this point. Most of you who are in the
I just want a white monarch.
Probably. I know I already went over white monarch guy. So this guy, you probably haven't heard of this one either, Jack. So we had this guy in the kinship who was just like constantly trying to make people feel sorry for him. Like I didn't really get it at first, and then later on I started to understand that like every single story this guy told was like he was trying to make people feel sorry for him. And I didn't really care because like either you feel sorry for the guy or you don't. Like nobody's going to force you to feel sorry for the guy. But he told this story in live stream, which was mistake number 1. That basically he had found an exploit in Diablo 3's auction house system, which allowed you to basically steal people's money. Okay? Which is not necessarily anything bad on its own. Okay? But then he proceeded to tell me that he got banned from the forums because he posted the exploit on the public forums for everybody to see. He's like, hey, there's an exploit, and this is how you do it. And it would be really bad if people took advantage of this, and it needs to be fixed. And I'm like, he wanted people to feel sorry for him for posting this exploit on the public forums, and I'm trying to tell him that the reason why he got banned from the public forums is because he literally posted an exploit which could cost people thousands of dollars in public view for everybody to see, which would have then also encouraged the people who would take advantage of that exploit to then go and find out how it works and take advantage of it. But he could not see for the life of him that this was an issue, that posting an exploit in a public place was a bad idea. But he wanted us to feel sorry for him because he got banned, but nobody felt sorry for him because it was a really, really stupid thing to do. And it just went downhill from there. Really, really fast. Because we didn't feel sorry for him, we were picking on him. Because we didn't, like get his side of the story. We weren't hearing him out. Despite the fact that every single time he explained himself, it just got worse and worse. You know, it was one of those things where like you just keep digging a hole and the hole keeps getting deeper. And you're just like, please stop, okay? Like you were, like when you first told the story, like you were up here and you just keep trying to explain it to make yourself feel, like better. And it just keeps getting worse and worse and worse to the point where we're just like, you're not making it any better, my man. Like you're just making it worse with every word. So he ended up getting banned too because he couldn't like calm down.
You ain't heard from Morbius? He ain't gonna be around this ladder?
I don't know. Maybe he'll show up at the last minute. I mean, he is online playing World of Warcraft Classic. Onyx disappeared too until ladder. Like, a lot of people disappeared until the next ladder seasons. I don't know. Maybe they'll just automatically show up like on the day and be like, "Where's my spot? What team am I in?"
My buddies tried to con me into going to Diablo Immortal, and I gave it a good solid college try, and was like, nope, fuck this.
Yeah, I did too. I gave it a good try too, and I just got every time I encountered a new cheesy, crappy mechanic, it just got worse and worse. The worst one that I found out was the I don't know if you ever found out about this one, but basically when you finally upgrade an item to 6, what is it? When you have the highest legendary crest or whatever it is, I can't remember the name of the gems, like the 5-star gems, and then you finally upgrade it to its maximum potential. Apparently there's another hidden mechanic that's underneath the surface that allows you to upgrade the gem even further by having another 6, or is it 5? It's 5 because it was a pentagram. 5 more 5-star gems to upgrade that 5-star gem into the next, like, god tier or whatever. Like, so it ended up being not even that you needed, like, a 5-star gem for each piece of equipment, but you needed 7 5-star gems for each piece of equipment. And, like, when I found that out, I was like, whoa. That is a way further than I ever thought it was going to be. There's a picture of it, I think, in the Diablo Immortal channel. It's I had a picture of the upgrade window. Yeah, here it is. This is the upgrade window for Diablo Immortal when you want to upgrade a gem to its highest tier. So the gem in the center represents the ones that you're upgrading, and you have to load in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more 5-star gems to upgrade the 5-star gem in the center to, I can't even remember what the name of the tier was, but it was above, basically above 5-star. And the really cheesy thing about this mechanic is nobody knows it exists until you finally get, like, I think it's a certain rank, and you have all the 5-star gems. Like, it like suddenly becomes available to you that you can do it. So you don't even know it's there until you've already invested, basically. Until you're fully invested, that's when you know it's there. What's up, Edward? So, question, Jack. Do you want to lead a group tomorrow, or do you want to just like be in a group? The captains basically have their own choice. So, I mean, you can be the leader of a group if you want to.
I just assumed if there was enough, every captain was going to lead a group.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I was thinking. But I mean, I didn't want to just like slap you into the leadership role if you didn't want to be.
It'll make me no difference. Like, just play through the game. Let's go, guys. Get me leading a group, they might be mad at me. I'm gonna be like, druid, poison creeper only.
That's terrible.
You can respec like it's so freaking strong, dude.
It is actually a really strong early game.
You treat it like Blizzard and cast it on the pack, and you just keep moving and you get experience later.
It is, well, they could build rabies early. I mean, they could just pump poison creeper early and then build rabies and then swap later. Thunderstorm.
Like I was to Andy in single player, players 8 at level 17 in less than 30 minutes. Had I not been walled by Andy, I would have probably got to Act 3 in like an hour's time, tops. But obviously I was walled by Andy because I'm poison creeper.
There's a lot of fun early builds. I need to figure out what the hell I'm doing with my Zon early. Ice Arrow sucks.
Probably
Cold Arrow
poison
sucks.
javelin.
Cold Arrow sucks. Ice Arrow sucks. They're both terrible skills. And Freezing Arrow is not until level 30, so I need to figure out something that I want to do with that Zon before
like as a as like a low level character just leveling up.
Yeah, apparently AoE poison skills are stupid strong early.
I mean, Plague Jab early might be a decent choice actually. Like just for like the starter, and then I can respec. Once I hit level 30, I mean, I'd kind of want to go with a bow, like a bow spec, but there's really not a lot of bow skills that are good early on. Cold and fire arrow are both basically garbage, unless you have high physical damage, because they're physical damage conversions, just like Berserk. And there's really no way to make those skills work unless you have good equipment, which is the weirdest thing about them, since they're elemental damage abilities. Like it doesn't really compute. Exploding arrow is good, however, the mana cost on it is not. An early ladder, you will burn through so much mana, like it's not even funny. There's nothing you can do about it. You'll just you just burn through everything you got, and then you'll be empty, and then you won't be doing any damage. Honestly, I think the best way to go about it is probably just chip gems. I think for like the whole first part of the ladder, my best bet is probably just to run like like a chippy bow early on, and then like a flawed bow, and then eventually convert to, maybe a rune word at some point. But honestly, the chip bows tend to do the best early on in ladder. Anybody actually can just use a chippy bow and just like literally walk through at normal difficulty Act 1 and 2.
Yes.
I was also thinking about low-level rune words. I thought it would be really cool if I rocked a harmony early on for the vigor. What are the runes for harmony? I'm kind of interested if maybe that's even like a doable option. Insight is also an option. Insight bow. I was thinking about that. Harmony is a co-rune, which is not going to drop anytime soon in a normal difficulty, so that's completely useless. I mean, Insight is level 27, so that's right around the same level. I'm going to get access to Freezing Arrow anyway, so that's not really a big deal either. I can definitely swap to that when I start getting into Freezing Arrow.
Hello, hello.
What's up? How's it going, man?
Hey, hey. Just wanted to announce we're going to be doing a mass drop game for folks, continuing into non-ladder, for those that may not be doing ladder, but they're going into non-ladder and need some stuff.
Oh, nice. Definitely have to get that on live stream. So, for any of you guys and gals out there who have no intention of playing ladder, and you would like some ladder-only equipment even, because there's probably going to be some like mist bows and other crazy stuff in there that is ladder-only. We're going to be doing a drop game. Now, you are going to need a ladder-only character. So, you're going to have to make a ladder-only character to grab the stuff. But when ladder swaps over on the 6th, those ladder-only characters will become non-ladder characters, and then you can, of course, use them on your non-ladder characters. Are we opening this up to kinship first, and then eventually the live stream? Or
yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Okay.
There are 20 mules of stuff, so
20
plenty to go around.
Mules. I could probably drop some stuff too. I was actually going to take my dreams with me to non-ladder though and put them on one of my characters. God, I'm so tired of getting these, like, weird emails. Hey, somebody bought some merch from me. Oh, dang, got yourself 2 t-shirts and a beanie? 2 t-shirts and a beanie. Ah, well, thank you, Kyle. I won't give away your last name and dox you, but thank you, Kyle. Probably not the Kyle that is in here all the time. It's probably a different Kyle. Let's go take a look at this game real quick. Take your dreams with you does sound like a song lyrics. I keep clicking the wrong button. Oh, a bunch of Annies on the ground. There's Chudas, Snow Clashes. Got some Talrashes. Got some Fire Skillers on the ground. If any Fire Sorks are looking for some Fire Skillers, that's pretty nice. By the way, this stuff does disappear, so you might want to hurry up and hop in here. If you're in the kinship. Oh, I got an F. Andariel's Demon Head Visage. Trying to figure out what I want to actually drop, though. I was holding on to a lot of this stuff for random purposes.
Hello?
Hello.
Oh, yeah, I don't know what that was.
You died? Died. He died. That's what happened. He died.
Mm. I got a whole bunch of stuff to drop for people too.
Dang, look at all them Blade of Alibabas.
Yeah, there were 9 of them.
Oh, Elemist, I'm giving that back, by the way.
Okay, cool.
Cause yeah, I wanted to do some Ubers, and I never really had that assassin, so I wanted to give it a go. It was fun, actually. It was super fun.
You know, I'm not really sure, like, there's really going to be that many people who want non-liner stuff, so we might want to actually just go ahead and open it up to live stream. Like, I feel like...
Oh, yeah, let me get a spot in there real fast before we open it up to everybody.
We open it? Sure. I'm gonna leave right now if you want to join. You ready? 3, 2, 1. Ian?
No, I didn't know the game.
Oh. Love to
swap
grab
game?
an Annie.
Is it a swap game?
It's in
It's not a
kinship
swap
chat.
game so much as it is a like,
Okay,
here's
yeah.
everything that we don't want from ladder game,
Jeez.
which is even better than your average swap game because there's like Annies and Snow Clashes and like freaking Fire Skillers and all sorts of crazy stuff on the ground in there.
Oh yeah, there's Fathoms. There's at least 3 of them.
There's
Maybe 4.
Chudas.
Oh, and the big money items. Some of the
nope.
kinship member ears will be on the ground.
Nope, never getting up Squiddy's ear.
Oh.
Is that the moist ear?
It is the moist ear.
The
It's mine forever.
It's moist. It's a very moist ear.
I'm
All right,
still
so
in there from kinship.
Or are you looking for a spot, Dark?
Yep.
Okay. Get ready. I'm about to leave.
Oh, I'm spam joining.
Yeah,
Alright,
just left.
I
Good
just
luck.
posted it into to the live stream chat. Hopefully we can get all this stuff some homes.
Yeah, I just got in.
I mean, it may very well be full for a long time, I'd tell you guys. So, like, those of you who want to join, you're probably going to have to sit there and hit the button for like an hour. But there's a lot of good stuff on the ground. So, you know, it probably is going to be worth it. Annie's everywhere, Skiller's everywhere, all sorts of good stuff. Beautiful, beautiful items. Beautiful, beautiful people. Unlike me. Self-depreciating humor. The best kind of humor.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. What's over here? Nothing? All right, cool.
When is the last time to apply for a kinship group? Well, that would be literally like when ladder starts. After ladder starts, I'm not going to, like... I mean, if you want to, like, get in, I can try and shove you into a group or something. But, like, once we get going, you're probably not going to be able to get into a group. Because, like, very shortly after we start, it won't take very long. We'll be in Act 4 hell. I mean, Act 4 normal. Very shortly. It won't take us very long to get to Act 4 normal. And then before too long, we'll be in Act 5 nightmare. And the hell difficulty is where things slow down. But, like, you log in with, like, a level 1 ladder character, it's going to be pretty difficult for us to get you caught up when we're, like, level 60, 70. And we, like, barely have enough equipment to scratch between ourselves. Because that's what's going to happen. We're going to be, like, literally utilizing everything. Whether it's a piece of junk that goes on a necromancer, or a bow that I'm using on my Zon, or runes that we're pooling together to make spirits. We're going to be, like, pooling together tons of runes to make spirits. That's going to be, like... really, like, yeah, early ladder. I mean, all the runes basically are going to be used to make all those early rune words, like stealths and spirits and insights and, you know, rune words for the mercenaries specifically, like, you know, obedience. Obedience is a great one early on. Very cheap, very, very powerful rune word for mercenaries. Bows. Shale runes, socket quests. Eventually we'll, you know, when we get to a certain point, we can start rushing people up and like, you know, for free socket quests.
Oh, I'll be able to do that in the first 5 hours.
What happened to your necro, sir?
Which
My necro?
Yeah, you just chickened out.
Oh, no, I played the build. That's why I was borrowing the Death's Web. I'm keeping my hammered in together, so I need this insight. I don't need any of these jewels. Some LLD jewels. Need these. Put these down here.
You played sorceress before too. Like,
I don't care. This all can stay in front of the stash. This is all like dumb stuff.
Hey, what's up, charming person? Been a little while. I'm being dainty? Why am I being dainty? What exactly am I daintying?
Away. Is this a real Fireclaw Druid?
You know, in my entire life, I don't think I've ever been described as dainty. Heavy-handed, brutish, unable to properly control his strength. Can't count how many things I've broken in my lifetime. It is indeed Arizona tea. I like Arizona tea. It also is really cool because the Arizona tea green interacts with the green screen. And so you can literally see right through it. It's freaking awesome.
What else do I got in here that's good? That can go. That can go. That can go.
I'm just up here chowing down on my ladder snacks already. I got plenty, so I should be all right.
I need those for my dueler.
I was actually surprised at how low the sugar content is on Rice Krispie treats. I thought it was a lot higher than that.
Oh man.
There's like no sugar in these things. It's like 6 grams or something.
Where's that druid? There he is.
Hey, Ginger, somebody just messaged me about joining the kinship, but when I looked him up, he was welcomed on the 28th.
The 28th? What, long time ago?
No,
Oh, he's already in the
Remember-
kinship?
he's not anymore. But
So he joined and then left?
I guess. I don't know. But the bot welcomed him.
Oh, well, that's to the server.
Oh, okay.
So he
Okay.
might have joined the server, but never actually joined the kinship, which is not uncommon. By the way, you guys that are not in the kinship, you're going to be missing out on all the cool stuff.
Maybe that's how I can find people easier from now on.
Oh, he did drop it. Okay. I'm keeping that one. That one's crazy. Necro torch. What is this? That's my sword torch. There's a barb. Keep that one. Oh, I gotta put mine away. Keep that one. That can go away.
That game's going to be full forever.
That can go away.
Yeah, also there's a second game going as well. GGM items 1.
So Arizona's being $1 a can. It's actually an interesting story. I don't know if you guys have ever actually looked into this before, but do you know why they actually put that on the can? It was actually really interesting when I found out. They put the dollar thing on the can so that literally when people would go buy the can, they would know that it was $1. And a lot of the like gas stations and stores and everything else would take the drinks and mark them up to whatever they wanted. $2, $3, $1.50, $1.79, whatever it was. They would always mark them up. So Arizona wanted to make sure that people knew that if they saw the can for more than $1, that's not the price that Arizona charged. That's not the retail price, basically. That the store that they were buying it from was marking it up instead of actually selling it at the price that they were supposed to be selling it. And and it freaking worked too. It really worked.
I've never seen one of these for $1. Wait a damn minute.
Arizona's always have the $1. Yeah, Circle K puts a sticker over top of it because they don't want you to see that it's $1.
These have always been like $1.99 or some shit here. I guess we don't care.
They've been marking your shit up.
99-cent Arizona cans.
You got
Those
them
are life
high
and life.
dollar. You got them high dollar cans.
Guess so.
Arizona's are supposed to be 99 cents. That's it.
Is that other game full already?
Which one?
The GGM items one.
Yeah.
It's
Been
probably
full.
going to be full for a while, but you could sit there and like, spam
No,
it.
the second game is not full yet. GGM
Okay.
items 1 is
Okay,
not full yet.
I don't want to drop it all in one game. I got a bunch of good stuff.
Oh, nice. We got a second one. Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say if I gotta I'll just delete the shit if I gotta sit here and spam the damn game forever. I'll just delete these characters.
Oh, that one's full too.
Well, I'm planning on combining some of my characters together anyway. Like, I've got a Spears on non-ladder, and I got a Spears on ladder, so they're probably just going to condense. I'm probably just going to take the best items for both and make the best Spears on and delete one. Probably whichever one's the highest level.
Yeah.
Did into the GGM game. I'm about to leave the GGM items with no number. Let me know if you're trying to get in.
I'm trying to get into GGM items one.
Oh, okay. Well, someone needs into the GGM.
You should be able to. There's only 7 in there.
Yeah, I'm in now. Somebody must have just left.
Okay.
Every day is an adventure. Adventure time.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
So many lightning immunes in here. Get out of here.
Yeah, it's random though. This is also the one place where cold resistance actually matters, by the way.
Oh.
So like a lot of zones don't actually have monsters that dish out cold damage. Not for the most part. But here,
Yep.
those, see the Hierophants right here? The Hierophants will spam Blizzard on you from the distance.
These mother. Yeah, spam. I've noticed that little blizzard.
And if you're not paying attention, because Blizzard's not really that easy to see sometimes. Like if you're not paying attention, the Blizzard's over top of you, and you just start dying, and you don't know why. And you're like, why am I dying?
Excuse me.
I've all my Necromancer. He's always like in the back behind his army, so he doesn't usually have to worry about too much. But in here, when I'm fighting these stupid Hierophants, they literally will just cast Blizzard directly on me at the back of the army and laugh and giggle.
Drop this.
Raffle it or hold on to it or whatever. I mean, you know,
What are you trying to give away?
your thing, yeah.
This is like gonna be all my runes, the death web that was gonna be up for grabs, my grief, whole bunch of stuff actually. Yep.
I mean,
Full set of P&B stillers.
I was actually gonna like. I know this doesn't really like fit because people want to delete characters obviously and move on to get more ladder characters.
I'm keeping
like,
2 characters.
But I was gonna wait until ladder reset, and then like maybe like a week after ladder reset, I was just gonna start giving everything away because I think it would be a hell of a lot easier to give away non-ladder items if you were actually on a non-ladder character. But
Makes sense.
I'll keep the better stuff. That's fine. Like I already got rid of some stuff, and I'm okay with doing that. Keeping these guys for now because I don't plan on making 10 characters right away. You know what I mean?
I mean, I've already got 2 slots open, which should be plenty for me. I was actually trying to consider what I might want to make as a secondary. Another character that I really did want to try and make though was a exploding arrow sorceress, chant sorceress. I thought that would be pretty fun with a fire sunder charm.
I'll drop all these dumb runes that I don't care about anymore.
Is there a mist in the first game? I actually have a mist that I may or may not be giving away. I'm not really sure yet.
Mist is so nice. In terms of the new rune words, Mist is up there. I really like, what's that helmet?
Well, mist is interesting even for non-Amazons. That 100% pierce is absolutely just ridiculous.
It's gorgeous.
If you're trying to build some kind of like non-Amazon like bow build, pierce is what makes the bow actually work properly.
Yeah.
So like having 100% free pierce opens up, you know, a lot of your other slots, so you don't have to. Wow, a freaking perfect blade barrier with 2 sockets. That is sexy. It's literally a 15% enhanced with 2 sockets. Put a rhyme in there.
Awesome.
I believe blade barrier is actually one of the best, if not the best, rhyme bases.
Yeah, it's a fantastic. What's the level on it? I thought it was a really good
51.
duelist shield. Yeah. Right.
I mean, you don't come across a perfect base like that every now and then. You know, all the time. You come across random ones, but not a perfect base.
But yeah, no, I also agree. Like, I've been finding myself like asking people, you know, are you even gonna play an on-ladder? Is this just gonna go into like a museum character? I think you're right. And maybe it's good to hold on to it for another week.
Well, I mean, I kind of wish that they had like ended ladder, and then given us like maybe like a week to sort out like what was going on, and then. But they're basically saying that like it's going to end in like at the same exact time, and ladder is going to begin. So they make it difficult for the ladder players, like because I would totally want to host a non-ladder giveaway and just give away all these really cool items, but like I'm not doing that on ladder day.
Yeah, no, exactly.
On ladder day, we're going to be playing ladder character. We're busy. That's right. We are busy.
Sure, I'll just put all this stuff in the shared stash and get rid of this guy.
I mean, you got 4 months to deal with the non-ladder stuff. I don't know. So I think there's plenty of time. I'm not going over there. I got amp damage on me. I'm not going over there.
I think he's dead. He should be dead.
I don't know. I'm not really sure about that.
Did he die? Oh, I went in the wrong place too.
Half the time you think he's dead, and he really just like teleported over in like the corner or something, and he just starts spamming corpse explosion. You're like, is he dead? You're like, oh, okay, he's not dead. He's not dead.
I don't see him.
Do you see me now, me?
It was a necromancer, not an illusioner. All right.
Let's make this perfect rhyme shield. Why not? There you go. Perfect rhyme blade barrier. Not bad, actually. Pretty good little magic find shield. Check it out.
Nothing left on him. Okay,
Perfect.
he can go away now.
I've always liked the way that they look too, like especially like when you're using them for like magic finding and stuff. You get that spikes all over the place. Spiky. I think I can. What's the block chance on that for a sorceress? Because I can't see the.
I'm at 60 right now, and I'm at 20. I have 0 points in dex. I'm at 60.
No, I meant on the shield. What does it say on the shield?
Yeah, chance to block 60%. Tooltip is.
Oh man.
Yeah, it says 60% chance to block with I have base 25 dex.
Wow, how do you? I didn't think it was that high.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess because the rhyme shield adds a little bit to it, right? So it adds the 20%. So it's 40. That's right. It's 40. So 40 for you plus 20, 60 with the 40% faster block rate. That's not bad. Nice little perfect rhyme blade barrier. Rhyme is like the shield, by the way. That's like the easiest and like best low level shield that you could make. You're not gonna come across a better shield like at the start of a ladder than a rhyme shield.
Okay.
Got the swap weapon.
Keeping that. No.
I'm gonna start the next game and or actually we can go do bail, but I can't swap weapons. I'm bugged. I'll be right back though.
All that staying.
What is the big appeal for doing ladder? I mean, number one, it's a fresh start, which is a really big thing. It's not just a fresh start for you, but it's a fresh start for everyone. Everybody has to start back over at scratch. I mean, it's kind of like being shipwrecked on an island with a whole bunch of your friends, you know, and you like build a civilization in a bar and start. What the hell was that? You know, and start, figuring stuff out. What a freaking loud ass. It's like something fell over there. Fucking completely derailed what I was saying. Oh yeah, why play ladder? Yeah, I mean it's like having fun playing with all your buddies. Like, think about it like this: if you guys were gonna start a game, and your friend was already at level 85 and you were level 1, it's not anywhere near as fun, right? So you're probably going to not want to play unless he's going to play with you or your friend's going to play with you, right? So if he starts over a brand new character with you, you guys can play up together. Well, ladder start is a fresh start for everybody. So everybody has to start level 1. Everybody gets to play together. Everyone starts at the same, starting gate. And as long as you keep up with each other, usually you could play all the way through the entire game together, which is probably one of the most fun aspects of it. And then there are specific things about ladder that are usually unique. So ladder has ladder only rune words, ladder only recipes. There's ladder only sunder charms, which is basically the new item for this ladder is the ladder only sunder charms. There's going to be a lot of burping. A lot of farting. Get ready.
Somebody just commented on the perfect Eth bone hue.
Oh, yeah?
It's a sexy weapon.
Perfect Eth bone hue. Did you, Lemnis, did you see this freaking charm I found from normal Diablo the other day?
Oh, no. What do we got? Oh, no. Yeah, I remember that. Yep.
Normal
Very
Diablo
sick.
dropped that.
That was crazy.
I was like, what? 7% faster run walk with all res 13 is like, that's like GG. I mean, it could be 2 points better on the all res, but still, that's freaking GG right there. It's level 27 too. Like, would I guess resistance isn't really that big of a deal for a low level dueler, but would that be like a low level dueler thing? Because it's got faster run walk on it. Help you catch the evil PvPers.
27, yeah. The level 30 people use elemental damage for sure.
Like, that seems like a pretty sexy dueler charm.
Yeah.
What are the stats on?
Dropping perfect Haws.
It's all res 13 with 7% faster run walk and 20. It's level 27. It dropped from normal Diablo. It was weird.
I don't know if that would get used because it's not hard for them to get their all res max because they get 30 all res and they duel in normal.
Oh, they duel in normal at 30? Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I was missing.
Alright.
But it's still a sick charm.
Yes.
Sick.
And that's why, I mean, Destination was doing the whole, like, Nightmare Cows versus Hell Cows. You know, if normal Diablo drops that, you're definitely getting it from Nightmare Cows, obviously. So, just another reason to run those maps.
Hello, Raider. Welcome to the Discord. As you guys see, Raider has a little. Well, I don't know if you can see it on YouTube, but on stream, he actually has a little Discord icon next to his name. I forgot I didn't put stream chat up. Let's put stream chat up so you guys can see it. He has a little Discord icon next to his name. There's actually a live stream channel in the Discord so that you guys can chat with the live stream without even like needing to be in the live stream. Anything you type in the live stream will automatically be like sent over. So you can kind of see what the hell's going on.
Okay, that's not mine. That one stands.
Some Gore Riders. And a frickin' Trang armor.
That's not a bad bail drop.
It's not terrible.
Used to getting like a couple blues. Oh my god.
But make sure this is relaying all the information properly. Relay test. It is going to Twitch. Is Twitch going to YouTube? Sometimes the relay thing breaks. Okay, it is working on Twitch. Alright, well, I mean, it seems to be working okay. Let me check Discord real quick, make sure that one's working. Gotta get all this stuff ready in advance.
Well, yeah. Ding dong. Oh, goodbye.
Yeah, Discord relay. Discord relay. Discord relay didn't come through on YouTube, or maybe I'm just lagging behind the stream. You're gonna simp for Amaranth?
I am overburdened.
That seems silly, sir. Is she gonna be playing this ladder? She played Diablo 2 Resurrected at launch.
That's hilarious.
She blew away Llama's numbers. She was literally second. She was second on the stream list for Diablo 2 Resurrected at launch. She was like way above Llama. You know who was number one? Who was way above Amaranth?
Dobrunsky, nah. I mean,
it was Fextra Life, the channel
of course, of course.
cheats, the cheating channel.
Yeah. They put all their Sure they were. I mean,
it literally was a surprise to no one. I think that that literally the like that he was cheating like the system when he was literally above Amaranth and Mr. Llama on D2R launch day. Like, I don't think anybody went to his channel and was like, huh, look at this guy. He's the #1 Diablo 2 Resurrected streamer. No, they were just like, oh, look at that guy. He's definitely cheating the system. There's no way he's above Amaranth.
yeah. I mean,
that's not possible.
It's a community, and they link all of their, like, they stream.
It's a website. So
yeah,
he has a wiki page, and basically he embeds his stream on every wiki page. Even if you're not even interested in Diablo 2 Resurrected or whatever he's streaming, the stream is on every page. So anybody that opens up the website at any point will also open up the stream. And it automatically plays.
Yeah, they're fake boosting their numbers. I remember it was a thing they did it with Elden Ring as well.
Yeah, and they're just going to keep doing it and get away with it.
Yeah.
What's up, Jason?
Gotta love it. What's up, everybody?
Oh, that's all she wrote. I have no characters.
Deleted everything.
I can't say that. I kept my paladin, my sorceress, my low-level dueler, and I still got my hardcore character because it's hardcore character. I'll keep her till she dies.
And I need my characters for videos. I'm not going to delete them. I probably should delete some of my mules, though. I don't really need all my...
It's kind of sucky we don't get, like, what do you call it? Ladder-only slots.
I'm just going to make a game called GGM Free and it's non-ladder.
You guys didn't even finish the halls in here.
Oh, I didn't even do anything yet. I'm just gonna delete this guy.
I can't carry anymore.
All these IO runes. I always have way too many IO runes.
I'm a dozen.
Alright. Everything's situated on this character now. Oh man, she's back to full power.
Full power.
Oh, well, I took some pieces off of her to...
Oh yeah, that's what I wanted to do before I killed this. Like, I might have to do that. I want to get a fully upgraded Cow King set before I leave ladder to
Totally forgot about that, by the way.
Shockwave bug.
Hey, if somebody on non-ladder can hold this game open for me, I just, because I don't want the whole thing to just disappear. Non-ladder, it's called GGM free.
Okay, I'll come in.
I just need somebody to hold it. I'm gonna go hop on one of my other mules and drop everything off of that mule too. I don't need non-ladder mules. I'm just gonna keep the characters themselves. I don't know why I have non-ladder mules anymore. That'll free up a whole lot of slots, just dropping the mules. Go ahead and delete him now. Don't need Mr. Locust anymore. Alright, next mule, Lord of the Flies. I believe he's my jewel mule. I need to see if I can put together the runes to do a full upgrade on a Cow King set before I leave ladder. Alright, Lord of the Flies is empty. Alright, goodbye, Lord of the Flies. What other mules do I have? I still have... Oh, Proliferate is a ladder mule. I didn't even know I had a ladder mule. What the hell is on him? That's interesting. I mean, that's fine. That's quite a few slots. Could probably drop some more stuff if I wanted to.
Oh, Daniel, do you need a Cow King's armor?
I have the full sets.
Oh, you do?
I
Okay.
just need to, I need the runes, most likely. Man, I should have the full set sitting somewhere. Yeah, there's the boots, there's the armor. And, let's go ahead and just, like, pull this onto this character real quick so I can upgrade it. I know I have the hat somewhere as well. Yep, there's the hat right there. Alright. Oh, look at all these keys sitting on this character. Bunch of terror and hate keys. Are those those games still open?
GGM items.
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
they are.
I'm still dropping.
Many things
Oops.
to look at. Someone's just like spamming gold all over the ground now.
Oh, look at all these items in here. You guys sure don't want some of these items? Is that a towels? Oh, that's a rattle cage. Okay. Could be something really good. Dang, this game is like super full of stuff. Can't even see it all.
What are you in?
GGM items. Password 16. If you guys want some stuff, we still got tons of stuff to pick up for your non-ladder characters.
Yep. That game, as well as there's still the second game. Same name except one at the end.
That's a really nice circlet. I forgot I had that. +2 assassin, 10% faster cast, 20 dex, 20 all res. Oh, here's that god druid amulet.
Stuff. So much stuff.
Oh no, my Jmod. You can't have that.
Anything.
Alright, keys. I'm gonna drop all these keys on the ground if anybody wants them.
There's like almost a full set of Saigons over by Kara.
Alright, let's see if I can't upgrade this Cow King set. I'm pretty sure that I don't have all the runes, but I can at least upgrade it from normal to nightmare. You want my mist, trustworthy? We gotta come get it? I can't bring it to you. You gotta come get it, right?
Now, I guess unfortunately in GGM items 1, there's a guy that is picking a bunch of stuff up and selling it all to vendors.
Is that why there was all that money on the ground?
Yeah.
The smartest
What a-
of people.
His
What a
name's
tool.
QWERTY.
That's frustrating.
Oh.
And his BNet is Cranky Titan 1501. So be aware.
The
everyone.
lowest form of humanity.
I was hoping to find a Tal's armor, but seen one.
I mean, there might have been one at one point.
Oh, probably.
There was definitely one. I dropped a full set of towels and got picked up immediately.
That doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, it's funny with the amount of stuff that's on the ground. It's like a full-time job actually picking it all up and selling it to the NPC. Like, you gotta work at it. Like, it's not easy.
Yeah, he was selling it, and there was no lack of stuff on the ground yet. It was fun.
Just pick the gold up, buy it back, and drop it back on the ground. Where the hell's the armor? Oh, it's in there. I'm an idiot.
Huh.
Alright, I'm out. Y'all have fun.
Alright.
You too, man.
Thank you for the sharing.
Sharing is caring. You want the mist? The mist is on my...
Who the hell has it? The Zon? I think my Zon has it. The Zon Merc has it, actually. To be more accurate.
Well, that's a cool thing. Suicide Branch.
Oh yeah, it's very nice.
That's
Can
a
socket it,
super
put a
awesome
facet in
leveler.
it too. It's actually a good end game as well. 50% faster cast.
Yeah, that's one thing that's eluded me is rainbow facets. I've only seen one or two drop, and it was in like bow run games. So good luck. One day I'll get one.
Full pot of coffee, ready to go. Gonna burn everything to let you know. There's so many more keys on random characters. I didn't even realize I had keys on. Hey, look, here's QWERTY.
Ban him! Diggler. Man.
Yeah, pan.
Belts, 4 masks, 5 masks. Jeez. I like how people are dropping their cubes too.
I dropped like 4 of mine from characters, bro. It was funny.
But you can pick them up on a
All
level
my
1.
mules have cubes, so I dropped them all.
I need to see which one of my F Ghost Spears is better. I just realized that. I've got 2 F Ghost Spears. One on a non-ladder and one on ladder. And one of them is probably better than the other, and I can give one of them away. What are the variables on Breath of the Dying? It's just the ED? Or are there other variables? I can't even remember. I think it's just the ED, right?
ED and the lifesteal. Lifesteal goes 12 to 15.
So I got a 360 15
250 to 400.
360 15 on ladder. And $366 13 on non-ladder.
My lords.
I feel like the 366 13 is better than the 360 15. It's only 2% lifesteal. It's more damage. Probably equates out to more lifesteal anyway, right? Yeah, I guess I'll give away the latter one. If anybody's interested in an F Breath of the Dying Ghost Spear, I've got an extra one to give away. If somebody is interested in the F Breath of the Dying Ghost Spear for non-ladder, just join GGM2 password 16. I'll hand it to you. It's a very nice weapon. This is a weapon that could be very useful for a druid, Very useful for a mercenary. Very useful for a spears on. You could even, believe it or not, you could use it on a frickin' Vengeance Paladin and laugh at how much ridiculous damage it does.
Oh, GGM1 items 1 is cleared out. Someone sold absolutely everything.
They might have also timed out.
Oh, I stopped dropping stuff. I left.
Yeah, I took off too.
GGM items? Who is this? Who is UB? Who is yo mama? Welcome into the game, Twigs. It's certainly not going to QWERTY, that's for sure. Litty. Litty? You mean lit? Cold sorceress? Is a done deal. Man, that boy QWERTY following me around everywhere.
He wanted your stuffs.
It's probably White Monarch guy.
Could it be?
Well, I dropped quite a few of those, so
Hey, well, he
guess
finally
he
got.
still wasn't satisfied.
He finally got his White Monarch after all these years.
Dude.
Death Cleaver is really good, especially if you find Eth. I gave the Breath of the Dying to Twig 777 trustworthy. Yeah, new rune words are still possible. You could create them in ladder right now and take them with you. Some of them are cheap. Cheap, cheap, cheap. Cheap, 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 cheap.
Spicy chicken.
I'm trying to think if I got anything else to give away. Things that I don't want to keep, obviously. Jean Grey is using a Phoenix. Plague Claw. It's a rather interesting character. Don't I have 2 martial arts assassins, actually, now that I think about it? Vegomatic is a Blade Fury. No, I don't, actually. Trying to make a flickering flame twigs. Somebody probably has one. I can just hand it to you. Let me check out and see what Jean Grey has on her.
Moo.
Did somebody say moo?
Moo.
Moo moo moo. Moo moo moo.
And you guys doing chaos runs? Terror runs or anything?
We're doing GG drop your stuff.
Well, let me see what I've got left. I know I gave Elemis the bunch of stuff I had.
GG drop your stuff.
GG drop your
It's
pants.
just so much.
And
It's
other
crazy to look at it, like, 'cause, like, I don't see this stuff all the time. Like, I was playing solo most of my things, so to
There's
see
so
what
many
you guys
good,
are able to.
Tal's armor?
Hey,
Must
Inside
have.
Diamond Bow. Oh, and
Someone say something.
my freaking near perfect gold strike arch that I found that I totally forgot about.
Someone say Tal's armor.
We need more
Yeah,
cowbell, Steven? $20
Armor,
for
armor, hammy, and helm.
$20 is going to buy you a lot of cowbell. I'm going to let you know right now.
I will gladly hand it over to you.
I really only need the armor.
Oh, we got a non-ladder request for some Uber run. Who do I have that's like capable of Ubers and non-ladder? My Convictor, I think. I think my Convictor can still do non-ladder goobers. As long as I haven't stripped him of all his equipment, he should be good.
Which game are you in so I can drop you that armor?
Oh, this game is loaded up. I can make a different one with my mule here to meet you.
Yeah, just let me know.
NIC11 password 16.
What was the game name
It's
again?
my Flesh Ripper.
NIC11. Nick11.
Got it.
He's missing his boots.
Wait, who needs a Tal's armor?
That was me. I'm getting one right now.
Oh, you are. Okay.
Thank you, though.
Yeah, there's actually one left. I was about to drop it. It's 890 defense. Let me know if that's better.
It
When
is
you
better.
get-
Mine is 858.
Nice.
I mean, do you want the 890 or do you not care?
Doesn't matter. Man, it's a sorceress.
There you go. Don't need the Ami or the helm?
I think I've got a helmet. I've got a belt. I've got the lidless eye. I thought I had an Ami somewhere.
Take the Ami just in case.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Resistances are a little low. Why is my lightning resistance so low?
Got a crappy Griffin's Eye. I'll come drop in a game.
Yeah, let that go to somebody else who needs those.
There's no such thing.
I know.
Crappy griffins.
The crappiest of griffins. Oh, so bad.
I didn't know how bad it rolled until I talked to Jack. I was like, oh, that sucks.
I found a perfect one this season.
Nice. Alright, well, thanks for the towels. I'm gonna go ahead and leave the game. I gotta go cook some dinner.
That's right. Cook that dinner. Cook that dinner, do-si-do. Come on down and let's go.
Kira's Guardian I can get rid of. Heroes, kinda low level.
Trying not to get like murdered by the Ubers here because my character's not set up properly. I'm just trying to grab like every charm I have that has resistances on it.
Oh my god, I can't spell items.
Alright, that should be good enough. And we also need to swap to Flesh Ripper, which needs to be repaired, of course.
There's a lot of crap on the ground.
Oh wait, I don't have my life tap gauntlets. Do not have my life tap gauntlets. Hold on, I totally forgot about that. Gonna end up getting myself killed because I'm stupid.
Booby Arcane.
I don't know where the hell they went off to either. Probably Fetch-O-Matic. I think she was the last character I was playing before I ripped him of his equipment. No, they're not here either. Can't believe I walked in there without the life tap gauntlets, though. I'm smart.
Throw some panties down that I don't need. Drop that Griffin.
Check a couple of my characters real quick so I could restore his equipment back to full. He doesn't have them either.
Snap Toma Town portal.
What does he have on his character? Principal? Do I know if you can make a flickering flame in non-ladder after the reset? I'm going to go out on a limb and say the answer to that question is no. However, I do not know. So, but everything in me tells me that the answer to that question is going to be no. There they are, the wonderful Drax. I was wondering where they disappeared to. Give me my tracks back, you little track thief. You thief.
I think I'll keep the runes. Think around with.
Who is it that's talking that's really low?
Oh, I'm kind of talking to myself, sorry. It's just thinking about the stuff I'm trying to get rid of.
Oh.
Somebody can have a wealth.
Sounds like I was going crazy, like murmurs in the back of my mind.
Oh, you'll hear it in your sleep tonight. I'll be in there.
That's what it sounds like. Alright, let's try this again with less dying action. Oh god, I didn't mean to go in there.
I can't.
I was like, God, the frickin' Tristram portal is literally right by the stash. I was trying to click on the stash to get my equipment. Portal is clear. Oh, well, if the portal's clear, I'll just go straight to killing the Ubers then. Hopefully. Which Uber's left alive? Mephisto, the nastiest of them. Clean up these mages real quick. I was chasing that assassin, trying to kill it. Alright, let me go grab some potions real quick. Now that Mephisto's out of the way, that's the hardest one of the lot, to be honest. I'm rubbing the back of my head. It feels good. Don't judge me. Nice conversion action going on. I forgot these guys were immune to everything, and I usually can't kill these guys. That was like the one monster that I could kill, but like took me a while. Where's the other Uber? Is that was that the last one? I don't see any doojags here, so I'm assuming the answer to that question is no. I see ghosts. Which means Bale's probably still alive. Let's find Bale. Is he up here in this corner? No. There you are, Bailey Alias and Free. Ugh, I forgot. He steals all my mana. He's rude.
No mana for you. Mana for me either, I'm dead.
No! I got stuck. God bless it. I just love it when Bale chases like the one person around who can't actually fight, so he's just teleporting around over and over again, like away from you, so you can't actually kill him because he never stays still. He doesn't want to fight you. He's not interested in fighting you. He's interested in fighting that guy that's running around.
It's the weakest link.
He's good at it too. Like he's really good at it. I don't even know if this is the fake. I think this is the fake.
Thought I could solo cows, but apparently I can't.
This is the longest, most painful Ubers. Because this character is not properly equipped. His weapon's about to break. He was using budget equipment. I mean, for the most part for Ubers, because he wasn't really a Uber killer. He was a conviction paladin. I mean, he could kill Ubers, it just wasn't his main goal in life. I'm waiting for my flesh ripper to snap. It's getting pretty close. Come on, Bale. There we go. Now, for the 10-10 Druid Torch. Come here, you started it. Come here. No, you started it. No, all you guys started it. I didn't start it. Come here. You too, Mr. Ghost. You started it too. Stupid pit lords and their stupid fit immune to everything. Stupidness.
Oh, dang, I should just come in here a minute ago.
I've been here like for a long time.
The boys, you know, they were like, let's do something. I said, well, let's see if we can get them thingies, the organs.
There's a sounding Grand Tribe of the Winter on the ground for one of those barbarians. It's a Warcry charm.
Got a necro torch. He's excited. What is it? I know, but what are the other stats? He said none yet.
None your business. He's so funny.
Parker was like, he keeps changing characters. And I'm like, I don't know.
Because I don't have any equipment. Like, all my characters got stripped. They were all sharing equipment. So, literally, I logged in and he was missing half his equipment. He had, like, placeholders put in place of what he actually had. So, like, all his equipment was terrible.
I'd geared this barb up to play, and then we never did it. And so then I started taking all the stuff back off.
Exactly,
But,
and that's what happens. And so, like, when I logged in, I was like, he didn't have any boots on. He had the wrong Annie. There was a whole bunch of stuff. I don't even know if he had a torch. I didn't even pay attention. He might not even have a torch.
I went to go get my Necro and didn't even try with him. I was like, he's a smidge away from 87. I was like, I don't want him to just die. So that's gonna suck.
I'll be right back. Gotta go number 2. Number 2.
All right, man.
Who does number 2 work for? Who does number 2 work for? Hey, cow level is on the thing. We can do some cow level when I get back.
Okay. Yeah, I'll play with you.
I'm down. Ugh. I'm down for it.
What are you taking 30 minutes a map for tonight? That seems like a lot of time.
I was asking him what character he's trying to clear cows, and like, what character are you?
Terror Cows is going to be difficult. You can always come join us. I'm going to be running Terror Cows right now. Anybody who wants to come join me, it's GGM1, password 16. We're in hell difficulty. We're going to do some cows. Okay, we're going to do some cows. I have conviction, so, I mean, everything should die nice and fast. Just need to go get the leg. Oh, I didn't even see what Rocket Issue dropped. What'd you drop, Rocket Issue? Hey, two full juvies and a half a juicy? Oh, that's them. So many champions here. Finally. Oh. Well, I don't have a scroll of town portal.
Time to run back.
Whee!
Not in town.
Greetings.
Greetings. Warriors of the Darkness. That's a booby trap portal. Booby trap portal. Oh lord, they hit hard. Why do they hit so hard? Terror Cow's got some DPS output. I'm gonna tell you what, like, they especially some of the elites. Like if you hit it like an extra hard elite, extra strong elite, man, they freaking hurt. Yeah, a couple times I've run into them and literally I've just like, they literally would take like half my HP in a single swing. Ooh, I love having fanaticism. Fanaticism and conviction. We're gonna be rolling through these guys. Come below. Oh god, extra strong teleportation. Ow! Die, sir. The more cowbell you have ordered is here, my friends. The more cowbell you ordered is here. Callo has tons of clickables too, and since the clickables haven't been upgraded, like that's a pretty massively large number of clickables. You know, it could even rival. It could even rival Lower Kurost, like, because they're all TC-87, right? You could come in here on a sorceress or something and teleport around and just click all the chests. You didn't, like, you wouldn't even necessarily have to kill the monsters.
Good point.
Just get like high magic find, teleport around, click on all the rocks, the chests, the bodies, and look for, you know, items. Like everything will drop here, so might end up with something nice. What's up, Cow King? I heard you lightning enchanted. Oh, just bramble mints. Mike. Are they better than my bramble mints, though? I mean, one of my first Maras in Diablo 2 Resurrected literally came from this rogue right here in the cow area. And it was like a 27 Maras or something like that. Always remember.
I need a key. Click on everything.
Well, it's funny to think because I didn't know at the time, but like, you know, if I had like, if that was single player and I came back to the same exact dead rogue, I could have gotten multiple Mars. Just keep re-rolling them until I get a perfect 30. Yep, Tanner Goron. It's a decent one if it's F. You could double upgrade it and put it on a Merc. Protect him against the Council's Hydras.
I think we are clear.
We burned through this one. Next.
Love that fanaticism. It's nice.
Kane, identify my cube. Some 82 bramble mitts, mine are better, and some IK boots.
Good day.
See what the small charm is I picked up. 1 to 2 fire damage. Great.
Try and find the leg. We need to have legs stored up in advance for this. Like, there is no excuse for wasting time to go get the leg.
No, sorcerer should play. Get out of the way.
Moo. Yeah, it didn't spawn us directly inside the Cow King's area? What? What? Demon High Glows, a Cryptic Sword. I don't know what that is. Meh. That heavy belt could be good. Garbage. Garbage. That item on the ground could be good. The item on the ground wasn't good. Sucked really bad. Oh my god. Throw it in the dirt and run away. So I don't know if you guys saw, but they recently added all the Rush Hour movies to Netflix. And I've literally been watching all of them. I literally already watched all 3 Rush Hour movies.
Multiple times.
I mean,
Oh, I love this.
sort of
I love this
ish.
movie.
Yeah, sort of ish. Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? Ain't nobody understand the words that are coming out of your mouth.
Next ladder, I need to tell you fast.
You know, it reminds me though that Rush Hour is kind of the same. It's kind of the same formula as that Eddie Murphy movie from back in the day. You remember the one where he was a
It's Lethal Weapon.
he was an out of town cop. Remember?
Yeah,
and,
Lethal Weapon.
and he goes into the town to like bust the whatever. And you know, I can't remember the name of the guy that was the cop in that movie. But great movie. Like, you know, kind of like a buddy cop thing, like reluctant, the reluctance that Rush Hour has, where they don't want to work with each other, but then they end up working with each other anyway. Yeah, Beverly Hills Cop, and there was like 1, 2, and 3, right?
Yep.
Yeah, kind of the same thing as Rush Hour. Yeah, Axel Foley. I knew you guys wouldn't let me down. My memory may be terrible, but between the 89, 90, between the 90 of us, we've got some brain power. Actually, I got 39 on Twitch too, so a little bit more. 127 of us. We got one whole brain cell, boys. That's right. Did you guys ever see the episode where George and Seinfeld decide that there's no such thing as a man who is man enough for a woman? And they basically come to the conclusion that no man is good enough for a woman, but 2 men might be. And they team up. They literally team up with a woman. So, like, George takes care of, like, all of the, like, appointments and all that other stuff where, like, you know, like, oh, don't forget, you know, it's her birthday tomorrow. You got to make sure you have a present. Here, I already bought you the present. You know, like, and Seinfeld took care of all the, like, you know, the datey kind of things, like charming and making her feel special and whatnot. But, like behind the scenes, neither one of them was a complete man. Like, they couldn't keep up with everything that needed to be keep up with to keep her happy. But the 2 of them together were enough. together.
Hey, as long as I'm the man in charge of the relations, it's all good.
The relations.
Good day.
It was just so funny how he said it too. He's like, maybe no man is good enough. Maybe between the two of us, half a man and half a man, we can make up a whole man. It's back to the old days of leveling in cows. I love it.
For 1 hour.
Yeah, for 1 hour. We've been restricted. You are on restriction.
Hope you ordered your milk blue raspberry flavor.
Your milk?
Milk.
And don't forget your milk. Do you remember where milk was from? It was the Simpsons episode, remember? Where they break in to find out where the milk is coming from. Turns out the milk was coming from was rats. They had rats hooked up to little milking machines. Y'all remember that episode?
Oh God, okay. Yep, now that you said it, yes.
And it didn't say milk on the bottles, it said malk. M-A-L-K, malk. Malk does a body good. Where are you getting this milk from? There's so many good Simpsons episodes. Some of them that really stick out in my head, though, was... You remember the one where he fired the bus driver because the bus driver was unsafe? The principal, like, then decided he was going to drive the bus because obviously driving the bus is super easy. And, like, he literally got stuck at an intersection, like... for hours and hours. Like, it literally turned dark and he was still stuck at the intersection, and he kept going like, I'll just go in, I'll just get right here, and like every time he tried to get in, like nobody would let him in. Like nobody was letting him in, and he wasn't aggressive enough to like pull into a spot. Bus driver got reinstated the next day. All this elemental damage, I don't even gotta do anything. I just stand here and let you guys kill everything. Look pretty. All I gotta do is look pretty with a smile on my face.
5-socket matriarchal bow +2.
Oh man, I'm gonna be looking for some bows. Till I get my hair cut, I usually do a trim every now and then. It does grow out and gets a little puffy. Like, I don't know. It's because, you know, like, after you shave it, it gets that, like, spiky kind of a thing going on. I don't like it, so every time it gets kind of like spiky like that, I shave it off again.
Oh wow.
What's not being funny? The Simpsons? The movie was great, you kidding me? One of my favorite lines was literally the part where he was in the he was in the reactor, and they told him to put the goggles on, and as long as he had the goggles on, he would be safe. And the freaking like nuclear irradiated fluid starts flowing down the tube, and the goggles are literally melting off his face, and he screams out in a terrible Russian accent. He's like, "The goggles, they do nothing." And
That's
dude,
one of my
it just,
favorite episodes.
every now and then I will just scream it out, like people are talking about something and they're like, the goggles, they don't work, and I'm like, the goggles, they do nothing. Freaking movie was great. Only people who've seen The Simpsons actually know what the hell I'm talking about, though, which is sad. All the new kids, they have never seen The Simpsons. Woogie, she's 11. She actually, like, got into The Simpsons at one point because she watched, like, all of Family Guy and some of the other, like, you know, similar shows. And there wasn't anything left. And I was like, why don't you watch The Simpsons? I'm like, Family Guy ain't nothing but, like, Simpsons 2. She starts watching The Simpsons, and there's so many episodes, and she loves it. And so she's just watching The Simpsons for like almost a year straight. Like literally that was like all she watched was The Simpsons for like a whole year. And like she got up to episodes that I haven't even seen, because Simpsons is still going. And there's episodes I haven't even seen of The Simpsons. I might have to go back and watch some of the newer, like more recent episodes. Yeah, the Simpsons Family Guy crossover was pretty good too. A sleeper show for me, though, I don't know if you guys have seen it, but Futurama. Futurama is great. If you've never seen Futurama, it's freaking amazing. Isn't it made by the same people that make The Simpsons?
Yep.
It's great. I love Futurama.
It is.
Bite my shiny metal butt plate.
I think it's getting a reboot soon.
Isn't it Matt Groening that does The Simpsons and Futurama?
Yep.
Somebody made me laugh with Family Guy, though. They said all Family Guy is coming up with some absolutely insane scenario, and then it plays inside of Peter's head, and you get to see it. Peter's like, what if I had a car made out of a banana and drove it into an ice cream factory? And then, like, literally 2 seconds later, like, you're flashed to Peter, like, either performing the action or somebody else performing the action. I'm in Virginia, Denial. Definitely not near the Nile. I'm not in denial either. Okay, I might be in denial, but not the Nile. Is the group full? You mean groups? We have 6 groups right now, and there's always room for more. We'll squeeze you in somewhere, don't worry. Whether we gotta tie you to the hood of the car, or make you ride in the luggage compartment, you know, we'll squeeze you in somewhere. Don't worry about it. If you want to join, the Discord is open. You're more than welcome to come in. Make sure you read the charter and agree to the charter, and then we'll hop on. We'll figure it out from there. You legit started 2 days ago? Might be a little rough for a ladder start if you've only just started playing 2 days ago. Do you have any previous experience in Diablo 2, or like, are you like fresh to 2 days ago starter? Because we're gonna be going pretty fast in ladder, and it's not that we're gonna want to leave you behind, but if you can't keep up with us, you might end up being left behind. Because ladder is a really competitive kind of a scenario. You might be better off playing non-ladder for a little while and then diving into ladder later. I don't know. I mean, I got lots of videos that can try and help prep you for ladder, but going from fresh to ladder competitive in like 1 day, or what you said, like 2 days, in like 2 days might be a little rough. You might not have a good time. Which is really the more important thing. Not really that you're going to hold us back, because you won't hold us back. It's really just you're probably not going to have a good time.
clear.
I mean, unless you've got like a lot of experience in other games, like have you done a lot of Diablo 3 or like Path of Exile or any of those other games? I mean, because if you already know like the skinny on how things run, you know, if you've already been like participating in ladders before, you know, you might already kind of know like what to expect. I mean, honestly, all you really have to do, and this is kind of silly, is two things: keep up with the group and don't die. Like, it's really that simple. Because for the most part, as long as you're keeping up with the group and not dying, you pretty much are going to get carried. Because there's going to be 7 other people there that are going to be, you know, pulling their weight. I think it'll be fine then. If you want to join, you're more than welcome to try. I mean, if you have a bad time or you like, you know, it doesn't really work out, you can always dip and, you know, just go to a slower pace. Doesn't really matter. Freaking 2-socket Sacred Rondash. With 30 all res. It's a decent little rhyme shield. What's up, Steelthorn the Jagged? Oh Lord, I'm surrounded. My boys. My boys. I was trying to eat fruit stacks, you evil hell bovines. They got me while I had my guard down.
Oh no.
They were like, he's eating fruit snacks, get him! I'm like, dang, no, they know my secret.
I need a key.
Like, we had a new guy who tried to do ladder with us one time, and he just didn't understand, like, that he needed to keep up with the group. It was awful. And one of the things about not keeping up with the group is you don't get EXP. So when you don't keep up with the group, you don't get any EXP, and when you don't get any EXP, you very quickly become out-leveled. And before too long, you end up so far out-leveled, like by the other characters, that then you get no EXP even if you do keep up with the group. And then it becomes a serious problem, because then we have to go back and we have to, like, either A, like, level you up by going to the correct zone for your level and kind of wasting our time, or B, leave you behind completely.
Which I'm going to be honest with you, at that point, if we get to the point where there's a gap in level between us that's so vast that we can't level you up without like going way back in the game, at that point you're probably not going to keep up with us anyway. And I am very big about not rushing people past their level of play. Like in the kinship charter, there actually is a clause that basically says, don't push somebody past their level of play. If they're having fun leveling up their characters, from level 1, don't G-rush them to 99, and be like, okay, here's your level 99 character, have fun, and then like leave. Just let them be a noob for a little while. Let them have fun. Let them do their thing. Okay. This game is amazing. There's no reason to like frickin' rush them to the end of the book. Let them enjoy. And that's really what it is that if you have somebody like that who's not keeping up with the group, they're probably enjoying the game. Which is actually pretty funny when you think about it that way. They're actually probably just enjoying the game. They're stopping, they're looking at all the cool artwork. They're having fun picking up items and trying to see, what the stats are on them. They're comparing them and looking at the various elements and wondering what to do with the gems and all the other cool things of the game. And, that's perfectly fine. It's just, it doesn't have a place in like a competitive ladder play though. Which is why you probably shouldn't join the competitive ladder play if you're basically just like a brand new character. You're more than welcome to join us eventually when you catch up, which won't take you that long, believe it or not. That's another reason why I don't like rushing people past their level of play, because you're gonna get there. Like, it's not gonna take you that long to catch up to us. It really doesn't.
Oh, we missed out on all this.
Yeah, going slow is definitely in a lot of ways more fulfilling, especially when you're new.
Yeah, especially your first time through. Like that's the really cool thing. Is your first time through the game is never going to come again. You're never going to be the noob that put too many points into psychic hammer on your assassin. It'd be like, oh yeah, I want to be a psychic hammer assassin. And like a couple months later, you're like, what the hell was wrong with me? Why did nobody tell me that psychic hammer was so bad? Be like, look, dude, it's rite of passage, okay? It's rite of passage. Get in there and be a noob.
Might be the last one.
Oh, you've been following all my guides, so you already got some knowledge then. You need to just hop into the game and have some fun now. You don't need to be an expert at the game to have fun in Diablo. Oh, you did my I Choose You series? That's right. I totally cheesed it up. Those videos were so cheesy. You might want to pop it in the microwave with some Tostito chips. Put a little bit of sauce on it. Got yourself some nachos.
Let that cool down, though, for about 10 minutes. It's going to be lava.
10 minutes? Oh, man. I don't know if I can wait that long.
Hot cheese is no joke.
Dude, you just reminded me. This is hilarious. You guys are going to laugh at this. So I had a girlfriend. She's an ex at this point. Never want to get back together with her ever again. But there was this really stupid thing that she did that made me laugh. And it's got to be one of the dumbest things I've ever seen. I would always, like, make her a pizza or something to eat. Or, like, because I was always feeding this woman. And, like, the pizza would be hot off the freaking pizza cooker. I have a pizza pizzazz. I got it for Christmas a long time ago. It's like one of the best things I've ever owned. But anyway, as soon as the pizza comes off the pizza pizzazz, it's probably like 600 degrees or some crazy crap. I don't even know. Like it's like molten lava. And you got to wait a couple seconds so that you don't like burn your entire mouth off. This girl would never ever wait. 100 times I served her a pizza, and 100 times she would take a slice, jam it directly into her mouth, and literally just burn the inside of her mouth off to the point where she had to spit the pizza back out because it was so hot. And never once did she actually learn and not shove the molten hot pizza directly into her face. It was just like a constant show of just watching somebody make a mistake and never learning from it. I would even tell her, I'm like, don't shove it in your face. The pizza's hot. Right in there. Molten magma right in her mouth. Surprised she could even taste anything anymore, the number of times she burned her mouth off.
Not gonna lie, that may or it may not be me.
Well, some people can like take it. It's weird. Like some people, they'll get their coffee and they will drink it immediately. It's freaking magma.
Dude, I can't do that.
I've never. That is too hot.
I have never been able to drink like just hot liquid, like exceedingly hot liquid, just directly. Like I always have to like sip it or like drink it with a spoon. Like.
What you guys do is get an ice cube or two and drop it in there. Boom.
Nah, it defeats the purpose. It's got to be hot. That's why you have a hot drink. If I wanted a cold drink,
you need is one little ice cube.
And then it's cold.
Or what you do is what I see people do when I used to work at a convenience store. You know, drop a couple ice cubes before you pour it in. That way it's still really, really hot. It ain't gotta be big ice cubes. It can be just tiny little ones.
Well, I'm sure at some point in the future, I will have some new character days. I usually do new character days. So for those of you watching, new character days are pretty simple stuff. I decide I want to make a new character, and I go, all right, we're having a new character day. It's going to be like such and such day, and then everybody can figure out what they want to make. And we basically take characters from level 1, and we basically level them up. You can bring whatever equipment you want. New character days is literally deck out your character in whatever gear you want. Doesn't matter. Like anything you've got saved up. In fact, half the time I'll just like pull a mule in, and I'll just drop a bunch of Lobby gear on the ground for everybody, and you guys can just like, just get what you want. The new character days we usually it usually goes on for 3 days because that's how long it takes to like completely deck out a character. It's about 3 days. So like from scratch, level 1 all the way until we're like finished with the character, say like level 88, 89. It's usually about 3 days. And that's like walking like the entire game, killing every monster, doing every quest. You know, no skipping. Do I ever get tired, XZ? Me, of course. That's when I go sleep.
It's locked.
I mean, maybe I've just been conditioned my whole life to be a gamer. I think I have, to be honest, because I could pull some crazy hours without ever, like, falling asleep or... I mean, you guys, for those of you who've been around long enough, you guys know, like, I've literally done, like, 18-hour streams, and, like, honestly, I probably could have kept going, but a lot of the times, like, the power would go out or something, and the stream would stop, and I'm like, alright, I guess I'll go get myself something to eat. And most of the time, I only stop streaming because I'm hungry. Which isn't going to happen, because I got a million Rice Krispie treats, a bag full of Cheez-Its, I got 2 bags full of jerky, some mixed nuts, and a whole box full of and a whole box full of fruit snacks. I'm not running out of steam.
I don't know. You've been dipping into the Rice Krispie treats. How many are left?
Yo. Why are you counting my Rice Krispie treats, though? Why are you keeping track of my Rice Krispie treats? Why don't you keep track of your own Rice Krispie treats?
See, because you don't buy the $15 2-pound Rice Krispie treat. That's like 17.
Ah, see, CXZ. All my stuff is pretty much sugar-free or mostly sugar-free. Like, beef jerky doesn't even really have that much sugar in it. Rice Krispie treats, believe it or not, don't even really have that much sugar in them. And believe it or not, the fruit snacks don't even have that much sugar in them. It's like 6. I was actually looking at this at the store. It's what is it? 9 grams of sugar for the entire pack, for like one entire pack of fruit snacks. The Rice Krispie treats are 8 grams of sugar per bar. Like, they're pretty low. And the beef jerky is 5 grams of sugar. So as you can see, I have put in my brain power. My all one whole brain cell.
Hurry up.
It's not terrible. Area Plateau sucks. It's decent for farming Thresh Socket. You can farm Thresh Socket. It's actually a really good farm. He's level 8 TC 87 plus, so he drops everything. And Thresh Socket's super easy to get to. But the zone itself kind of sucks for like EXPing and stuff.
Cows are no longer terrorized.
Yeah, might as well finish them off though.
Yeah.
Put them out of their misery. Get a couple steaks.
Save me a ribeye.
Y'all ever watch that one YouTuber named Binging with Babish, who makes the like mythical like fake food from television shows?
Oh, I love those. I'm actually learning how to cook from his channel and learned quite a few things.
Well, that's always nice.
Like
He does pretty strange recipes, so
Oh, I mean, yeah, absolutely.
I would imagine he has to use some pretty strange techniques, you know, to make it all work.
The hot dog from The Simpsons. Like, that was an interesting one. How he did it.
Which one?
Oh, the Shelbyville dog.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the
No, not
the
that
eclair that was.
No.
What was it called again? The one that was supposed to like kill anything that ate it.
It was French. Oh.
And Homer ate it like it was nothing.
Because Homer's a real man. But that was a wild one too.
It's a real wow. It's a real wow. Ooh, mirrored boots. That's an interesting drop. Those are elites. There are so many cows. Why does it seem like this one's a little bit more densely packed than the other ones we were in?
Because it's the last one we were doing.
Go. Moo. Moo, 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 moo. So, Denial, I think the easiest way to explain Diablo, since you've played Path of Exile, is that Path of Exile is basically a copy of Diablo with modifications. Like, I mean, Path of Exile definitely has changed a lot in the time since it launched, but it is at its core literally just like a copy of Diablo 2, you know, like modified and like re-represented. And quite honestly, in my opinion, I think Diablo 2 is still better than Path of Exile. I really enjoy Diablo 2 a lot more. I think the itemization
and a lot of the features of this game are definitely better by far. Sometimes when you change something, it's not necessarily for the best. I really wish Blizzard would get that Paragon crap out of their head. I don't understand why they always want to do the Paragon crap. It's so stupid. Nobody's interested in that Paragon crap. Nobody. I was planning on staying up a little bit late tonight to get ready for tomorrow night. That way I'll kind of precondition myself. If you guys have never done this before, it's you know, this is professional level gaming, okay? This is top tier level gaming, alright? When you get prepared for like something like this, okay, ladder doesn't start until like 8 EST. So by the time we start at 8 EST, it's already going to be dark, and literally a couple hours in, it's going to be like midnight. So we might as well stay up pretty late, because I'm going to be staying up really late tomorrow. Ladder reset is probably going to go all night long into the morning. We're probably going to be playing all night into the morning. Sun's going to be coming up. We're going to be closing the blinds, and we're probably still going to keep playing. So if you do a little bit of exercise on your your what is it called when you're like not jet lagged, but like your sleep schedule. Like if you stay up beforehand the previous day, you can kind of like work your body into a more of a different rhythm so that you'll be okay staying up the next day.
It's like day-night reversal or something.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to suck. We're going to be up all night and we're going to be really tired and eventually we'll just crash, but by the time we crash, hopefully we'll be in like hell difficulty. Like with a couple Sunder Charms, Who knows?
It's a good goal.
Mm-hmm. I think that was my goal, was to make it to hell and then take a 2-hour nap and get right back up.
Pretty much. 2-hour nap, right back up. Let's go. I actually got a new hard drive too, so I can just record everything, and that way I won't have to worry about the 12-hour time limit on YouTube.
Good to see you.
I should be able to get out of work about 15 minutes before ladder starts.
Oh, Griswold's Vortex.
1 or 2. Go to work again for 4 hours.
Anybody looking for a Grizzly? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, you're fine. That's my schedule for tomorrow and Friday.
I mean, I took next week off, so I'm actually don't have any work this week, and then next week I'll just be off, so I'm gonna have I'll just have like 2 straight weeks to just ladder it up.
Oh, just like you did first ladder.
Mm-hmm.
If I weren't starting a new position, then I would have taken a weekend off.
What? You mean you can't just like tell your boss, like, look, ladder's more important than this stupid job?
I tried. I tried to hit, and like, I might not be in Thursday or Friday or Monday, but no. It's all training. That's why I was like, I'm only doing 4 hours tomorrow and 4 hours on Friday. So.
I remember when I was younger, I used to work at tech support, and tech support used to take it out of me, like mentally, not physically, of course. Physically, I'm pretty sure I was gaining weight and turning into a big fatty. You don't want to see fat me. I'm not fat right now. And you know how I know I'm not fat right now? Because I've seen fat Ginger. I have seen the fat version of myself. It is not pretty. I probably look kind of like wide on camera just simply because, well, I'm already a very wide person. If you meet me in person, like, I have very broad shoulders. And then the camera doesn't help matters because it makes me look even broader. But I'm actually a pretty good weight considering like how heavy I was in the past when I worked at the tech support. But man, I would be like mentally exhausted when I got off of work, and all I wanted to do was just come home, play some games, and unwind. Like that was my life. Was go to work, become mentally exhausted, drive home, play games until I passed out,
go back to work. And it was just like, that was like my whole life for like 3 years.
Oh yeah. I don't know. I think I'll stay up till about 2 o'clock tonight. I think
Yeah.
that's what I'll do.
Sounds good.
I'll only need 4 hours of sleep. I should be all right.
5-4. 5-4-4-5-4.
Maybe 3. I don't know. If I don't decide to sleep.
Let's go kill Thresh Socket real quick. If you guys have never seen Thresh Socket, he's super easy to kill. If you have teleport, he's even easier. You know, let me go grab my Enigma real quick so I can just show it to you really fast. My Enigma's hiding in here somewhere. There it is. You don't have all the waypoints? Do you need this waypoint? I can toss you a portal. So Thresh Socket is straight up. Let's go straight up this way. He's always by the door. Super easy to find. It's not that big of a deal. And there he is right there. He doesn't even have any minions. He's super easy to kill. Super easy to find. Ow, did he just like almost one-shot me, boy? What did you just see him like take me from 1600 HP to 400? Holy crap, he did it again!
There's like it ain't
Wow.
Extra strong fight to win. No.
I mean, if I was worried about my EXP, I'd be mad. I was just trying to show something off, Thresh Socket. Jeez. Level 99 Thresh Socket is a beast.
Oh.
Dude, he is a watch out. He hits really freaking hard. Like, he hits for like about 1.2k a shot.
You gotta kill me first. Catch me. Down. This Aldor is
Oh yeah, he was extra strong cursed, so that was like double damage and then double again, so it was like quad. And then he was level 99, which obviously because he's in a terrorized zone, so he was even higher like damage than a normal extra strong cursed Thresh Socket. Man, he donked me good. I should have backed off the first time he hit me for like 1.2k. Which portal is near my body? I don't want to take the wrong one since I'm naked.
Blasphemer.
I'm naked.
We're clearing everything out right now.
So much EXP I got back. I literally got back almost a full bar. Dude, he hit so freaking hard.
I seen her health drop. I was like, oh, that's not good.
I popped a juvie too, and then he hit me again for 1.2k, and I popped another juvie, and then I think the third time he hit me for, I think he just took my entire HP pool, because I don't think he hit me twice that last time. I'm pretty sure it was just full HP to dead. The interesting things that you find out about the terror zones. Thresh Socket is ouchie. There's a couple super uniques that can kill you if you're not careful. It looks like Thresh Socket is one of them. Another one is Pindleskin. A lot of people underestimate Pindleskin. If you approach him the wrong way, or if he's got the right modifiers, and if like all of his little minions charge you at the same time, they will one-shot you. Like it's glorious. Some people run in there and they're like, I got this, and Pindle's just like.
Get charged by about 3 of them, you're donezo. That's kind of how it rolls. He doesn't even have to touch you. It's his minions too.
Well, he's in the back, so most of the time he doesn't. But like, if you hop in here real quick and you look, there is a little wall right here, and so what you have to do is you kind of just use this little wall right here, And that way they can't all charge you at once. They can, one or two of them can charge you, but like the whole group can't charge you, which this little wall helps prevent that. You just gotta use the wall to your advantage. Everybody's in here now. What's up, everybody? Howdy ho!
Came for a fight.
Pendle's gonna get it. He's gonna get it. Pendle's gonna get it. He's gonna get it. Switch back to my principle. It's the principle of the matter. That's why I died. Stupid teleport. Stupid teleporters for teleporters. I would charge around like a principal monster. Yeah, it's funny. I can already start to see people forming like favorite terror zones. Like cow level of World's Stone Keep and Chaos are definitely among the top. But like there's certain ones that are really fun, and there's certain ones that are just kind of way too small. And some of them are just kind of weird. I don't even know why they did it. Like Bloodmore Den of Evil is a very weird terror zone. It doesn't quite work. I mean, maybe they did it not for us high levels. Maybe they did it for the low levels. You think? Like maybe like brand new players who start out and like Den of Evil and Bloodmore get like terrorized. You could take like a brand new character out there and you could just like farm the the low tier monsters basically.
That's the thing, is like you got to beat Bale. I mean, it would be like a good like little self-farming spot by yourself, but other than that, there would be no point.
You do have to beat Bale?
Yes.
When, did they confirm that anywhere?
That's in, I think, the 2.5 patch.
I never read it in any of the patch notes. And you know me, I read all the patch notes.
Yeah, that's what's like odd. I'm like, you didn't know you had to beat Bale?
I mean, I suggested it. I suggested it in the forums.
Let's see if I can.
Oh, to unlock terror zones, you must defeat Bale per character per difficulty using any expansion character. Existing characters that have already fulfilled their requirements will automatically have this feature unlocked. So it just works exactly like cows, basically, which is what I had suggested in the first place. Just make it work exactly like cows.
Pretty much.
I mean, we'll be done with normal in no time, though.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, with us, it'll be like hour or two, depending on the group makeup.
Once I get freezing arrow, I'll be blasting. I'm pretty sure I'll run Insight bow for like the whole first part of the game. That way everybody has a nice mana regen. Sounds like the first person to clear hell difficulty is going to be making TZ zone games for everybody else.
Yeah. As long as they're in relative level, like at least within 5, should be alright.
Well, it's supposed to automatically change to a new host if the host leaves.
Yeah, I wonder what happens if the second highest person hasn't defeated Hail Bell. Or if it short circuits it or it stays terrorized.
Short circuited. We're definitely going to find out.
Yep.
Are we waiting for the terror zone to change, or?
I don't know. I don't really like farming this one. I was trying to think of something else to do.
Area Plateau is just kind of a boring one to farm. It's too spread out, and the walls are all over the place, and like it just blocks everything. The monsters here aren't even that fun to fight. Like it's kind of just meh.
Problem for me is like the skeletons. Like I can't mana leech, so I'm kind of at a disadvantage. So.
Like next.
Please, next.
Next. I mean, it's not exactly a bad thing that there's gaps, because you could just go do something else like Magic Find or go back to your normal routine. I mean, there's a lot of different things that you could potentially do.
Yep, normally go kill the Trav, kill Mephisto, kill Diablo.
Yeah.
No yawn. Too early.
I'm staying up so that I don't yawn tomorrow. That's the rub. Kind of hungry though.
I was thinking the same thing.
Come and snack at my house. I got Tostino's pizza rolls. Come and snack at my house. I have the goods.
I'm gonna go grab a snack. I'll be back.
I'm trying not to eat all my snacks before ladder day. That's the goal anyway. Ow. We're certainly going to miss our overpowered characters come tomorrow.
It's gonna be walking so slow.
We're going to be like, oh man, I remember the days when I could kill a Death Lord, and now Death Lords kill me. Shame, shame, shame.
Go from die MFers to damn, that hurts, that hurts. Ow, ow.
Ow, ow. That's right. Ow, ow. Ladder starts hours ago. No, why would the ladder start hours ago? Ow, frickin' cursed, stupid wishes. Is she bugged or something? I tried to walk up on her and I literally almost died when I walked close to her. Strange. Oh wow, 2 small charms for that chest. And the money says... Ooh, whammy. Ooh, double whammy. Oh no. Double whammy, swing! It's not October 6th yet. It's only the 5th. The 5th. It's not even the 6th yet, and it's not even 12 o'clock yet, so it's not even the 6th.
Oh. I got scared. I was like, it's not Thursday?
It's not Thursday yet. It's Wednesday.
We went back in time. I was like, oh no, I missed the day
Let's
somehow.
do the time warp again. You know what cracked me up about the Austin Powers movie more than anything? So in Austin Powers 2, Dr. Evil goes back in time, right? And he keeps making all these jokes and references to, like, stuff that doesn't exist, and nobody gets his jokes. And it just cracked me up. Who left a freaking Ormus on the ground in Ariat Plateau?
What? Oh, wow.
Somebody just left an Ormus on the ground in Ariat Plateau. I got telekinesis. Pretty shitty. 15% fire skill, though, with 13 lightning and 10 cold. Could be good for, like, a fire druid or something. Just walking along. Find an Ormus. No big deal. Just one of the sexiest armors in the game. No big deal. It's ugly, though.
I can tell you it wasn't me.
It wasn't me. She caught me on camera. It wasn't me. It's all the demons that I sold her. It wasn't me. And the flames got hotter. It wasn't me. And it was then that I told her I need 3 keys to summon the demons so I can kill the Ubers. You could give me the organs, I will take you to the town. Tristram going to be on fire 'cause the demons are there. We ain't got no time to spare 'cause we gotta do our hair.
Good evening.
Wow, I never thought I would do a Diablo Shaggy song, but oh, there we go.
You're welcome.
There you go. For those of you who are here live, that was totally. Well, what's the ad lib? Totally ad lib.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you got a gift for it.
You guys ever play them ad lib games, by the way? Like the ones that come on paper, where it'll be like a story, and they have like blanks that you have to put in words, and like you'd take turns putting in words, and the story would just get more and more terrible. Those things were always fun.
Oh yeah, I love doing them.
Especially if you did it in like a big group.
Then you get the guys that are always perverted, and you're like, come on, man. It's like, we get it.
Yeah, but that's the thing. If the whole group is doing it, like it usually ends up coming back around anyway.
Always does.
Got some poke rinds though. Look at it. These pork rinds always crack me up. Every single time I pull one out of the bag and it's like, what the hell is this? Why is it like this? That's how it be. That's how it be, I guess.
The shape it got baked and fried in.
Hey, Hawkmail's great. Ice Blink is even better. See if you can get yourself an Ice Blink so you can get that frosty freezes effect.
I'll be looking for one for my barbarian early on.
Need to recommend like that you can push people out of the way of the stash.
It's always the Barbarian. Barbarian's huge and he blocks the whole frickin' stash. Either that or a Bear Druid.
Look, I'm snacking right now. Leave me alone. Let me get my big butt out of the way so Stop complaining.
Well, the silly thing is that the majority of the stashes you can stand behind it, and you won't block anything. Like, you can literally stand behind the stash, but, like, for some reason, the barbarians are always the one that literally, like, perfectly center on the stash, and then you can't click on it.
I mean, they are like 7 feet tall and 500 pounds of muscle.
You know how quick that muscle turns to
blocking the
fat?
stash as a bear. It's hilarious. It was in Act 2, and Farah actually walked over, and she just disappeared inside me.
Somebody was telling me the other day about some game that literally, when it launched, like, they had hit collision, and you couldn't go pat through people. And apparently the starter zone was had a door that was only 2 people wide. And so apparently all they had to do was, apparently a bunch of people trolled literally the launch of the game. Everybody was just standing in the doors, and nobody who started the game could get out of the starting zone because they were blocking the starting zone door. Like, it was literally so bad that apparently there was like thousands of people stuck in the starting zone. It's freaking great. I remember so many games like that have hit collision. And that's like the standard practice in a hit collision game. Like, oh, you can't go through me? Well, guess I'm standing in this door. Be a dick to me. You're not getting nowhere. You ain't going through this door. You're not going through that door. Look, my friend's over there in that door. You ain't going through that one either.
Actually, while we're waiting, maybe I'll link you to what I think this poison barb could look like. Maybe give me a couple hints. Or what do you think about it? How do I do it?
I'm over here grinding.
No, not. See if that link works. Send it in Discord. This is what I think I should be wearing, but I don't know about the offhand.
So you're basically just going for like a full poison build, or?
Pretty much. That's what I'm trying to decide. I was talking with Jack about it earlier. So I was trying to feel like I told him my plan. So here's, and so he hit me on some things. So I was like, okay, let me ask Ginger, because maybe if he says the same thing, then it should be okay. But the offhand is the one thing that I'm kind of like, ugh. What do I do with that?
Plague.
If I use grief,
You need plague.
Okay.
Plague has negative poison resist as well. And plague also has lower resistance, which is the only spell in the game that reduces poison. So you would go with a plague grief combo. You would have to let them hit you once or twice because the lower resistance is on hit. But
Right.
can you proc on hits when you're in the middle of whirlwind, or is that like a?
You know what? I don't know. I've never actually used like on hit.
Can't remember. I mean, you can get hit while you're whirlwinding.
I would assume that if it's on the armor, then yeah, I would assume so. I mean, do you have a treachery I can borrow? I'll go whirlwind and some things. If I can proc fade, then I should be able to proc that.
I mean, the only other thing I can think of is if you're going with a poison build, you're going to want to stack as much poison as possible.
Right.
So you might even want to drop the combat skillers, the mastery skillers, and just go full poison charms. The thing about Venom, though, is that it's going to, like, reduce that poison damage substantially.
That's what he said, too. And I was like, ooh, maybe not use the charms. But I wouldn't know where to get more poison damage from besides the charms.
You can't. That's the only way.
Yeah. It's not even at what? The Venom Hide gloves?
See, the thing is that poison from different sources don't stack.
Okay.
So even if you had something else that gave, like, Poison Nova or Poison Explosion or Rabies, it doesn't matter. Like, any other poison ability isn't going to stack with your poison charms unless it's actually like a melee attack.
Okay.
So, like, Poison Dagger is actually a melee attack. So poison skills actually do stack with Poison Dagger. So really the only way you can beef up the damage of Venom is to go with the poison charms. I'm trying to remember what the highest damage small charm you can possibly get is. Not that they're that common. I thought it was 451s.
It is. I was looking at that today.
That sounds right.
Let me just double check here. I have a 451 large. I don't know about 451 smalls. I actually have one right now in my inventory that I found a while back. Yeah, so it's 451 over 12 seconds. So the way that poison works is it's going to reduce the duration of the 451 down to the duration of the venom. And the damage is going to also be not decreased, but equivalently set to the exact same time for the duration. So if we were to divide it out, so let's say you have 451 poison small charms. You take 451 and you divide it by 120, which is going to give you the 10th of a second, like how much damage it does in a 10th of a second, which is what we need, because Venom, I'm pretty sure, is what, 0.4 seconds, which is basically 4/10 of a second.
Yep.
And so it's going to do basically the exact same amount of damage that it would do in 12 seconds, but it's only going to do it in 0.4 seconds, which is 3.758, which I guess we could round up to 3.76. I feel like 3.76 is fine. Times 4, because it's 0.4 seconds, not 0.1. So that's 15.04, and then we would multiply that by an inventory full of 451s, if you could ever obtain that many. So we're looking at, let's say you do have a cube, you got a torch, you got an Annie. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. So 8 times 4. My quick math is terrible. What's 8 times 4?
32.
84. Is it 8 times 4?
32.
8 times 4.
Yeah,
34.
8 times 4.
Or 32.
All right, so times 32. That's 481.28 poison damage added to your venom. The venom level is level 15, right, on treachery?
Yes.
So add that to the venom. That's a 305. Sorry, 325, actually. Let's do that, 325. So you're looking at 806.28 over 0.4 seconds. And, of course, you're going to be able to hit multiple times. Every time you hit, it's going to reapply. 24 seconds is pretty fast. You may actually hit faster than it ticks, which will probably just mean that it's going to always be up. And to give you an idea, like a more realistic of idea of what that damage is like how long does it take to kill like a pack of monsters? Say like 45 seconds. Like, let's go. Is Eldritch already dead? Let's go kill Eldritch. Alright, so 1 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000, 4 1,000, 5 1,000, 6 1,000, 7 1,000, 8 1,000, 9 1,000, 10 1,000, 11 1,000, 12. So about 12 seconds to kill that entire pack. And this is over 0.4 seconds. So, I feel like I need 2 calculators whenever I'm doing the Venom numbers. I always feel like I need 2 calculators. So, so say 13 seconds divided by 10, which gets us, was it 1.3?
Yes.
Trying to do this math properly. All right, so 2.5 times per second. So that means we can just multiply 2.5 times 13. We have 32.5, so 806.28 times 32.5. So in roughly about 13 seconds of whirlwinding, assuming no overlap, which there probably will be overlap, you're doing about 26,204 poison damage. That's not including, of course, your physical damage and whatever elemental damage that you might have. So 26,204 is not bad.
No.
But that's spread out over the entire group over that duration. And then, of course, if you could manage to get your poison, their negative poison resistance, to lower than 100, so if you're going below, if you get like negative 100, you could multiply that by 2. So you could just multiply it by 2, and you'd be at 52,408.
Nice damage if I can do it.
451 poison small charms are relatively hard to come by.
Yeah, that's not happening.
But that's because, number one, you need the gems to re-roll them. And number two, they're relatively rare. You have to actually get small charms from Diablo, Neelthac, or Bale. However, the new small charms that are dropping from the Terra Zones, which are plentiful, can also roll 451 small charms. So you're going to have an infinite number of bases to re-roll. You're just going to have to focus on getting the gems.
Right.
You could probably farm items, that may be good trade value, and try and trade them off for gem stacks, like 40 P gems for X, and a lot of people will do that, like P gem trade stuff. You can maybe even look on Tradery and check and see if people have P gems for trade. I mean, if you got enough 451 small charms, it could potentially work. And of course, until you get 451 small charms, you could always hang on to, the easier to obtain, hundreds. 100 poison damage small charms are pretty easy to come by. And then, occasionally you'll come across some, 147s and stuff like that, which will, I don't know.
I mean, it's potential. That's what I was thinking. Is this is all just potential, what is possible. But I mean, even if I give it a fraction of that, I'd be okay with it. I'm not expecting to have an inventory full of 451s, So, yeah, I'm not trying to get banned from the kinship. It's as much as I'd love to throw that out there and do that kind of thing. It's okay, I'll be reasonable. I found a 177 last week. I was okay, what if I'm full of 177s? Then that math is whatever.
Oh yeah, you can trade for 451s. If somebody has a 451, trade for him.
More than a burr. Yeah.
I mean, you gotta think though that if he's re-rolling that many small charms, he's not just going to get 451s. He's also going to come across some of the really ridiculously rare and very valuable charms. He might eventually re-roll a all-res 5 with 7% MF or something, or a 20 or a 320 and be able to trade it for multiple burr runes. I mean, if that's his specific goal is getting those 451s, re-rolling the small charms isn't necessarily a bad thing. He could end up with a specific charm that might be worth more than several 451s.
And then just getting the 451s for value would be, never know.
I mean, it seems like the build might work. I feel like it's a lot to go through for something that you might be unsure of. You might actually want to download the Hero Editor pack that I've got. Like build it, see how it rolls, and whether you actually want to put in the effort for it. Because if it does work, I mean, could be nice. The negative poison res, though, I think is your real key there. You definitely have to have enough negative poison res to make it work.
Right.
Because 26,000 is okay, but 56,000 is a hell of a lot better. I'm trying to figure out like how much negative poison res you had, right? Like, because with grief gives you what, negative 24, and then
25.
Yeah, plague would also give you some as well.
Negative 23.
And then so that's already a pretty decent, like 50 some odd %. And then if you stacked on, instead of using Ariats, maybe you could use Crown of Ages with 2 poison facets.
So get another 10, so put us at 60 nearly.
Yeah, and then the lower res is also going to be giving you some negative poison res as well. So it's going to be plague has what is the lower res level on plague?
12.
So you're looking at 57 on a non-immune, and then 57 divided by 1/5 effectiveness, basically.
So it's like 11, roughly.
11.4, yeah. They're probably round down. So if you had the Crown of Ages with 2 poisons, and you had the the 50 or so from the grief and the plague, you're still talking about like 70, like 70-ish %, 72, 73, something like that. Which is not bad at all versus an immune. And then 57 is a hell of a lot better, so you'd be in the negatives versus non-immunes, which is definitely going to be a hell of a lot better damage. I mean, Whirlwind is certainly a very good way to apply that venom.
That's what I thought as well. I was like, okay, why not try Whirlwind with Venom to see how it... You know what? I am just going to download Hero Editor. I got 3 hours till I need to go to sleep. Why not?
It doesn't take long to put together the characters. I mean, you've seen me do it on a stream before.
Oh, yeah.
This goes quick.
I just got to find it. I know you've got it pinned somewhere.
Oh, it's, I mean, it's in the description of every single video, basically.
Oh, yeah, that too. Grabbed item pack.
Yeah, you can't get 451s unless you roll like a really high charm. It doesn't work. So they've got to be ones from like Hell Terror Zones. I mean, he'll collect a ton of poison charms along the way. They won't be 451s, but they'll be decent. And then he'll just have to replace them as he goes. Like, he'll slowly replace them with higher and better ones, and then eventually, it'll be like, okay, well, I've got pretty much everything I need except for 451s, and at that point, he'll be working toward it. He may even re-roll some into like 200s or 300s or whatever that he won't want to re-roll right away, because he'll be like, okay, well, I'm going to keep that. Swap out this 50 here.
Yeah, I mean, if I get lucky, get something over 200, it's like, oh yeah, that's going to stay on for a long time. until I feel like I'm lucky.
What game am I in? I'm in GGM 7 right now, password 16. I'm just hanging out. We got Area Plateau for the Terror Zone, and I didn't want to actually play Area Plateau. I was snacking too.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
What are you guys up to?
I don't know. We're just hanging out, I guess. We're trying to get ready for tomorrow, you know, like make sure we've got our internal clocks set correctly.
True that.
Plus, we're waiting on the Terror Zone to shift because it went to Area Plateau, and Area Plateau sucks.
True that, yeah.
We were in cow level before this. It was a pretty rude awakening.
Yeah, I was watching you earlier and I saw that and I was like, dang it.
And I got one shot by a freaking thresh socket.
Oh, so that's the real reason why you don't want to go there.
No, I was actually going there to show people where thresh socket was, and then he bought me for like 1,200, like one shot, 1,200, and I full juvied. And then he bought me again for like 1,300, and I full juvied. And then he bought me a third time, and he killed me. Like one shot, just one shot clean. And I was like, dang. All right, thresh socket, my boy. Level 99 thresh socket with extra strong cursed hits really hard. The calm before the storm. I was thinking about trying to arrange the groups, but I have a feeling there's a lot of people going to join between now and then, and I didn't want to like leave anybody out.
You could like make a poll and just have it like where everybody clicks on it, like if they're definitely making it tomorrow, you know, unless like some crazy emergency happens, you know.
It happens. Deviant Brute had a crazy emergency happen, and you know he was like super.
He was my.
last time, remember?
He was in my group last time. He was my sorceress, and he got us all to hell. And then he's like, "All right, I gotta go now." And we're like, "Dude, we told you to go a long time ago. Like, if you need to go, go."
Like,
he's like, "No, I gotta get you guys to hell."
It's like, look, I made a promise. I made a promise.
Not in town.
Not in town. I'm kind of glad Canyon of the Magi, I mean, Talrosh's tombs are on there. I always liked running in Talrosh's tombs.
Yeah, I'm surprised the Canyon of the Magi isn't on there, just because you gotta, you know, go out of there to go to the next tomb. Plus, there are like quite a bit of beetles in there. Those always give good XP. Maybe that's why they did it, so people can farm XP beetles.
I might get my butt kicked.
I think the beetles are some of the highest XP you can get too.
Yeah, maybe that's why they did it, so people couldn't just farm that. Because that would be actually really sick. Like, I could see that being a great spot on solo. Like, if you're playing by yourself, just go there, kill all the beetles.
I'm kind of mad they took away frickin' Maggot Lair.
Yeah, a lot of people don't like that. It's not bad with the right character, but like, you got like a melee walker, it does get like,
well, yeah.
I don't know.
But every class has their specific zones that they're best at, though.
Yeah.
Like, I was kind of excited because I was going to do a Frostmaid, and I was like, hell yeah, I'll go farm frickin' Maggot Lair whenever it pops up. Because Frost Maidens do they just wreck Maggot Lair. That's like one of their like best areas.
That's not his friend though. That place, he hates that place. I
I'm
remember
gonna do all
just
right.
trying to play it. It was like your skeletons just get stuck so easy.
I mean, there's a lot of tricks that you gotta know to get through there. I went over them in my my solo self-found run through Hell Maggot Lair, and like you block your skeletons, your clay golem can block your skeletons, and your clay golem doesn't do any damage. There's a lot of like weird little things that go on in Maggot Lair that you have to kind of pay attention to. And even then, it still kind of is a pain in the butt, but it's a lot less of a pain in the butt if you know what's going on. Like, a lot of necromancers don't know that they block their own minions. So, like, you're standing in the hallway.
Yeah, they always, the mages block the meleeers, and it's
the mages
get
block
out of their
them
way.
too.
Let the melee people get in front at least.
And the clay golem does no damage, so he loves to be in the front. The clay golem loves to be in the front, so you got to make sure you're resummoning him out of the front all the time to make sure that your skeletons are actually reaching the monsters to fight them. It's a whole process.
Iron Maiden with your golem though is actually pretty good early on too. Like if you just keep casting Iron Maiden and they just keep whooping on them, like they'll eventually die.
Oh, I had an enchant.
I've killed Duriel numerous times.
I had an enchant Act 3 merc that was literally shooting fireballs down the hallway, which was excellent. And then I was switching to an edge bow so that I had thorns while I was cursing Iron Maiden. I mean, with the amp damage, worked out excellent, like absolutely excellent. The only problem I had was I kept running into fire immunes, and so my merc was stuck on the fire immunes. I had to like bypass them in certain ways. A little bit of the pain in the butt. There was one point when I was in the Hell Maggot Lair, I came across like it was like 2 solid, like really big packs of freaking fire immune monsters. I don't even know what was, they were all maggots. They kept burrowing and I couldn't kill them. It's a pain in the butt. I did end up clearing it though, after a little bit of trouble.
I just got to Act 4 in Nightmare on Classic, and I'm about to go respec into Holy Shock. There ain't no way I can do this. I was using just Holy Fire, and I think I'm gonna do Holy Shock and maybe Vengeance as my like attack. That way I do other damage as well.
Well, let me give you a hint here when it comes to hell difficulty. Most characters could never do hell difficulty.
Yeah, I remember it took like, you had to really just sit and grind for items back then. I remember it was real tough.
Well, no, I mean like a lot of people would just get stuck in Nightmare. They would never leave. They would try to do hell, and they would fail.
I'm already at River of Flame. Like I've been doing okay, and I just had to run past everybody.
It's just a really big difficulty bump in Classic from Nightmare to Hell. It was enough that literally a lot of people would just get stuck in Nightmare and they would never leave.
Yeah, because I'm still not quite sure. Is there a way you can see what like patch this is on Classic?
I mean, if there's synergies and all that other stuff, it's probably 1.14D.
So that was like the last one that came out on Diablo or LOD, like in like 2000 something. Is that the one?
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay, so no wonder this feels really, really different. I feel like it's way harder, and like the items, I feel like I'm not getting crap for items, and like I grinded probably 20 runs yesterday of every single boss, and then just kept doing that, and I did end up getting a Goblin's Toe.
Nice, got some Crushing Blow on your character now.
Which is funny, because right after that I found a part of the Saigon set, the boots for the Saigon set, so I was like, dang it, now I don't, like, I have to switch between the two if I need it. Like, if I don't need the Crushing Blow, I'll switch between, like, I got like 4 items that I'm just in my inventory that I switch around just to get the extra res sometimes. And I'm definitely gonna remember that you can hold the thing when you leave hold an item when you leave the game. I remember that, but like I just never used it like that. But I'm like running out of space to hold stuff. In Classic too, it just said that all the terrors dissipated. There's no terrors in Classic though, is there?
That's an online server message.
Oh, okay.
I don't think that message is specifically targeted at anyone. It's just kind of like a broadcast.
I'm probably going to end up respeccing into hammers eventually. I don't think that this build's going to do it.
You might
Just
have
with
trouble.
the immunes. Yeah.
Classic Emberden was a little bit difficult to play. There's not enough faster cast equipment.
Oh,
That's the
and
problem.
there's not enough. You don't have an insight either. That's
There's-
gonna suck.
There's like no faster cast equipment at all. Like you've got
Yeah, I just got rings and ammies. I've kept one of each, so or two
And-
rings, one ammy, just so I had cast rate.
and Mage Fist. Like that's a like ring Ammy Mage Fist. Like that's like your whole life right there. You could also utilize the unique shield. Doesn't have plus to skills on it, but it's the Wall of the Eyeless. As
That has one to all skills, don't it? Or did that change?
No, that's lidless. Lidless has one.
Oh, and that's not in this, is it?
Wall of the Eyeless is the normal difficulty version. Lidless is the nightmare.
Okay, so because I could probably farm Andy pretty easy. Actually, I might.
The only other item I can think of in normal difficulty, like classic, is Spectral Shard. 50% faster cast on Spectral Shard.
Oh, that's actually a lot. Actually, that would be. Yeah, I'd have 50.
A common combo back in the day was the Spectral Shard plus the Wall of the Eyeless. That would get you 50 plus 20, which was a pretty good combo.
So I could get 100 with 2 rings and an amulet. If I had those two. And then plus Mage Fist, that'd get me to 120. Oh, that's a lot though.
Follow me, I don't know directions.
Good luck finding those items, though.
Yeah, I was about to say, Goblin is my best item, and I was like so happy when I found it.
Oh, here we go.
Usually the best large charm is something along the lines of like a massive amount of resistances. Either that or all resistances. I remember first time we played ladder. I actually found a couple all-res large charms. It had some pretty good secondary effects too. And until I ended up replacing them with other stuff, they served me very well. Like early ladder, every single charm is valuable. I don't care what size it is. Late ladder, when you start getting skillers and you can't really fit the large charms in anymore, they tend to be a little bit less valuable. But until you've got perfect charms, you will often find that the large charms will still sneak their way into your builds. And nobody's got perfect charms at the start of ladder. Even like 2 weeks in, you're not going to have perfect charms, not unless you're purchasing your equipment off the internet. Pit was always a good place to farm, but now it's an even better place to farm when it's on the TZ.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my gosh, holy shock, so much better in here. Yes, the Venom Lords are dying. I feel like it's just a lot stronger. Wow, everybody's just dying now. I'm not even having to balk people.
I mean, they're about the same strength. It's just all monsters tend to have more fire resistance. Just all of them. It's like a very common resisted element. Holy Freeze works better than Holy Fire too. That's why I'm always surprised people want to go with Holy Fire, because I'm like, holy shit,
It's good and normal, like, yeah.
Circle. I mean, honestly, Holy Freeze works just as well than normal.
It's just harder to build early on, you know?
Really?
Like, you just gotta put points into cold, resist till then, and you're like, you're really getting any, you know, skills to use. I don't know. You're not, like, leveling up any skills, really.
I mean, Act 1 and Act 2 aren't really that difficult.
Yeah, I know, true.
I mean, you just suffer a little bit until you get to the right level. Just keep pumping up. You know, you get your points in Zeal, so you got that running. You get your points in, you know, your resist cold, and then eventually you drop your point into Holy Freeze, and then you're set. And then you just keep pumping Holy Freeze until you hit the end. And once you hit 30, you put one in Salvation too, because you get a nice little bump from that. It's very hard to get rare boots. Looks like this one's finished.
Oh yeah. Went through that pretty quick.
Oh god, we're back to me being stuck in the middle again. Stuck in the middle.
Nobody move. Oh.
Not in town.
Broke the wall.
Nobody move.
I think it's funny that it spawns people in like that. Like, what if nobody moved? I would just be stuck.
Yeah. Actually, I've never tried when I'm stuck if I exit and then rejoin.
They probably put you in the same spot.
That's actually really funny. That would be like a funny troll to do one day. Just to like talk to everybody except for one person and be like, when we get in and he gets in the middle, don't move.
Tell me about my shoes. What shoes? You got some shoes? What kind of shoes do you got? Are they fancy shoes? Do they got Goku on them? Are they Goku shoes? Are they over 9,000 shoes?
Are they weighted Goku shoes?
They're, I think Adidas is actually coming out with some Dragon Ball Z shoes in like this fall.
Poison resist 40, cold resist 38, 36, fire, faster hit recovery 10, better magic find 23%. Should send me a picture of those. Those are some pretty sexy boots. What level requirement are they? I've seen some boots like that that literally have like a level 29 level requirement, which is insane. Like the best boots you've ever seen, and like you could literally put them on before you leave normal difficulty.
Yeah, you don't even need an Ancient's Pledge at that point, pretty much.
Yes, let's drink the water from the nasty well in the bottom of the pit.
Hey, it's cleaner than Flint's water.
Ooh,
it held us, so
burn.
Can't be all bad.
Anybody from Michigan?
Hey, look, some goblet toes.
Nice.
Sure are.
Oh, and a scalper. Goblin toes and a scalper. Get them G-toes coming at you hot. Don't even know what I'm doing till you're not. Rice Krispie freaking mother freaking treats. Come on down and eat 'em, or you're gonna get beats.
Pretty sure I got earlier.
What?
Pretty sure I gave away 2 cents of Goblin Toes earlier.
I mean, yeah, they're decent boots.
Yeah.
I wish they had faster run walk on them.
Yeah, that's the only thing I wish they had on them too right now, because I'm slow as crap, and that's all I do is I just run around people. So now I'm 20% slower than I was.
20% slower.
Yeah, that was a quick one.
We done already? Really?
Yeah.
There's a little area up there, though. I guess no. Nope. Fasty big fast, though. Okay.
Socket Greater Talents, Dragon Fight, and Mind Blast.
Dragon Flight and Mind Blast.
Dragon Blast. Should be an ability.
Oh, somebody moved. Ha ha ha. You guys let me out. Let me out. Let me out.
Oh, yeah.
Die, Yetis. We ain't got time for you and your Yeti ways. Oh, Yeti, 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 can't you see? Sometimes your fur is so fluffy. Static cling just comes down to for miles. I can't get away. Oh my god, my styles. My hair is messy. Your static cling messed it up. You're so dang fluffy. I don't know what to do. Oh, Yeti, 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 can't you see? I need you to keep your fluffy ass away from me.
Oh, right here. Got it.
That's a #1 hit right there.
It's a banger.
Oh, Yeti, Yeti.
Another one.
Oh, Yeti, please. I am not good at English, want to know market price, but I can't understand it right after hearing the broadcaster. I'm trying to understand through translator. Can you tell me the price in Ruan? In runes? The price varies by where it is located. Ladder / non-ladder. Those boots would probably fetch several, if not more, Baroons. They have Magic Find and their Tri-Res. Tri-Res Magic Find boots are pretty hard to come by. They don't have faster run walk though, which is sad. But quite honestly, they're still really nice boots. You can always put them up on the market and see if you get some offers. I give you $350. $350.
That was fun.
Somebody donated $350 to me the other day. And then they wrote in the comments, $350. Literally spelt it TREEFIDDY.
That's when I realized
All I needed was $350.
that the crustacean from the Paleolithic era was actually the Lockfoot monster. That was so funny.
$350.
So 3 Burr runes and a Sur rune. Okay.
I can't carry anymore.
I was watching MASH, and the frickin' Rizzo, he cracks me up, Rizzo. Rizzo's got that frickin', like, Louisiana, I don't even know, like, Bayou accent. And he's like giving a class about, like, driving, and he's like, this here is a vehicle. It's like, you're gonna learn a lot about this vehicle. Frickin' vehicle.
I think you can do that to just about any word. You just separate it into 2 words. It's not 1 word anymore. It's 2 words. An elephant. A helicopter.
This one is clear too.
Oh god, I'm stuck in the middle again. No. Oh yeah, I found this circlet the other day, and I was like, man, this would make a really good fire circlet. But it's F. It's a volcanic coronet of haste. How long before ladder starting? It's tomorrow at 5 p.m. PDT. Just whatever time zone you're in, just look up a conversion of 5 p.m. PDT to my time zone. You know, to your time zone, basically. That will give you the answer that you seek. The knowledge of the ages is yours to behold. Dang. A whole bunch of jank popping out everywhere. Alright. Why you drop that burly Grand Charm? Don't you need a little bit of burl in your life? That jank burly. I like to burl it. I want to burl it. Gotta burl it everywhere you gonna put that in the burlin'. Ooh, the Archon staff. Circlet. Witch hunter circlets. She's a witch. Do you have any proof? So she turned me into a newt. What? I got better. Oh, there's level 2.
Is Duriel's shell a nightmare armor that drops?
Yeah, exceptional.
It does drop in nightmare though?
Mm-hmm.
That sounds like a good armor too.
You're in classic though, aren't you?
Late nightmare.
Yeah, is it in classic?
Nah.
Really?
Only
Honestly,
normal.
don't remember.
Only
I've never-
normal uniques. The armors that you're looking at are things like bone flesh with open wounds and lifesteal, silk weaves, which +1 skills, heavenly garb, which has all resistances and some mana regen, ice blink, which gives you the freeziest target effect, hawkmail, which gives you the cannot be frozen.
Yeah, that's what I'm wearing now.
Dark ring, the dark glow, which gives you the plus max resistances. Twitch throw is in there. Twitch throw is actually pretty good. Also, gray form quilted armor. I'm trying to think if I left any out. Goldskin. Goldskin is in there. I know there's one I'm missing. My infinite wealth of knowledge fails me.
That's more than I knew.
The Centurion. Centurion is also in there. High regen armor. Very high regen armor. A lot of the uniques in Classic, believe it or not, were actually useless. Like, they didn't really have much purpose. They weren't like properly balanced or set up right, and you ended up using like the same uniques over and over again. Like everybody used Silk Weave, Silks of the Victor. Sorry, Silks of the Victor. Everybody used Silks of the Victor. I don't know why I called it Silk Weave. Silks of the Victor was like the only +1 armor really, so everybody used it. What's my favorite Super Bowl snack? Would it surprise you to know that I don't really follow football? But you know, if I were to pick a snack for the Super Bowl, it would definitely be my my ridiculous nachos that I make. I make this stuff. It goes in the crock pot, and basically all it is you take like 3 or 4 different kinds of beans, like pinto beans, red kidney beans, black beans, whatever. Dump them in the crock pot. I usually dump out the juices first. I don't like putting those in there. It kind of ruins the flavor. Then you get like a big old thing of taco sauce, not salsa. I don't really like using salsa in that. And you just pour the entire thing of taco sauce in there with the beans, and then you get like a big old monster bag of sharp cheddar cheese, and you dump that in there, mix it all up. And brown some meat, you know, make some taco meat, put that in there as well, and just kind of leave it on simmer for a while. Mix it once in a while until it's nice and congealed into one solid mass. And then you get your nachos, you know, your really nice tortilla chips, maybe some like on the border. Those are really good ones. You can also go with Mission. The Mission ones are pretty good too. And then you basically just fill up your plate with them, and then you pour the concoction over the top of it and enjoy. Maybe add a little bit of sour cream if you want to. Couple pickled jalapenos, you know.
Yeah, that sounds good. You're making me hungry now.
It's delicious. My girlfriend literally requests it every now and then. When your girlfriend requests something, you know, she probably likes it. She's like, hey, can you make a nacho style that you make? It's really good, actually. Also good. Also works well as a dip too. You can just bring the whole crock pot in, and people can just like dip in there, and then you can reenact the Seinfeld scene about the double dipping. It's like putting your entire mouth in the bowl. Did you just double dip?
I mean,
did you just double dip?
Like, put the small bowls out with a spoon. If they want to double dip, they can double dip themselves.
Exactly. You're fasting? Why are you fasting? The day before ladder? Need your energy, sir. You're gonna pass out.
The mad scrambled open that chest.
Remember, time zones work differently, Ragarn. Like, if you're ahead of us, so if you're further to the east, you will hit the 6th before we will. So if you're in a time zone that is that far to the east, it's the 7th for you, not the 6th. Like in Tokyo, like let's use Tokyo as a clear example, okay? If it's October 6th in the United States,
it's October 7th in Tokyo, okay? But it's still the same time that it launches. So it's 8 EST for me in Virginia on October 6th. But in Tokyo, it's October 7th, not October 6th, because they're ahead of us. But it's still the same time. We still launch at the same time. They're just in the future. That's why they come up with all those crazy gadgets. They see the sun before we do. The bastards. Isn't that like literally the motto of Japan, the land of the rising sun?
Used to be.
They changed it?
There's negative connotations with the rising sun flag, basically because of World War II. So.
Did the rising sun flag actually have a military connotation though? Because the Emperor wasn't for World War II. They were actually acting against the Emperor's behalf.
Where did a pit level 2? But yeah, there's I actually just found out about this not too long ago. But yeah, if you look it up, I don't remember right now. I'm like thinking about ladder.
His brain is full of ladder, and he doesn't have room for anything else.
Nope, not today. Did we skip pit level 2?
I don't know, maybe.
I think you guys did.
Sounds like you got it all to yourself.
Me and Chunks are here.
Just think about it as a practice day. Slim and Ragged, it's a practice day, alright? You set your alarm, you practice date for this time period. Congratulations, alright? Practice run successful. Alright?
BK
now do it again tomorrow. Alright? Do it again tomorrow. I should just tell people that come in that that ladder has started and I've already gotten 2 dreams. I'm already double dreamed up. Got my Annie.
You definitely broke the rules then. And
I got my Hellforge. No. We're just that good, my friends. We are just that good.
All 8 people that were in your group have 8 other computers running botting.
Look, just because I glued their eyes open and paid them like 2 Twinkies each doesn't mean they're bots, alright? They're human beings. I've just consumed their souls.
Those slaves.
No, they have no soul left, so technically they can't be slaves.
I don't know, for a Twinkie.
I think to be a slave, you have to have a soul. I think that's an important part of that. An immortal soul. Their immortal soul's gone. Zombies. I like zombies. I mean, it's not quite accurate because they are alive, but I like zombies. It's a better term. Oh, well, there's level 2. That was fast.
Gotta catch up.
What's up, skeletons? 28 days later. Hey, I'm feeding them Twinkies. They're going to stay alive for a little bit longer than 28 days.
Those are the scariest zombie movies because they don't even have walkers like other zombie movies do. Every one of those zombies are like sprinting like crazy.
Smart zombies.
They're fit over there.
I mean, in the beginning, they'd be fast and stuff, you know, like logically. But like toward the end, they would start to get all rotted and old.
I think the 28 days and 28 weeks, those were like probably my favorite, like the most accurate a zombie movie is, you know?
I prefer the mystical zombies. That's my favorite.
Which ones?
Mystical zombies. I don't really prefer the scientific zombies.
What do you mean?
Mystical? Like as if, you know, there's no actual scientific explanation behind it.
Oh, they're just like brought back to life or something?
I mean, there's
By
a lot of
magic or
different ways it works. So, yeah, either A, by magic. B, one of the more common ones is, like, it's basically the apocalypse and God sent them back. Another one was, there's some sort of verse in the Bible that has something to do with, like, when hell is full. Apparently hell can actually be full. And there's no more room in hell for the dead. That basically what happens is when somebody dies, their soul can't go anywhere. So their soul just basically goes back into their body. But they're dead, so they turn into zombies.
The Diablo theory where they open a portal and they just start coming out.
That also.
I actually like that.
I've always preferred the mystical zombies to the realistic ones. Honestly, I don't think the realistic ones make much sense. It doesn't work in my head. Like maybe I'm just too smart and I think about it and maybe I shouldn't be thinking about it, but I do think about it and I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. It's been like 5 years. I'm like, you really think zombies are going to survive for 5 years in the wild? Like, they're rotting. They're falling apart. And, like, bacteria and flies and maggots and all sorts of things are going to be eating them. Every minute that they're alive, they're going to be getting eaten. I mean, like, flies would be attracted to them like crazy. And, you know, it would just be a matter of time before, like, as parts fall off, as bugs eat them, as bacteria consumes them. Cold is also a big enemy, I think, of, like, scientific zombies, because I don't feel like you can reliably have scientific zombies and then not also apply the effects of cold to them. Because when they freeze during the winter, which is exactly what would happen, because they don't generate their own body heat as far as we know, and even if they did generate their own body heat, if they're outside in the winter with no enclosure, they're still going to freeze to death. And, you know, granted, they're zombies, so maybe they don't die, but cold has other nasty effects that it can cause on a body besides killing you. When you freeze, the blood turns into crystals and causes all sorts of damage inside the, you know, internal organs and things, which would, like, slowly shred them to pieces. Like, freezing would also cause other problems, like their eyeballs would probably pop, so they wouldn't be able to see anymore. I mean, like, you can't think about a scientific zombie and then actually apply science to them and be like, okay, well, these zombies, like, totally would, you know, yeah, that's actually, you know, they would probably just die in one winter. Like, I think that's all it would take is one really bad winter and all the zombies would be dead.
See, but the movies don't show the, like, zombies' point of view. Like, at nighttime, they, like, gather around fires and stuff, you know? They just act stupid in front of people, you know?
That's a reach. That's a reach. It's going live
like
tomorrow at 8 EST. Tomorrow at 8 EST or 5 p.m. EDT. And when I say tomorrow, I mean today, because it currently is the 6th. So October 6th at 5 p.m. PDT, which is tomorrow, when the sun rises. Yep, that's right. Apocalypse now.
Not today. It's a ladder start.
Apocalypse now.
Come on, God.
Flashes to God, and he's like, we were gonna start
Zombie
apocalypse.
land
We were gonna start the apocalypse today. Like an angel comes up to God, and he's like, apocalypse is supposed to be today, God. And he looks up, and he's like, oh man, actually, ladder started today. Let's postpone that a couple days. I'm gonna hit 99 this ladder season. All right.
They just added the terror zones. I got a chance this season.
I got a chance this season. Yeah, and I think honestly that's one of the things about like the scientific zombies is that like okay, let's say for instance the cold doesn't kill them. Let's say it doesn't. They can live for a very long period of time. Let's even pretend that your headcanon is true and that they gather around fires and stuff to like stay warm. No. Let's go. Let's roll with it, right? What would the humans have to do to completely avoid the zombies at this point? They would just move somewhere cold. Like, go to Canada. There you go. Done. Zombie apocalypse averted. Because literally, it doesn't matter how much you kind of pretend that the zombies might be able to survive a winter. They still can't, you know, like, survive the winter all the time. So if you move to a place where it's literally the winter all the time, then the zombies are done. Okay? They're done.
I mean, even in the summer, they can blow up.
And that's the other thing. The summer is brutal too. The sunlight, the UV radiation would slowly eat them away. You know, the animals, the heat would cause all sorts of problems, I'm sure, with like the bacteria.
The bugs would be even worse during the heat.
I would also imagine there would be gas buildup inside of them, and quite a few of them would probably explode, like literally explode. Like, all it would take is a tiny spark, like if they were, you know, had a hole in them and they were emitting gas, and the spark would ignite them and they would literally just explode. I mean, you guys have seen bodies on the side of the road. You know how long it takes for a body to bloat? Doesn't take very long at all. It's only a couple days, and the body starts to bloat up with like methane gases and all sorts of crazy stuff.
Yeah, my uncle used to have a bunch of cows, and there was like one time where we found one, and like we went and dug a big hole, and by the time we came back, he like almost doubled in size.
Exactly. And that's just bacteria. That's not even animals or bugs or anything. That's just bacteria. Bacteria itself is honestly scientific zombies' like biggest enemy.
All that stuff in your stomach would just bloat you up.
And then you got fungus and like mushrooms and stuff would start growing on them, and they would start eating them too. Fungus and mushrooms love decaying wet objects.
That one fungus in like South America that could mind control you. That could be a whole different story for zombies altogether.
Anyway, that's why I just really don't like scientific zombies. I think they're stupid.
I don't like zombies in general.
I think they're dumb. The latest scientific zombies, you notice they actually kind of like circumvent the whole dead thing. They're not dead anymore. They're like still alive and they're converted. Like in I Am Legend, they were still alive. They weren't zombies. They were.
Yeah, those zombies definitely sat around fires at night. They were smart.
Exactly. Those were like real people that just kind of like had their brains twisted a little bit. That's why mythical zombies make so much more sense. Like, if God has sent these zombies down from the heavens to punish civilization, well, then that makes a hell of a lot more sense than some weird virus controls them and brings them back from the dead, and they totally are immune to the elements, and they totally sit around campfires at night and stay warm during the winter. Yes.
Got a feeling. It's not the way.
They gave multiple start times for multiple different places, by the way, so I mean, if you want to take the Tokyo time they gave, they actually did give a time for Tokyo, which for those of you who are actually, you know, ahead of us, and so it's actually on the 7th for you and not the 6th, you might want to take the Tokyo time and convert so that it makes a little bit more sense for you.
be up for the pits if.
It was very similar to Last Man Alive. The other thing is, and this is what always has bothered me about a lot of zombie movies, like, so let's say you're in a zombie apocalypse, right? And this doesn't even have to do with zombies so much as it has to do with resources. So, like, right now, you could probably say that there's at least about, like, 0.5 cars for every individual on the planet. Probably even more, who knows, for all I know. And, you know, that's a lot of freaking cars, right? So if, like, 95% of the population of the planet were to die,
I can't carry anymore.
there would be an excess of cars, literally, to the point of absurdity. Like, anywhere you go, there would be a car. Like, you could find a car, like, in any place. Food, there would be a ridiculous excess in food. Like, you know, you've got enough food on the planet to feed 8 billion people at this point, and you're talking about like 95% of those people die. Again, like, there's more food on the planet than any one person or any, like, even thousands or even 1 million people would ever need. And we're just talking about, like, the canned stuff, the stuff that lasts for years and years and years. I mean, like, a surplus in a situation like that, like where the majority of the population of the planet is done, is insane. Because you're literally talking about a planet that was once housing 8 billion people that now is only housing, you know, like 1 million. And then you have literally like an infinite number of items and objects that would then feed and populate those people. There was a Sliders episode like that where literally the population of the planet was like booming too much, and the government decided to like put birth control inside of all the food. And so like the population never boomed above like 1 million. And so like the entire planet was like in surplus. Everybody had everything they ever wanted, like luxury cars, luxury mansions, like nobody was poor. But it was because literally there was only like 1 million people in the whole world. I don't know. And who knows what other crazy like microorganisms would come out and start attacking the zombies. There's probably like all sorts of crazy stuff. Parasites, bacteria, funguses, mushrooms. Like, I'm sure there's certain animals that would probably eat them too. I imagine vultures would probably have absolutely no trouble eating zombies. I mean, vultures are literally immune to almost every single form of virus and bacteria out there, including Ebola and anthrax. Like, I think they'd be able to take the zombie virus. I think they'd be all right. They'd probably be out there feasting. You probably see a spike in vulture population.
I just killed Diablo on Classic at level 46.
Congrats.
And he dropped poop.
Sounds about right.
Yep, that's a classic quest drop right there.
No, he just literally pulled the toilet out and took a poop.
Well, remember, the best items in Classic are actually usually rares. So you got to look at it completely differently from like LOD. LOD, yes, rares can be good, but they're not like usually the best in slot end game equipment. But rares actually are end game best in slot rare equipment. So like you got to pick up like every single rare and identify it.
Oh, I picked it all up, don't get me wrong. I just, one's a long sword that I'm probably not going to use, and then a poleaxe, another poleaxe, and a belt.
Well, it was the uniques uniques were like really crazy in LOD. Kind of like usurped a lot of the rares.
But even today, if you find like a godlike rare, can still technically be better than even rune words and unique items. But it's got to roll like the best frickin' roll that you've ever seen. Like it's got to be like repairs durability, like 400% ED, like increased attack speed 40%, Fool's Mod, and then like with all of that on it, it can actually be better than some rune words and unique items. And then here's the silly stuff that would happen in Classic, is people would get one of those godlike rares. They would finally get one of those rares that beat everything. And then they would dupe it. So there would be like copies of that particular godlike rare item floating all around BattleNet.
Yeah, I remember the 290s, we're talking about the poison charms.
Popular one because of PvP.
Yeah, I just remember those were a duped item. Like you saw one of those, and like it was definitely duped, unless you found it yourself.
What's up, Roof for Life? How's it going? How's it going, Mason? You're up pretty late, Mason. What are you doing up so late, sir? Don't you got school in the morning?
What's up?
Hello.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
I've come to talk to you again.
An evil bat slowly squeaking. A rocking chair slowly creaking.
And the water above my head is always leaking. At my bed again. It's the smell of mildew.
No, you got an MRI tomorrow.
I like it.
You want to hear a funny story about the MRI machine, Roof, Mason? So the MRI machine used to have a different name, but it scared people, and people didn't want to go in there because it was a different name than the magnetic resonant imaging chamber. It used to be called let me make sure I get this right. I believe it was the nuclear. Nuclear magnetic resonance imaging. It used to be called the NMRI. But people got scared because it had the word nuclear in it, which doesn't have anything to do with nuclear radiation at all. It's actually called nuclear because of the nucleus. It searches for the nucleus of water. But they didn't think about that when they named it originally. They did not think about that. It does make it a little scary when somebody doesn't know what it is. So they changed it. Nuclear get dangerous. That's cantangerous.
Can rare scepters roll with 3 to a paladin skill and then 1 to all?
Yeah, rares can be like super epic in Classic.
Okay.
I believe it's +2, 3, +2, 3, 3, 3, or whatever. I can't remember if you could upgrade them in Classic, but
What, like in the cube, you mean? To the exceptional or whatever?
yeah.
I can't even remember.
Oh, you have runes for that, don't you?
Yeah, yep. So you gotta find the upgraded versions. I mean, granted, if you're a Holy Shock Paladin, it won't matter. You're just looking for the +3 Holy Shock.
Yeah, I actually just found one.
It's been so long since I played Classic. I probably... Yeah.
Yeah, it's been forever for me as well. This is the first time I've played it since, I mean, forever.
So I do always make videos every day, Mason. But for the foreseeable future with ladder, I actually don't have any videos planned. So we're just gonna be playing ladder, basically. It's gonna be just ladder for like the next week or two.
His videos are gonna be his live streams.
Yes, I will be live streaming basically the entire.
How many hours we got before they release that?
What? What, ladder?
Yeah, the ladder.
So it's 8 o'clock EST tomorrow. So what? 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4, 4 to 5, 5, 6, 6, 7, 8. About 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 18 hours.
Yep.
What he said.
18 hours.
There's a couple Discords.
Oh,
I have one Discord linked in my video description on YouTube, Ragern. If you want to check that one out, it's a pretty busy one. Lots of people there. I'm sure you can do some good trading at that at Discord. It's called I think it's Sanctuary.
Just found a 45 live
Sanctuary.
Oh no, the Diablo 2 Resurrected Reddit one. I think that's the biggest one of the two, or am I wrong? I can't even remember. I can't remember how you can even see the number of people. But there's two of them. There's the Reddit one, and then there's the Sanctuary Diablo 2 Resurrected Discord. They're both pretty big. I mean, this is my job, Mason. This is what I do for a living. I play games. I'm living the dream.
And he sings.
And I sing. That's right.
Singing. It's free entertainment.
Alrighty, guys. I'm gonna sign off. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
See you tomorrow,
man.
No. Part-time mob. I work part-time for Kroger. It's definitely not my main job anymore, that's for sure.
That's when you know you got it made as a YouTuber. Take a part-time job and don't even have to worry about it.
Well, yeah, it's not even my focus anymore. Like, I'm like, oh, okay. Somebody once told me my work ethic changed at Kroger. Because I have a pretty good work ethic. And I'm like, my work ethic hasn't changed. My focus has changed. I was like, my work ethic is here. At my YouTube channel. I was like, I don't have a work ethic for my part-time job anymore because that's not what I'm focused on. You know, you do what you're focused on. If you're focused on your family does well. If you're focused on your job does well. If you're doing your job as a part-time extra gig that doesn't really mean anything, then it's going to get treated like that. Don't know what you want me to say. Anybody need an F cryptic axe?
Do you beatbox? Oh man.
I am overburdened.
Do I beatbox? I don't know. I've never done beatboxing. No, not really. I mean, maybe like as a joke, but never like seriously. I've always been a crooner. I think a crooner is more specifically what I usually do. A crooner is a person who generally kind of like sings a cappella, random songs. They're usually very sing-songy, just in general.
Kind of like Sinatra.
Yeah. Bing Crosby, Sinatra, those are all crooners. I think I've always admired the whole crooner thing.
See what the next terror zone is, depending. See if I'll stay up or not.
I was thinking about calling it just so I could get something to eat.
And if you call it, I'm out too.
Food is a great motivator.
If you're out, he's out. That does not make him a follower, it just makes him a follower.
No, just because you're reading and go to sleep. Tomorrow night's gonna be a different story.
Well, I'm not going to sleep. I'm probably going to go downstairs and make myself something to eat. And then I'm going to pop on some TV shows and I'm going to watch a little bit. And then maybe I go to sleep sometime. I got a video scheduled for basically 7 a.m. tomorrow, so I'm not really worried about it. And then I'll hop on probably around like 4 or 5 and start streaming.
If ever you were going to go to sleep early, tonight's the night.
Early? Gotta stay up a little bit, get your body clock right.
Get up nice and early tomorrow. Get ready for the game. Play the game until you drop dead.
Well, it's not going to be early tomorrow. That's the thing. It's 8 p.m. EST, so.
Oh, no.
So so that's what we're doing. We're getting our body clock right so we can.
Wait, so what time would that be in Texas? Just curious.
Like 6 EST? Or, yeah, no, not EST, sorry. 6 CST or 7 CST or something like that? Are you CST or are you a different time zone?
I believe I'm Central.
You're 6.
Yeah, because it's 5 p.m. PDT. You're closer to California than I am. So you're probably 6 p.m. or 7 p.m.
Yeah, either way, I'll be at work. Get off at 9, get on around 10. So I'll miss all the like laggy entering of the game. You know how everybody's just trying to get in all at once. I'll miss all the downtime and the crashes.
You'll
Hopefully
miss
there's no
all
rollback
the
and all that.
fun. Don't even curse us with that, Ricky Bobby. You don't put
you
that
put that on
evil
me,
on
Ricky
me,
Bobby.
Ricky Bobby.
All that bad server time.
I got rolled back several times at launch. That was not fun.
You really think this is going to be any different?
Yeah, because hopefully they fixed all that by now.
Heck no, they're still using the same servers, them dum-dums.
Nah, they've been working on the server problems ever since launch. Every single time they do an update, they talk about how they fix some sort of thing on the back end or change the way the servers save files or something or other. It should be better. Plus, they got the rate limit added in, which they didn't have the rate limit added in when the game first launched, which I think was one of the biggest issues. There was no like limit between like how fast you could make games. Like people were literally just like going in, killing Pendle, leaving, going in, killing Pendle, leaving, going in, killing Pendle, leaving. Like the games were taking like 15 seconds, and they were like leaving and making a new game like in 15 seconds.
So, from what I read, they're fixing the ability to move while you are loading in, so you can't already have run the Pendle skin before you've even loaded in anymore.
Yeah, they did fix that. I'm interested to see how that turns out.
It's gonna slow down the farm for sure.
Good. Slow down the farm attack.
Big time. It's also gonna kill. It's also gonna kill you when you go into areas that are packed.
Yeah, because you can't pre-move out of the way. You gotta wait. But I'm hoping this also means that you won't be susceptible to taking damage while you're loading.
Yeah, on the beta, I died to Duriel the first time just because I wasn't even thinking about, that, and I walked in and it was like load, 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 and I was like already dead. I was like, well, this sucks.
Death. Duriel ain't no joke. That's like the first gank in the game. Like, you go through the whole game and it's fair. Like, you get to fight, you get to move, you get to figure out what's going on, and then you load into freaking Talross's tomb. You have no clue what you're expecting.
She's just like, hello.
And he's just like, looking for Bill. You're literally stuck in a room with a giant scorpion.
Oh, that's a treat right there. Yep, that's me going to bed.
What is it this time? Claw Viper Temple? Claw Viper Temple's okay.
Yeah.
Lost City ain't bad. That's tunnels and all, right?
Just the city, not the tunnels.
Yep.
But
Really?
but Claw Viper Temple's actually pretty good. It's just like...
You didn't put tunnels in there?
No.
Jeez. That's in the Lost City. I thought that would
their
be
choices are a little silly. Like,
They're only doing the Lost City because it's on the way to the Claw Viper Temple.
yeah.
Yeah, but still, like, even like when you were in hell and you're playing it through, I hit all of the, pits and stuff that I normally would skip over.
Let's go check it out.
Yeah, the Claw Viper Temple's good. I've actually done that one before. It's pretty neat. Finding it, though, is a little bit of a pain in the butt.
Battle cast this one.
Also, Dark Elder's here, too. Which he's fun to kill. It's definitely better than Area Plateau.
Yeah. By far.
Freaking slinging cats.
Do I re-roll a 45 life GC?
If it has 45 life on it, then it could roll with a skill around 45, I think. I think once the life is so high, it's considered...
Yeah, anything over 40 is a confirmed Grand Charm. But the question is a 45 life by itself really worth anything? And
because you can get 3 small ones that have 20 for more than 45, so I'd say no. I mean, in the early ladder, yeah, like everything, like every charm's worth something.
I'd have to see your equipment trustworthy to know what's going on your Vengeance Paladin. Vengeance Paladins are fickle beasts. I mean, if you don't have the equipment right, they're not going to work. If you don't have the skills right, they're not going to work. I mean, when you get them built properly, they demolish everything.
whoa.
Principle is probably not a good armor for a Vengeance Paladin, just simply because it's not really a good armor in general. And I say that as I'm literally wearing it. But the reason why I'm wearing it is because I built into the God Sealer build, which is a build specifically revolving around the Principle armor, which utilizes the Holy Bolts. As a Vengeance Paladin, you don't even have the points to take advantage of the Holy Bolts. And they don't do any damage unless you build a synergy. So, it doesn't really do you any good to be wearing that armor. You'd probably be better off with Duress or Treachery or Fortitude, although Fortitude's not the greatest.
Chains of Honor, also a really good choice. I always ended up using Guardian Angel Templar coat on my Vengeance Paladin because it accentuates the strength of that particular character, which is the high resistances. You know, adds on to the resistances that you're getting from the passives, and makes your resistances even higher, which makes you super duper tanky. Of course, you need to socket the Guardian Angel Templar coat and upgrade it, and put something in it that's going to give you more resistances. Usually like an rune or a nice jewel. Honestly, that's one of the keys of the Vengeance Paladin that's so very good, is just how tanky they are in general. And like, if you're not going to take advantage of that tankiness that the Vengeance Paladin has, it's sad.
I just found a 2 to Zeal, 1 to Blessed Hammer, 4 socket Divine Scepter on Classic.
Nice. I was actually just wondering if the Divine Scepter actually drops.
I didn't know that 4 socketed ones drop. I didn't remember, but that's nice to know. Not like I'm really gonna. I don't know. I guess I could throw a bunch of gems in it. That's all I can really do.
The most common thing, honestly, is skulls.
Oh yeah, just for the life.
Life and mana leech. There's no jewels and there's no
no charms
runes.
though. I got a full empty inventory. Is nice.
Oh god, freaking champion Dark Stars, go away. Dark Stars they have is nuts. No facets in Classic, Lobus. There's no shale runes, there's no nothing.
You can stick it on another character though and pull it over to non-classic.
Oh yeah, I didn't even think about that. That's a good idea. Well, I mean, it doesn't really matter now. Ladder's gonna be over tomorrow, but.
Hope for the future. Yep, I'm calling it a night. I will talk to you guys tomorrow.
Alright, see you guys tomorrow.
See you later
See
today.
you tomorrow, I mean.
So
See you later.
Rune Master trustworthy is your issue there. The Vengeance Paladin needs a good weapon to work properly. Rune Master is not sufficient DPS for a Vengeance Paladin. You're gonna need something more like a Ethereal Death, an Ethereal Oath, and Ethereal... what's that other one that's very similar to Oath and Death? Can't remember the name of it for some reason.
Would Plague be good?
With what? No, Plague doesn't have enough physical damage. The thing is that you all of your damage essentially on a Vengeance Paladin comes from the weapon. All of it. Nothing else you have on really has a significant impact on the damage except for the weapon. And if the weapon is a poor weapon choice for a Vengeance Paladin, the rest of the Vengeance Paladin suffers as a result. Breath of the Dying is the best option, but obviously Zod runes are not easy to come by. But Death is an easy one to come by. It's just a Vex and a Gull. And then Oath is even cheaper, I think. What it comes down to is that you have to have a high damage base to modify. Everything else relies on that high damage base, and without the high damage base, it just doesn't work. I mean, you could theoretically use a Rune Master, but you would have to put like 5 Ohm runes in it to bring it up to like the ED that's required to get like good use out of it, and then it would be kind of too slow.
which is also part of the issue because Vengeance isn't a very fast ability. If you had an Eth rune master, you could Zod it and then put a bunch of pole runes in it. It would actually work pretty good for Vengeance, although it would be a little bit slow. Crescent Moon is okay-ish. I mean, it doesn't really have the damage, but it's alright. You're talking about negative 35% enemy cold lightning resistance, which is only going to affect 25% of the paladin's damage. So a 35% increase of 25% of his damage, which doesn't really net out to be that much. The static field, of course, is nice, but trust me, I spent a long time on a Vengeance Paladin, figuring this stuff out, researching, playing around with weapon choices. And the truth of the matter is that if you don't have a good weapon on a Vengeance Paladin, it's not going to work. Like, it just doesn't work very well at all. What's the target damage? I mean, let me just show you my Vengeance Paladin. You can just look at him. This is my Vengeance Paladin using a Breath of the Dying. 2,671 to 8,066. And that's 25% cold, 25% fire, 25% lightning, and 25% physical. And then, of course, Conviction is beefing up 75% of that by a pretty large degree versus most monsters that I fight, which is a huge increase in the amount of damage that they take. As you can see, I can pretty much one-shot everything. It's literally just running around one-tapping everything. One tap. One tap. Come here. One tap. One tap. If you wanted to actually figure out what the actual numbers are, you're talking about the difference between like 8k multiplied by 2 most likely, which is around 16k. The elemental damage on Vengeance is hard to calculate because every single monster has different resistances. It's not all the same. Yeah, but what you're talking about, Bubbas, is Holy Shock. Holy Shock is not Vengeance. That's completely different. He's not talking about building a Holy Shock Paladin. I hate when people do that. Like, if somebody's trying to build a specific build, stop trying to convince them to build something else. Unless they're building like a poop constructed popcorn maker. Like, if he wants to build a Vengeance Paladin, advise him on building a Vengeance Paladin, not a Holy Shock Paladin. That's a completely different. That is a completely different way to build a character. No, you don't use Holy Shock with Vengeance. That's a terrible combination. At that point, you're just a Holy Shock Paladin. Like, if you're building a Holy Shock Paladin... If you build a Holy Shock Paladin with Vengeance, you're pretty much just a crappy Holy Shock Paladin. Like, because Zeal applies your Holy Shock damage way faster and way more efficiently than Vengeance does. Vengeance is slow, it's unwieldy. Yes, it will apply the Holy Shock damage, but it does it extremely slowly and extremely poorly by comparison to the way that Zeal does. Vengeance is a different kind of ability that doesn't really go well with Holy Shock. And on top of that, when you're using Vengeance, you want to be using Conviction to beef up the damage of Vengeance. When you're using Holy Shock, you're just basically using Vengeance as a medium to apply your Holy Shock damage. You might as well just be using Conversion
or sacrifice. Like, it doesn't really matter at that point because you're just using an ability to apply your holy shock damage to the target. And you would attack and kill even faster with Zeal. That's basically what I'm saying. Like, at that point, you might as well just be using Dual Dreams and using Zeal, and then use Conviction, which would bump up your damage even more. Unless you already have Conviction on your Infinity, like an Infinity Merc or something like that. But even then, I mean, then you're doing exactly what I'm talking about.
On Classic, I'm using Vengeance just to kill stuff that's not, you know, I can't kill with my Holy Shock. That's the only reason I'm using Vengeance.
Lightsaber and Azurewrath are very low physical damage. They're very high elemental damage. Elemental damage doesn't work with Vengeance. That's part of the whole thing about Vengeance. It's a physical damage ability that converts the physical damage that you deal into a elemental form. So Vengeance is always going to be 25% physical, 25% fire, 25% cold, and 25% lightning. And the conversion is a direct conversion that actually adds as well as converts. So if you have 250 physical damage, then the lightning is going to be a direct representation of that physical damage that you're dishing out. So, for instance, if you take a look at my Vengeance skill, it says plus 374% fire. So whatever my physical damage is, which I can represent by going to my regular attack, I have 747 to 2,289 physical. So it's 374% of my physical. And of course, I'd also have to take off other pieces of equipment, like Ravenfrost has cold damage. That's not calculated in. High Lord's Wrath has lightning damage. That's not calculated in. Anything that is an elemental damage of any type isn't calculated in. Off-weapon ED isn't calculated in. You know, the only thing that really affects Vengeance is your weapons damage and max damage and min damage, like from charms and pieces of equipment that you might have on. That's one of the reasons why I'm using a 7 min damage ring, and I have plus 10 max damage charms and things like that in my inventory, which are going to add to the overall damage of Vengeance. And then, you know, one thing that you could do is eventually you could get Dreams, which, you know, that's super endgame stuff, because Dreams can add an additional form of elemental damage so that you can run Conviction and the Dreams at the same time. But by doing that, you're also going to give up attack speed, you're going to give up plus to skills and things like that, which will lower the damage of Vengeance in general. Well, because Vengeance does have a physical component, you can add lots of physical types of damage. So having things like Open Wounds, Crushing Blow, and Deadly Strike definitely help with Vengeance. So yes, something like Duress, which has a pretty decent amount of special effects, can certainly help your damage output. It's not going to help directly like the Vengeance damage, but it will help your damage overall. Vengeance actually doesn't get affected by Deadly Strike. It does use Open Wounds, and it does use Crushing Blow. Doesn't use off-weapon ED at all, which is sad. The physical component being affected by DS, I'm not 100% sure on that. I don't think so. Because if it did, then it would also affect the vengeance ability.
Good day.
I think the only reason I'm using High Lords is just for the increased attack speed. Because vengeance is so slow. It's a very slow ability. I mean, I usually always have Gore Riders on Vengeance Paladins because the Crushing Blow, the Deadly Strike, and the Open Wounds is great. But, you know, on specific characters, on any melee character, on any ranged character, having Crushing Blow and Open Wounds is very important to make sure that you're killing monsters as quickly as possible. Because those high HP monsters, if you can't one-shot them, Crushing Blow is going to come in handy there, obviously, to help you kill the monster quicker.
Does this bleed will keep them from regenerating too?
Exactly, and the bleed keeps them from regenerating. So having those two things on a melee character is pretty important.
Deadly Strike double damage only for the physical part or for the elemental part as well?
Deadly Strike won't work for Vengeance at all, as far as I know.
Okay. Because Crit Strike work for elemental damage.
I don't know. All I know is that Vengeance in particular has a lot of very special issues with it. It's not affected by off-weapon ED. It doesn't get affected by Deadly Strike. It it has a lot of weird rules to it. It doesn't get affected by Grief. Apparently the calculation for Grief doesn't come in at the right part of the formula, so you can't even use a Grief with it. Like, you really just need, like, really big physical damage on a weapon, as high as you can possibly get, to make Vengeance actually work out properly. If you're not going to build Vengeance, like if you don't actually build for Vengeance, you might as well just not even use it, because Zeal is going to be superior in a lot of situations. Like if you're a Holy Freeze Paladin, a Holy Shock Paladin, a Holy Fire Paladin, Zeal is just a better choice in general because you're applying your damage quicker. So like, let's say you do like, I don't know, 10,000 like Holy Shock damage, like every time you hit. Vengeance is really slow by comparison. So using Zeal, you can apply your 10,000 Holy Shock damage like 5 times in the same period of time that you would be using Vengeance. So you literally almost have like 5 times the amount of damage, like if you're using Holy Shock with Zeal, as if you're using Holy Shock with Vengeance. I mean, the only benefit to using Holy Shock with Vengeance would be if you have Dreams and you can pull that off with Conviction, and then you're still building your Vengeance anyway. Because they do kind of share some synergies, but they're not really perfect. It's not really like a perfect share. And the point distribution for Vengeance Paladins is just awful. You don't have a lot of points to do anything you want to do with. Because if you want to build Vengeance as high as you can possibly get Vengeance, there's literally 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 skills you have to max out, and you can't even really max them all out. Have I tried two-handed Vengeance? Yes, I have, actually. I played around with a Breath of the Dying for a long time, just for lulz. It hits really hard. That's for dang sure. And it also makes you extremely weak. What's up, Dan C? They were talking about that earlier in chat, actually, and they were saying that it wasn't actually bugged, it was just a tooltip error. They seem to know a lot more about it than I did. I actually didn't even know there was a shockwave bug, but I was watching their conversation. I try and pay attention. And they were specifically saying that it wasn't actually bugged, that it was just a tooltip error, and it's still just working exactly as it always has.
The Godzilla. All these half-created or freaking half-geared characters because I swapped all their gear off. The real key with Vengeance is conviction. Conviction is what makes Vengeance so powerful. The numbers don't actually tell you the truth of what's going on because you have to actually go in there and work it out. So, you know, like if you had, let's say for instance you have my damage, which is 8,066, all right? So let's just run some basic math on my numbers. So let's assume, for instance, that 8,066 is, of course, 25% physical, so we have to remove 25% physical from that. So we're just going to take 25% away, which leaves us with 6,049 elemental damage. Then we apply conviction to the target. All right? Conviction is negative 150%. If the monster is 95% immune to me, I break them down to 0, and then break them even further down to negative 55%, okay? So they are always going to pretty much take more than what my rated value is for each particular element. And there's a very good chance they're going to take even more than that depending on how much negative res I have in those other categories. So, like, for instance, if I was using, you know, like some sort of facets, lightning facets, or I had... you know, like a specific piece of equipment on, like Griffin's Eye or something like that that was reducing resistance, it would go down even further. And then, of course, certain monsters are immune to me, which are being broken, but for the most part, like, my damage is being bumped up by about 150%. Or sorry, about 50 to 55% per target, and then I use other things like Plague on a mercenary or some things like that. You can add in other ways to increase it even further, and by the time you're done, you're actually hitting a target for well over, like, double sometimes, maybe even triple, depending on when you capitalize in things like open wounds, crushing blow. You know, a monster may not be resistant to that element at all. They might be at 0, which means they break down to negative 100%. And so you're looking at double damage in certain elements, and you've got 3 different elements. You've got fire, lightning, and ice. So you'll have a certain element will break down to negative 100, where another element will only break down to, say, negative 50. And it becomes very, very complicated. Every single monster has a different resistance pattern, so every single monster takes a different amount of resistance, a different amount of damage. So that 6,000 could become 12,000, the 6,000 could become 18,000, the 6,000 could become 20,000, or it could stay 6,000 if the monster is, like, immune to everything, and you can't do very much damage at all. And then the physical damage is added in on top of the 6,000 as well, with the crushing blow and the open wounds, and before you know it, you're just trucking through monsters, as long as you've got your max negative 150% conviction running. It's a complicated character, and I had a lot of fun building it, and quite honestly, I never really had trouble killing anything with that character. He was always capable of killing just about everything. That was one of the most enjoyable things about that character, was just simply the fact that that I literally have never came across anything that I couldn't kill. Reset is going to be at 8 EST, 8 p.m. EST tomorrow. Or rather, well, today, since it is actually tomorrow today.
Can you tell me how many hours that is from now?
It's like 18 hours, 17 hours, something like that.
17?
Vengeance is very good for party paladins. Extremely. Extremely so.
So for me,
running
that would be about 5 o'clock.
running conviction aura, max conviction, negative 150%. Everybody fucking loves you. You're their best friend. Sorceresses are hugging your leg. Lightning Javazons are hugging your leg. I mean, literally, you show up and everything starts dying really fast. Like, it's amazing. You actually have to get used to the fact that literally just your mere presence on the battlefield is enough to speed things up dramatically. Like, literally, they will be suffering and like, just struggling. And you will show up and things will literally just go from struggle to just wiping the floor with everything that's
Butter. Yeah, it's so much more enjoyable when you're a sorceress or somebody that uses a lot of element damage.
Yes, and that's the other thing about conviction is the negative 95% defense, which applies even to bosses. So, like, you're not only are you helping all the elemental characters, all the melee characters are loving you too, because it can hit everything now, because everything has like 5% of the total defense that they normally have, and so you're just like walking through them. Helps you as well too. There's very few monsters in the game it doesn't work against, and the few of those that you do encounter, you can usually still kill relatively easily. It doesn't work against Uber Mephisto, by the way. If you're wondering.
You should probably be shield bashing that one anyway.
Well, yeah. But you could still run conviction because your two convictions cancel each other out. Oh, yeah, you play a Vengeance Paladin, you can have a lot of friends. But, oh, man, I got a Vengeance Paladin. He can join us. He got level 150 conviction. We do not know. We do not. We thought we knew for a little while, and then we didn't, because then we got this right here, which tells us that we were wrong. I mean, I knew that it wasn't going to be what everybody was hyped about. They were like, "Oh my God, they're gonna be so common that everyone's gonna have one," and like, no, it's there's no way. There's absolutely no way they were gonna make it that common. That's just silly. I actually commented on this guy's video who made a big video about them being that common, and I was joking about like there's no there's no way they would make them that common, because it would literally be like 1 billion charms, it would be like 8 billion charms in a year. It'd be like 1 charm for every person on the whole planet.
You've got the charm. You've got the charm. You've got the charm.
Yeah, Vengeance Paladins can do pretty much anything, and yeah, they can kill Uber Diablo relatively easily. I never had any issues killing Uber Diablo.
Are they super gear dependent or what?
Yes, because you need a weapon. As we've been talking about the entire time, your weapon.
Oh yeah. Besides the weapon.
Without the weapon, the character's nothing. So.
Well, I mean, besides the weapon, are they gear dependent like the rest of your gear?
I mean, not particularly. You can wear anything with plus the skills, increase the attack speed. Like, you can work it out, but without the weapon, it just doesn't. It doesn't come together.
Would your best in slot be a GG rare item, rare weapon?
I mean, if you found like a really godlike, ethereal, like Fool's Cruel's weapon with repairs durability or something like that, yeah, it could potentially work out to be one of the best weapons.
You could get a dimensional blade and upgrade it to a phase blade, though, and it'll still be ethereal, or does that not apply to the damage when it happens?
That should work, yes. If you upgraded it,
because it'll still be,
it would lose durability. It wouldn't have any durability now. Then it would be unbreakable.
I think that's the only way you can get an ethereal phase blade, is to do that. I'm pretty positive they don't roll ethereal otherwise.
Yeah, that would be true. I never thought about that.
Yeah, but you'd have to find a crazy, dimensional blade and then up it.
Can
Yeah,
you
it's
can you up
they're
a
so
blue or
rare.
yellow item?
They're so rare that you're just almost never gonna find them. That's the problem. If you do happen to find one of those ridiculously rare items, it's just
I think somebody on this ladder found like a decent one. It wasn't like better than, you know, a best in slot item now, but they it was a dimensional blade that had like a lot of ED on it, a lot of attack rating, like everything it needed basically.
I would not recommend to any of you guys out there if you're thinking about this, don't run a Vengeance Paladin for a ladder starter character. It's awful. I've done it, and it takes a very long time to get yourself a weapon that's any good, and until you get a weapon that's actually good, you're just gonna suffer. I mean, your group will carry you because you have conviction. I mean, there's that. Your group will literally carry you. They'll be like, no, no, no. They'll be like, no, no, don't switch specs. No, no, no. We want you to keep your.
If you're gonna run conviction, you might as well run Fist of Heaven so you get that good weapon.
I mean, conviction
And then
doesn't even really help Fist of Heavens that much.
It helps for the single target. It helps for the
Yeah.
Thunderbolt itself,
But
and then you're
a
helping
lot of
all your
people.
teammates.
But a lot of people have been using other auras with Fist of the Heavens instead.
Oh, yeah, no,
like
I use
Meditation
Redemption.
and Redemption and Vigor.
Yeah, Redemption all the way.
Swapping around to Cleansing and.
Yeah, I played a Foden all season long.
Yeah, got a lot of comments in the 8 hours I've been streaming. Did Uber Diablo get nerfed? No, Uber Diablo didn't get nerfed or anything. He's still the same level he's always been. You're probably just stronger than you were before. Also depends on if you spawned him in players 1, players 2, players 3. His difficulty changes depending on how many people are in the game.
When he spawns, but if everybody comes in after you've spawned him and you've seen him, then he'll be the same as he was before.
That's right, because monsters' difficulty is dependent on when they were spawned. So if you spawn him in players 8 and then everybody leaves, If you spawn him in players 8 and everybody leaves, he's still players 8. If you spawn him in players 1 and you get 7 people join, he's still players 1.
To clarify, his health is still players 8 and his damage is still players 8, but his drop table will be players 1.
Never heard that, honestly.
Yep. He won't drop as if it was still players 8. Like a monster won't have that higher chance of dropping more items.
But Uber Diablo doesn't have different drop tables.
Right. I'm just talking about monsters in general. So for him, it wouldn't matter.
Is Druid easier than Necromancer? No, not really. I've never really found Druid to be easier than Necromancer. If anything, Druid is more difficult.
You think so? I mean, I don't know.
Necromancer is very easy. Like, you can build a summon Necromancer and clear the entire game naked. You're not doing that on a Druid.
With an LE Druid, you can't clear the game naked?
Not naked. They're not killing hell difficulty naked.
That's true.
You need plus the skills, you need all sorts of stuff to make that character work, and equipment, and honestly, you have to like supplement shockwave, all sorts of crazy things, and then like maybe you can get it to that level, like once you've got all the gear and everything. The Necromancer, on the other hand, is doing the same thing, and he's wearing all Magic Find equipment. The curses on the Necromancer really make things easy, and the Druid just doesn't have those curses.
That's true.
It's like it's like literally having your own Swiss Army knife.
I've never played a Necromancer. Just like I've never played a Druid, so. I'm gonna do a Fire Claw Druid all next season, and then a Necro after the season after that.
D2H, the original Diablo 2 LOD ladder only items and rune words and everything were added to Diablo 2 Resurrected base game. But there are, however, new Diablo 2 Resurrected ladder only rune words and special items like the Sunder Charms. So while there are no more ladder only specific items of the old days, there are new ones. So there are new items that you can explore. I'm actually kind of interested to see how Singer Barb turns out with the Sunder Charm, because it's physical damage, and the Sunder Charm is going to allow them to break those resistances much easier. And if used in combination with maybe something like the Grim Totems or Amplify Damage, could very well make that character skyrocket in damage. Physical charm is not bad. There's nothing wrong with the physical charm. It breaks resistances. It does exactly what it's supposed to do.
Yeah, but how do you get them lower than the 95?
With amplify damage or decrepify, or
At 1/5 effective. At
or
1/5,
Grimoire.
right?
I mean, we don't know that. They didn't specifically say that Amplify Damage, Decrepify, and Grim Ward were applying at 1/5 effectiveness. They only specifically stated Conviction and Lower Resistance. I would assume that if they meant the other ones as well, they would have stated them.
Yeah, they also missed the fire golem on the one, so you never know.
I know, but that's 3 skills versus 1. I mean, 1 fire golem is a typo. Leaving out Amplify Damage, Decrepify, and Grim Ward from that statement is a little bit more than a typo. That's 3 skills.
True.
So on the Conviction Paladin, you would run a physical Sunder Charm, decrepify them, and then hit them so that all your physical gets converted into elemental?
What?
That was a question.
You talking about like trying to increase your physical damage on a Conviction Paladin?
Yeah, or on the which skill is it that does all the elemental damages?
Well, no. See, Vengeance doesn't care about like how much damage you do physically. It's it just takes your physical damage output number, and it just automatically adds that elemental damage to the attack before you hit the target. So all 3 elements are being applied to the target, and the physical damage is being applied to the target all at the same time.
Okay, so it doesn't take how much you would deal and then take that number and then add the elementals to it. No,
There is a skill that works like that. That is Dragon Tail. Dragon Tail works that way.
Right, yeah, me and you were discussing that the other day.
That's a completely different skill. There's so many crazy things going on in this game with stuff, and Vengeance is one of those really weird abilities that just works really weird. Because I was like, I want to make a Vengeance Paladin, and of course, you know, first thing I did was research the living hell out of it, and came up with all sorts of interesting answers, and the answers basically told me the same thing, that Vengeance was weird. It works outside of like some sort of the rules of the game. Like it's just, it doesn't have any comparable skill either. Like it doesn't work like Berserk. It doesn't work like Dragon Tail. It doesn't work like Cold Arrow or Fire Arrow or Magic Arrow. It functions like in its own little separate bubble. I don't know what they were doing when they created that skill. Like with Berserk, all of your damage is converted to magic, right? So you have no physical left. Whereas Vengeance, it's not converting anything. It's allowing you to dish out physical damage, and then it's taking that physical damage and using it to add fire, cold, and lightning damage to the attack when you hit. Dragon Tail is
working completely differently as well, and basically it takes the physical damage that you dish out and then adds the fire damage based on the amount of physical damage that you dealt, which means that it does no fire damage if you hit a target that's physically immune. Whereas Vengeance doesn't care if you're physically immune at all. You can fight a target that's physically immune and it will burn straight through them. It doesn't make any sense. Magic Arrow takes away all your physical damage, or converts physical damage by percentage. So instead of just taking it away like Berserk does, Magic Arrow actually converts a percentage to magic, taking that physical away completely and leaving you with a small percentage of physical left over, like 70% conversion. Cold Arrow and Fire Arrow are weird too, because they convert and only leave a small percentage of physical, but then they also add a huge amount of raw cold and fire damage. So they also have some weird mechanics going on. Shockwave Druid. Everybody wants to talk about this Shockwave Druid. Let's go take a look at this Shockwave Druid, shall we?
You bug him enough, guys, and he gives in. Yeah, I didn't think that it was doing more damage from like the videos I watched. I watched Macro Boy do it, and I was like, that's about as fast as I remember it was. It just, like you said, is a tooltip error that just people thought, I don't know, was different.
Yeah, I think that's what it is, a tooltip error. Hold on, I hate to say this about Macro Boy because I don't like talking bad about anybody, but he makes a lot of errors. I was talking with him one day about something, and it didn't really seem like he actually understood what the hell was going on in the game.
Yeah, when he was doing his calculation on the video, I was like, but Max Roll like has it on there, so like they knew about it because it is like built off of the files of the game. Like I understand why it looks right on there, or they're calculating it at least.
Man, freaking the Fireclaw Druid's got some expensive gear to get.
Yeah.
Once he's optimized, he can work with lower stuff, but the optimized gear, getting a Phoenix, a Hand of Justice, and a Flickering Flame, oh my god. With that 40% chance to cast level 22 Firestorm on striking, that is amazing.
Trying to figure out what the hell's going on with Shockwaves. It's making you guys so excited. It looks like pretty pathetic damage to me. Shockwave also has a next hit delay, which prevents you from being able to hit one target multiple times.
Oh, Shockwave's always been good.
I mean, the stun on Shockwave has always been nice, but they're talking about the damage. The damage on it is 621.
Does it have a cooldown of any sort, or is it based on your attack speed?
What, Shockwave?
Yeah.
I think Shockwave is cast rate.
I'm not sure about that. I'll check. I think it's attack speed. If it is attack speed, that's why it would be so good. If it's cast rate, I don't know what they're getting at.
But the next hit delay prevents it from doing a large amount of damage. It's 621 physical damage. It's wow.
And it doesn't apply your own physical damage or your own damage to it?
No, it never has. I mean, it might be affected by Maul. Maybe if you're using something like Fortitude or something. I don't know. It's a spell, though. Shank is Stone Skin. I mean, the main benefit of Shockwave has always been the stun length duration. Always. Yeah, that's what I thought. I was pretty sure Shockwave was FCR. Making me doubt myself, sir. That was not Shockwave, by the way. Shockwave is physical, and he was immune to physical. Alright, now, Shockwave also has a next hit delay of 5 frames, which means it can't hit a target multiple times.
Well, what I'm reading is the Shockwave Druid is mainly played at the start of a ladder.
I mean, Shockwave is amazing, like crowd control. I mean, the stun length duration on it goes up to 21.4 seconds. I mean, eventually you get to the point where you stun a monster and they just stand there looking at you slack-jawed.
So they're pure support characters. They do not do enough damage to do terror zones.
Let's see here. I need lycanthropy so I can actually get some more duration.
I looked it up on
this.
Maxroll GG. They're saying ladder start and it's a support.
Yeah, but we're not talking about like what they're traditionally used as. We're talking about like this mythical like extra damage that's being applied.
Shoot, I don't know. I don't know what that would be coming from.
Can I show my skills and build? This is a test character, Dan. See, none of this matters. This is just me testing out stuff. The gear on this character is completely the wrong gear for this particular build. None of it's right. I'm literally just playing with Shockwave. That's what I'm doing right now. I mean, I could beef up the skill a little bit more. I could go get something like some spirits. I could switch to a Chains of Honor. I could let's go grab some spirits. We also could check to change to a Jalal's. I mean, I could beef it up a little bit further, but I don't really see how that's going to make much of a difference in its damage output, if I'm being perfectly honest. I mean, FCR will allow it to cast faster, yes, but I mean, the damage output doesn't really look that great. Making it cast faster, I don't think is going to have a huge effect on its damage output, because it's not really that great to begin with.
Yeah, and on that video I was talking about, he was counting. He was like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like he was doing it real slow, and that probably helped make people think, you know, they weren't thinking about if I could cast it faster, you know.
I mean, crowd control wise, I mean, let's just say this out loud though. Crowd control wise, Shockwave is amazing. It's always been amazing. That stun duration is absolutely insane, and you can lock down targets. It's a lot like the character that I'm trying to build on ladder right now, the Freezing Aerozon. Freezing Aerozon's actually like lock down everything. Usually nobody can do anything against the Freezing Aerozon because you've got them all frozen. So yes, yeah. in that sense, like it doesn't really matter how much damage Shockwave does because you can kill like anything with it eventually. because you just lock them down stun-wise. Even the elite monsters that can't be stunned, like if you hit them at the right time while the pack is still tight, the elite monster gets stuck in the center of the stun. It's amazing. And then he's just stuck in there looking like an idiot. Let's see. Where did I put this gear at? Alright, let's go ahead and give him a Soj. Why not? And then, I think I had a Bull Cathos in here, didn't I? I did have a Bull Cathos. There you go. Alright, he's already got a Bull Cathos on. Alright, well in that case, let's give him the Arachnid's Mesh, because he doesn't need that. And let's give him the Jalals, because it gives more plus to skills to Shockwave. Let's give him the Spirit. And then we need another Spirit or a Hoto or something. I think a Hoto would probably work.
I'll be back.
Pretty sure he's got a Hoto. Yeah, multiple waves will never hit the same target. And if you cast too fast, you also won't hit the target on the second cast. It's rather interesting the way that it works. Okay, good. We got a Hoto right there. Nice. Let's grab this Mars too while we're at it. That was when I made the video Gediminus semaitis. Okay? That was when I made the video, sir. You know what? Just because of that, tomorrow I'm putting in seconds. Figure it out then. Or maybe I'll put it in nanoseconds.
Or put it in negative time.
Alright, so what level did that get us to? Level 48. Alright, level 48 at 885 to 915. That's still pretty pathetic, to be honest. But let's go ahead and play with it. I'm going to be starting with an Ice Maiden's on. See what player count I'm on real quick. I'm on 5. Let's bump that up to 8. These spawned in players 5, by the way. Let's go check this out with the players 8 monsters. So I'm assuming amplified damage has to come in here at some point, because, I mean, this damage is not very good at all. He's stone skinned, which does mean he's taken some of my physical damage. It's the second time he's been stone skinned. He's not immune though, which is interesting. So he's just mostly immune. Here, let's reset and get a different non-physical immune shank just to give this a good try. Although that's pretty pathetic. I'm still not really seeing what people are so excited about with this. I mean, is there something specific that they're doing to reach higher damage numbers? Fortitude, perhaps, or I mean, then you're getting less plus to skills. I don't even know if that kind of thing even affects Shockwave. It's been so long since I've played around with Shockwave. I've always just relegated it to exactly what it is, a support ability. I feel like my Merc is killing more stuff than I am. Alright, Shank.
Pretty sure too. I don't think he was on players 8.
I mean, I
think that's the big difference.
It was a pretty slow kill, and I'm pretty sure my Merc did most of the work there. Let me redo this. I'm gonna take the Infinity away from the Merc, and let's see how it works with just the Shockwave. I mean, another big issue I'm noticing with this Shockwave, I don't know if I ever noticed this before, it doesn't pierce. It's single hit. I mean, granted, there are, what? 1, 2, 3... It's like, what, 5 times? So it can hit 5 monsters? But it doesn't seem to be piercing. It's FCR, apparently. Works a hell of a lot better with FCR. I mean, to kill one Overseer with Shockwave, it's taken me about, like, 10 or so hits. Like, let me go to... trying to think of a good zone with some high HP monsters. I mean, the zombies, honestly, in Stony Field usually have a lot of HP. I don't know. Something does seem a little odd. Although it seems to be taking a rather long time to kill high HP monsters, it's almost as if it's like absolutely demolishing the low HP ones, which doesn't make any sense with the amount of damage that it outputs. I mean, we're talking about 800, what is it, 915 damage is nothing. Like, if I took a Zealer out here with a 915 damage Zeal, he probably wouldn't even be able to kill half this stuff. There's definitely something weird going on with the damage number that's written on the tooltip. What's up, Heat NS? I said it's really strange. Like, I swear it feels like some of these monsters are players 1. And then I come across some monsters and it's like the Shockwave does no damage to them. And it takes multiple Shockwaves to kill them. Whereas some of the monsters are literally dying in one Shockwave, which doesn't make any sense. Yeah, but the majority of the monsters in hell difficulty have physical resistance. I mean, like 50% physical resistance is like a common... It's just like common for hell difficulty. That's why physical damage is so poor in hell difficulty. Is the majority of the monsters have a relatively high physical resistance. Kind of curious now. I need a high HP monster to test this on. Somebody who's not, like, got like 2 HP to their name. Absolutely terrible versus these pit lords. That one's immune to physical entirely. Doesn't really do good against the maggots either. I mean, we're talking about level 49 or 48, which is pretty darn ridiculous. Yeah, it's the strangest thing. It's like against a high HP monster, it's doing relatively nothing. Against a low HP monster, it's like almost one-shotting them. But it's doing like nothing versus high HP monsters. It doesn't pierce, so what happens is when you have 5 projectiles and the monster has a next hit delay, if the next hit delay is triggered by one particular monster, and you have 2 or 3 projectiles which are on the same path, what happens is the next hit delay says this monster can't be hit by this ability. The ability then passes through the monster and hits the next monster after it. That's how next hit delay works. So for instance, if you were to fire multi-shot, say like point blank in a monster's face, and you had 20 arrows, 1 arrow of the 20 will hit the monster. 19 of the arrows will pass through and hit the monsters behind. They get consumed only when they actually dish out damage. So Shockwave has 5 tines, and each tine has a hit delay of 4, which means that no single tine can hit a target more than once, or a single monster can get hit by more than 1 tine from the same attack. So the shockwaves are literally passing through the monsters that have already been hit, which is the only way that shockwave can hit multiple targets like behind the target that you're firing at. It's next hit delay is weird mechanics. It is, and a lot of the druid abilities have really weird hit delay mechanics. In fact, pretty much like Volcano, I think is 10 hit delay. I'm pretty sure Tornado has a hit delay as well. A next hit delay. Let's try another zone. Let's try Ancient Sway. Oh, there you go. I got a skill shrine. Now I'm up to 957. Certainly seems to handle the Dark Lancers just fine. I mean, yeah, I can tell that it's based on their resistances, but, like, it still doesn't make any sense. Like, the amount of damage that's being output is kind of crazy. I mean, let's do a little research here. So let's take a Pit Lord. Right, so we have a Pit Lord in D2. The Pit Lords we were having a hard time killing the Pit Lords, right? We're in players 8, which increases their HP. It's not listed on this particular website. Let's try a different website then. God bless it, that's a lot of ads. Holy Jesus, the whole screen is covered. I can't even see anything. Alright, the monsters in River of Flame have a hit point pool of... Why is there 3 different... Oh, okay. 15,455 is their HP. And I'm assuming that is also modified by player count. Which player count modification would bring that up substantially. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. It's definitely doing more than what the tooltip is stating. Because there's no way it's doing 915 damage. At 915 damage, it would take... What is that? You could basically just round that up to 1,000. It would basically take like 16 or 17 hits to kill a Pit Lord with Shockwave at 915 damage. And that's assuming, I'm assuming players 1. Because that's hell difficulty like players 1 HP. At least as far as I can tell. Let me check a different website here just to make sure we're getting the right numbers. I mean, let's switch to P1. I mean, P1 is hardly a good measure for, like, how effective a character is, because it changes so fast. But, sure, why not? Let's do it. Let's do it. I'm curious. Alright, so the Stranglers are literally almost getting one shot, right? So it's just one shot of damage and they're almost dead. So it's pretty close. So Strangler, D2R. See if we can find their HP real quick. I think they're actually called Finger Mages now that I think about it. They're called Finger Mages. I'm pretty sure that's the name of them. Yes, they are called Finger Mages. So we are looking at approximately 3,500 to 6,400 HP in Hell Players 1. Which is, even if they have 3,502, which is the lowest possible value, 3,502, at 915 physical damage per hit, and a physical resistance of 50%, by the way. They have a physical resistance of 50%. My damage that I currently have would be cut in half, so 915 divided by 2. Which means I would only be doing 457 per hit. And then I would multiply that, or sorry, divide that into the 3,502. So, let's see, 3,502 divided by 457 is approximately 7.6 hits on a single player 1 Finger Mage. Did that take almost 8 hits to you guys? It took me 2. Okay. So, assuming the damage output of a 3,502 HP Finger Mage, it literally took me 2 hits and 1 almost killed him. So it was literally 75% of his HP in 1 hit. So assuming 75% of his HP in 1 hit, we have a variable for the Finger Mages, okay? So Finger Mages vary between 3,502 to 6,420. And various ones have different HP pools. So the ones that we are looking at are the ones that are in River of Flame. The ones that are in River of Flame are called Stranglers. And they actually have more HP than the one that I was using, as an example, which is 3,640 to 6,673. All right. So if we assume that that's the amount of HP we have for that particular monster, and we are dealing 75% of that monster's damage in 1 hit, or health in 1 hit, then what we can rightfully assume is our damage output. Assuming, of course, 50% reduction in our physical damage, right? So we have to assume that we can take those 2 numbers and we can subtract 75% from those hits. All right, so let's run the numbers real quick, and we'll just say 3,640 minus 25%, which means we are left with 2,730. And then the top end number, which is 6,673 minus 25%, we're looking at 5,004.75, okay? But this isn't even right, all right? This is wrong, because this monster always has a 50% physical resistance in Hell difficulty, which means that our damage is being cut in half. So we have 2,730 times 2 means that we are dishing out 5,460, and 5,004.75 times 2 is 10,009.5. So if our HP numbers are correct for this particular monster and the resistances are correct, then the actual amount of damage that Shockwave is outputting is far in excess of what the tooltip is actually stating.
Impossible.
There's absolutely no way that the damage of Shockwave is 885 to 915. There's absolutely no way. It's either 5,460 or 10,009, or it's somewhere in between, depending on what the HP of these Stranglers are. But using the Stranglers as an example, you can clearly see that when I attack a Strangler, the Strangler literally almost dies in 1 hit. I mean, here's Hephaesto right here.
I don't think 700% off weapon ED would do that. It would have to be like, I don't even know. It would have to be something else. Off weapon ED doesn't apply to spells. And where is the off weapon ED coming from? Like, off weapon ED doesn't apply to tornado. That's physical damage. It doesn't apply to twisters. That's physical damage. It doesn't apply to they pulled it out of their butt. Yeah, so basically they pulled it out of their butt. Right out of their butthole. I mean, let's try some crazy stuff real quick, shall we? Let's try one. Actually, I can't even do 1 point in Werebear, can I? I mean, I could potentially do 1 point in Werebear, but I can't really, like, make it work. Werebear has 475% damage when he's transformed. So assuming, of course, that it's the Werebear ED that is somehow affecting Shockwave, despite the fact that it doesn't actually state that it does. I am noticing that Shockwave has gone down in damage significantly, despite the fact that it's still the same level. Is it Maul? It's Maul. Alright, so it's still the same damage, even though we have our bear form at a much lower level. Let's take our Strangler friend, which we were using earlier. Not really much of a difference in damage. I mean, he's still taking about 75% of its HP and damage. It may have decreased by like a tiny bit, but it's still 75%. And we went down from 745% ED to 475, so that's 4 to 5, 5 to 6, 6 to 7. We went down 300% off weapon ED according to the Werebear calculations, and it still seems to be about the same exact amount of damage, so I don't think it's the Werebear that's affecting it. I mean, it's definitely physical damage. You can tell it's physical damage. There's a physically immune monster, and I can do absolutely nothing to this physically immune monster with this damage type. It is 100% physical damage. I mean, if Werebear was a synergy, it would affect it directly. I mean, unless they just screwed something up. Always assumed to be max level. Ladder's not starting until tomorrow at 8 EST, 8 p.m. EST. I don't know, it seems like a bug to me. I mean, it just seems like a bug. I don't know why you would want to build your character around this. Like, reminds me of when Firewall was bugged at the beginning of the game, and
What's the bug?
Shockwave is doing way more than it actually states.
Do we know why?
No, not really. guesses. Unconfirmable guesses, basically. Yeah, hunger can be improved by taking the damage penalty away. The damage penalty on those skills is silly. It just makes them completely unusable. I'd rather, like, melee attack. I mean, that's basically what I'm trying to say, is that this is not standard. Like, it's not right. Like, it's just going to get patched out. You know what I could do real quick just for fun?
I want to know why it's broken and what's breaking it so that I can break it some more.
I don't really think you can. That's the problem. Like, whatever is affecting the shockwave spell doesn't seem to be apparent. I mean, maybe they added too much damage to the bear, or the way that they added the damage to the bear, it somehow affects the shockwave skill when it's not supposed to. I mean, let's look at it logically. Concentration doesn't affect Tornado. Concentration doesn't affect Twister. Fanaticism doesn't affect Tornado or Twister. Might doesn't affect Tornado or Twister. Might, Fanaticism, Concentration don't affect Shockwave. So unless they just screwed up the calculation some way, there's no reason why the damage should be increased. And if it wasn't increased, it should state it. Like, that's the other weird thing that's going on here that doesn't make any sense. It's not stating the damage. Even if the damage was as high as it's supposedly supposed to be in the background, it should state the damage here. In the calculation, the damage should increase. I mean, if you have plus the skills on a spell, the damage increases. If you have plus mastery, the damage increases. If you have, you know, there's tons of different things like off-weapon ED for melee damage, the damage increases on the character screen. None of it is showing up on the character screen. It's not showing up on the tooltip. I mean, it just doesn't exist. Whatever it is going on in the background, and you can't see it. And for the life of me, I can't even think that Vicarious Visions would have added a hidden ability into the game, especially when they've gone out of their way to make effects apparent. Like, for instance, they changed the whole Shapeshifter Druid because the IAS calculations weren't apparent. They added tooltips to skills specifically because those skills were hiding effects. I can show you examples. For instance, the Paladin. If you go onto the Paladin now and you look at the resist lightning, the resist fire, and the resist cold abilities, they specifically added the passive numbers on those auras so that now you can see the passives that were never shown to you before. They were hidden, and Vicarious made them visible so that you could actually see the effects that were hidden behind the screen. The Assassin, also very similarly. They took the Assassin and they literally made all the Assassin skills much more transparent. Fade, for instance, gives a 1% bonus per level of physical damage reduction, which was never stated on the skill. And they went out of their way to update the tooltip so that literally everyone could see that Fade does in fact give 1% physical damage reduction per level. It now says it specifically on it. Physical damage reduced by 1%. And every time you level it up, it tells you what the new percentage goes to. And they went even further, and they started doing that on, like, the Barbarian. That was another one that was a big one. They took the Barbarian, and they actually added in all the Barbarian's ranges on all of his shouts, whereas before they never had any of the shout ranges listed, and they literally went through the process of just adding in every single shout range so that you could actually see what the hell the shouts do and how far they go. So when you look at the shouts now, they actually say that they go 5.3 yards, or that they go 12.6 yards, or this one goes 3.3, Warcry goes 4.6, and so forth and so on. Like, the entire purpose of this is to be transparency. So Vicarious Visions isn't going to add something into the game that's going to, like, stealth beef up Shockwave that's not going to actually be stated on the tooltip. I just can't see it, so it's a bug. And if you build a character around it, chances are they're just going to nerf it.
So in LOD, I was actually thinking about doing that, pulling up LOD and actually looking at it. So the tooltip damage is actually reported correctly in LOD, is what you're saying? Let's go have a look, shall we?
Not in town.
I'm trying to figure out how the tooltip damage is being reported correctly. It still says 260 damage.
I need mana.
And it does basically no damage. Those freaking sound effects, though. It's just bugged, is all it is. It's absolutely bugged. I'm not even going to put any more effort into it. It doesn't even make any sense. I've never been the kind of character that exploits bugged mechanics. I don't like to do that.
Okay, so your werebear level doesn't matter. It's just the maul level that increases the shockwave damage.
Yeah, didn't I max it out?
Yes, you just max that, and it's 15% enhanced damage from being a werebear, and then it's multiplied by your maul level -1 as your damage.
Let's go to good old Amazon Basin.
So yeah, if they don't fix that, I'll be using it a little bit, at least until they fix it. I mean, if it's there, I might as well. Yeah, at least just till I get my levels and stuff up.
Amazon Basin has no information on it, which means it probably didn't exist in Tab 2 LOD.
It was introduced in 2.4 actually. 2.4 introduced the bug, and then it wasn't fixed in 2.5, so they're thinking it's gonna stay.
Bink.
Would you like a link to the guy that explained it?
Cap from 50 damage bonus per level increase from 8 to 15. Cannot be interrupted. Damage bonus per level increase from 20 to 30. I'm looking at the 2.4 patch now. The only thing they did in the 2.4 patch notes.
It's a hidden buff. They didn't even say they buffed it, so it's whatever they did in 2.4 is what
they specifically said. They buffed Shockwave. They increased the maul synergy from 5% per level to 10%. So instead of it doing what it used to do, which was basically like half of what it does now, which means that the total damage in LOD wasn't even 915. It would have been more like 407.
So apparently it's doing about 7,000 shockwave damage.
It's pretty much what I calculated. I calculated that it was doing anywhere between 5,000 to 10,000 based on the amount of HP that it was taking off the monster.
Yeah, I think it five shots. Players won Eldritch. I sent you a link to the guy that did all the math on it and figured out why it does what it does and all that stuff. Maybe you can build upon that.
Yeah, that's the video everyone's talking about in the first place.
Oh, okay. Go. I just happened to find the same one.
That's what literally prompted the entire conversation in the first place.
Sick. So yeah, I'll be doing a fire druid, but if this stays in play a little longer, I mean, I might as well do this to level up until I get my good gear. I mean, because then I can, with only two skills maxed, I mean, I get to focus on a lot of extra stuff like pets and extra life, and oh yeah, sounds good to me.
I don't know. I don't expect it to stick around. That's for sure.
I don't either, and I hope it doesn't. But if it does, I'm going to use it.
All it takes is for one person to call attention to it, and then the devs are going to nerf it. It won't take very long. That's how it goes in pretty much every single game. When the firewall was bugged, and everybody was super excited about firewall being OP again for the first time ever in like a million years. Literally, like every YouTuber made a video about how firewall was the new meta.
My question is, though, is Shockwave actually overpowered, or is it just on par with the rest of the skills? Because 7K physical damage doesn't really seem like that much.
7K physical AoE damage?
Yeah, I mean, you get more than that from a corpse explosion. Way more.
And it also stuns everything for 21.6 seconds?
Sure.
I mean, you're talking about, like, if it really does 7,000 damage per shot, that's 7,000 times 5. So it's literally doing like a ridiculous amount of damage.
No, so each one of the little waves isn't hitting them. Just one of the waves is hitting.
But it's hitting multiple targets. So
is true.
So
but
just the same way that a multi-shot Zon can't necessarily dish out, 7,000 damage times 20 arrows to a single target, she's still hitting everything on the screen. So she can dish out a rather large amount of damage over a huge area. 7,000 damage versus 5 tines, which are going to be stunning for 21.6 seconds. I mean,
the stun is what makes it
massive.
overpowered. The damage isn't overpowered, but the stun is what's making it overpowered.
Well, the 21.6 second stun is there for what it's supposed to be there for, which is crowd control.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, how many points does it take to beef that out? 40?
I don't think, yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, I don't think the damage is overpowered. I think the stun is overpowered.
Honestly, at 40 points, the bear could literally sub into Hurricane and probably have a pretty high damage Hurricane along with the Shockwave. Like, there's enough points there, since you don't have to actually beef up the bear, that you could literally just sub into it. You could literally just sub into another ability.
Since it's physical damage?
Or Armageddon, yeah. Or you could even, like a lot of people do with the bear, you could go into the summon tree.
Pick up Oak Sage.
Yeah, on max roll, that's what like the build guides, TO's has that, but he's got like all summoning charms and yeah. It's like, it does look like a great crowd control thing, but yeah, farming solo terror zones is gonna be rough.
Do I think Holy Fire will be on par with Hammerden or FOH with the use of a Sunder Charm? I don't really know. I mean, I don't really compare everything against the Hammerden to see how it stacks up against him. It's never been my style. Like I know a lot of people are so concerned if they're gonna miss out on like damage output versus the Hammerden, but I gotta tell you the Hammerden's damage output is insane, and very few characters even come close.
2.5 to 3 million damage every 3 seconds or 5 seconds or so.
The
Pretty ridiculous.
the Blizzard Sorceress can't even output the same kind of damage that the Hammerden can, not even with the Sunder Charm, in my opinion. The Blizzard Sorceress is got a lot of damage, yes, but she also has to cast her ability on her targets. They have to either walk into it or stay in it. Whereas the Hammerden has piercing, circling hammers that can hit multiple times within the duration. And on top of that, the Hammerden is just extremely tanky. Like the Sorceress is never going to approach the level of tankiness that the Hammerden has. Holy Shield just completely demolishes any kind of defensive mechanics a Blizzard Sorceress is going to use.
Yeah, the magic Sunder Charm on the Hammerden, the only thing I could think of is like Bale Waves. That's like, you could do it solo without, a merc, as much. But you still have to get it down.
Well, you just keep that Sunder Charm in your cube, and then as soon as you get to wave 2, pull it out and then put it back.
True, yeah, I forgot. Yeah, stick it in your cube and they don't apply. Yeah,
I can't wait till the first Hammerden dies from doing that.
Oh yeah, it's gonna happen though. Somebody's gonna try to min-max and get as much as they can out of it.
Well, no,
you can control click it out and then back into your cube. It doesn't.
So the Sunder Charm, the Black Cleft Sunder Charm, reduces your magic resistance. Okay, most of the monsters in the game don't do magic damage, but that Act 2 wave is full of Haradrim, and the Haradrim spam Dark Stars. Dark Stars are magic damage. So for the very wave that you need the charm in your inventory to use to kill them, is the same very wave that can potentially kill you with those same Dark Stars.
The irony.
Wouldn't you then just cast all your hammers, and while your hammers are floating, pop it out of your inventory and then back in, and everything will just melt in that split second?
It depends.
I don't think it affects the hammers that are already spinning. I think it affects the newly... Oh, it does?
Yeah, it does. Because they're not considered pets. So they're not. It's not. What is it called? It's not snapshotted damage. It's constant.
I don't think the hammers affect your hammer. The Sunder Charm affects your hammers. It affects you. Like when you take the hammer out of your inventory, the magic immunity comes right back on the monster, and when you put it in your inventory, the magic immunity comes right.
But what I'm saying is, if your
monster.
hammers are already in effect, right, they're already floating around. You pop that charm out for 1 split second, it kills everything, and then you pop it right back in, and they don't even have time to hit you.
I mean, it really depends. The Dark Star Haradrim can attack very fast, depending on what their modifiers are. So like
you just need a crowd control.
Some of their most deadly modifiers are things like extra fast and multi-shot. So an extra fast multi-shot Haradrim will literally fire 3 Dark Stars at you like before you can probably even cast like 2 hammers. And then he'll fire 3 more and then 3 more again, literally in that same time frame by the time you cast the rest of your hammers. And you will probably have gotten hit by 9, maybe even 12 Dark Stars. And that's assuming just he's attacking you. Which
what if your hammers are already in play? Like they're already spinning around getting ready to hit
the Dark Stars still do massive amounts of damage. Like you're basically talking about like they spawn or whatever, or maybe you've put the charm in your inventory and you're casting the hammers in preparation for the wave. And then as soon as they spawn, you try and take the charm out of your inventory, but if they're literally going back to immune as soon as you take it out of your inventory, you got to leave it in there until they die. And Magic Find works that way, so I would assume that the charms work that way too. So like for instance, if you want Magic Find to apply to a target, you have to have the Magic Find on when the target dies. You can fire a frozen orb, for instance, while you don't have Magic Find equipment.
So you don't
swap,
think that
and then
the
swap
hammers
to the
can kill
Magic
them
Find
before they
equipment.
can fire at you then?
No, I don't really think so.
Okay.
It's really going to depend on the player count, and then the player count is going to increase their damage, and it's just going to, I don't really know. That's what I'm saying. Like, it depends on their modifiers, and that's why I'm laughing, and I'm saying that I'm waiting for one of them to die, because they're going to use that magic charm to break the immunity, And then one of the times that they're farming Bale or whatever, it's going to roll with just the right modifiers like multi-shot extra fast. And they're going to get like hit by so many Dark Stars within a certain period of time, they won't even be able to react. And with negative 50% magic resistance on top of the normal ridiculous damage that Dark Stars do, they'll just collapse. I can't imagine any character getting hit by 6 Dark Stars in a row and having negative 50% magic resistance and surviving that. Hammers used to ignore magic resistance for undead a long time ago. They changed it because it was OP and they wanted to punish the Hammerdens. Because we're not talking about regular hammers either. These are 95% resisted hammers. So even though you can break the immunity of the magic immune Herodrums, you're only doing 5% total damage. So it's going to take you a hell of a lot longer to kill them than it would like a normal pack. A normal pack of monsters, you're going to be able to like fire off maybe like one volley of hammers and teleport away. And they'll probably be dead by the time you teleport back. The Herodrum are 95% resistant to the hammers. And they're literally just going to laugh at the hammers. And you're going to have to stand there and you're going to have to cast probably like 15 or 20 seconds worth of hammers, if not maybe even more, to kill them all. Especially the boss, who's going to have a lot more HP than the minions.
And they're going to be constantly reviving the skeletons around you anyway. Yeah, it's going to be, I don't know.
Like, I don't really think, honestly, that it's... I just think it's going to be a little silly. Sorn2? I can't pronounce your name, sir. Donated $10. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. His name's up on the ticker. If you guys want to donate to get up on the ticker, it's always up there pretty much. I always keep it up there for you guys. So you guys who support the channel can show off your support. And the link to donate in that is pretty much spammed in chat all the time. I mean, it's a Streaming Labs link. I mean, it's literally, I think it's literally just like, yeah, streamlabs.com/gingergamingmentor1 tip. Get some interesting tips sometimes. You guys can leave messages too, which is pretty cool. And I always like reading the messages that you guys leave. Let me go see what message he wrote. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if none of the Hammerdens actually even use that charm.
I wouldn't either. I wouldn't use it for...
I don't think it's needed, really.
It's tragedy. It's the worst charm for sure. So amp damage works with Shockwave?
Yes, because it's physical damage.
And so does Decrepify.
Yeah, both of them reduce physical resistance. Been watching your vids for a time now. Appreciate the info I've gotten. Well, thank you. I appreciate the $10. I get paid for my work. Beep. Speaking of getting paid for my work, I think I'm going to go to sleep so I can get started tomorrow. I'm going to go get myself something to eat and watch some videos. I'm going to try and stay up a little bit later, I think, than I normally do. Just so that I can make sure that I'm good for the stream. This stream is 10 hours and 21 minutes. That's my practice stream. Tomorrow's stream is probably going to be more like, I want to say 18 hours, maybe even more. We'll see. I would probably guess 18, maybe even a little bit more.
Monday, Tuesdays when I'll actually get some time in on the new season.
All right, guys and gals, I will see you tomorrow for Ladder Day. I'm probably not going to start too early since Ladder doesn't reset until literally like 8 o'clock unless they decide to do it early. But I'll be on probably around at least like 3 or 4 o'clock anyway. As always, I'd appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, and keep watching.